Being 11:05, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Second reading, resuming debate of Bill C-288, National Flag of Canada Act, in the name of Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you, President.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Portneuf.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise in this House to debate Bill C-288, which aims to reaffirm the right of all Canadians to fly the national flag of Canada. At a time when every day Canadians are tightening their belts in order to make ends meet, and thousands of jobs are being lost, while economic uncertainty continues, and while for months thousands of citizens have been forced to wait for employment insurance payments without knowing when they'll receive assistance, the first thing this government wants to debate is the right to proudly fly the flag. Honestly, never would I have thought I would have to rise in this House to remind my colleagues opposite that the priority of all Canadians is far from being flying their flag on their property. Does the member for Don Valley West really believe that this bill meets an urgent need as expressed by Canadians? Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague that citizens of Canada are entitled to proudly fly their flag. Canada is a lovely country which, at least until the Conservatives took power, had an enviable reputation worldwide. For many citizens, the flag is a striking symbol of attachment and pride in their country. Citizens have the right to show their patriotism by flying the flag in Canada. But is it really necessary to enact legislation on this issue? Do we really need to impose fines and prison sentences on individuals who are not patriotic enough in the eyes of the government? Canadians want parliamentarians to debate and legislate on issues that are important to them, like the economy, health, and the environment. In recent months, I've had an opportunity to discuss issues with the people of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, issues that are important to them. They tell me about how angry they are and how deeply disappointed they are with the government's abandoning of the Kyoto Protocol in favor of focusing on the oil industry at the expense of the environment. Families in Port-Cartier-Jacques-Neuf who are struggling to make ends meet with the rising costs of living are concerned about the indifference being shown by this government. Each day, an increasing number of citizens in distress are calling my offices because they're waiting months to receive their employment insurance checks when they read the assistance now. To date, absolutely no one has raised the urgent issue of putting in place legislation to protect Canadians' unfettered right to fly the flag. People don't want this government to waste time on an issue that isn't even a real problem. To date, Canadians have succeeded in managing themselves as regards their ways of expressing their patriotism. Nothing indicates that the situation will change. Moreover, there are already legal provisions to protect Canadians' freedom of expression. The most important of these provisions is something we're all familiar with, and that's the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Section 2B guarantees each citizen of this country the right to freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression. Any person who feels that his or her right to proudly express his patriotism is being oppressed or is being prevented from flying the flag can invoke the Charter. So why implement or enact new legislation to impose prison sentence on opponents when the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms already provides adequate protection for Canadians? The people of Canada equip themselves with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms because the right to freedom of expression without being subject to repression is one of our fundamental values. It's concerning to see that under Bill C-288, the government would be prepared to put in place repressive measures directly targeting individuals who would be expressing an opinion that runs counter to this artificial patriotism that Conservatives are attempting to instill in Canadians. There are certain situations where individuals might have to ask others to remove a Canadian flag for purely pragmatic or safety-related concerns. For example, the people who are in charge of enforcing the municipal code as regards fires. Should these people be treated as criminals and punished because they're doing their job? That makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. This bill does not meet any of Canadians' real needs, but seems, however, to be an attempt by the member for Don Valley West to score a few political points based on a few isolated incidents. In my view, the fact that a few individuals have had to take their flags off their condo balconies at the request of zealous owners is not something that makes this a national issue. This attempt to legislate patriotism and to imprison offenders is just a new way for Conservatives to push their ideological, dogmatic approach even farther along. While the majority of Canadians are happy to pay tribute to the national flag and to celebrate their pride in their country, they're concerned about the perverse effects of this bill. They don't want to be treated as criminals by this government because they've done their job or because they've had a disagreement with their neighbors. Imposing punitive measures, be it an injunction, a fine, or worse yet, a prison sentence, is not the best approach in this area. In my view, it's high time for this government to get rid of this useless bill and to focus on issues that are much more important in the eyes of Canadians, like job creation and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting we come back after having a bit of a recess in December. Day one, hour one, and the government's agenda is about the Canadian flag. Well, Mr. Speaker and members applaud. It goes to show over the last number of weeks, those members, like the Liberal Party, has had the opportunity to go out and meet with Canadians and see what the average Canadian actually has to say. And I can honestly say, throughout the last 6 weeks, Mr. Speaker, I have not heard one Canadian come to me and say, I want the right to be able to fly my flag. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that that is something in which most Canadians believe that they have the right to do today. I love the Canadian flag. I believe in flying the Canadian flag, Mr. Speaker. But I can tell you, whether it was yesterday when I was over at the St. Mary's Protectus Villa, or I was over at the local McDonald's on Keewatin Street on Saturday, or I was at the Eklan Fiesta on Saturday night, that the issues that they were talking about, Mr. Speaker, were not the Canadian flag. They were talking about what was happening in regards to the announcement from this Prime Minister regarding seniors' pensions. So at a time in which the seniors across our land are wanting to hear and to be reassured about the issue of pensions, we have a government that is talking about, well, we want to give the guarantee that every Canadian has the right to fly the flag. Well, Mr. Speaker, you raise those issues with those seniors and all Canadians. You will find that they are more concerned about what this hidden agenda is from this Conservative Reform Party, I must say, Mr. Speaker. They're more concerned about this Reform Party's approach at dealing...
Order. The honourable member for Burlington is rising on point of order.
Yeah, on a point of order, could you explain to me, Mr. Speaker, that orders of the day, business of the day is private members' time. Is that not the orders of the day every Monday starting at 11 o'clock and that government business doesn't start till noon? Is that not correct based on the orders of the day? And it's appropriate to have a private member's bill at this hour?
Order. I'm not sure that's a point of order. Individual members can make themselves familiar with what is before the House. Resuming debate on Private Member's Bill C-288, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will advise the member that, you have a government-sponsored Private Member's Bill, and if the government really wanted to be in tune and in touch with what Canadians want to debate inside this chamber, they will find full cooperation from within the Liberal Party to allow the debate on this issue today, Mr. Speaker, inside this chamber, as opposed to be talking about the Canadian flag, Mr. Speaker. And it's not because we have disrespect for the flag. We respect the flag. In fact, it was the Liberal administration that brought in the Canada flag that we have today, Mr. Speaker. But everything's in terms of the right time and the right place, and I'm suggesting to you today, Mr. Speaker, that today is not the right time nor the place to be talking about the Canada flag as much as we all love the Canada flag. What we should be talking about is the issues that are affecting and having an impact on all Canadians. And the issue that's on the minds of Canadians today is the issue dealing with pensions. And what this government is threatening to do in regards to the pension issue, Mr. Speaker, that's what we should be talking about in the chamber today. We just had a 6-week recess, a break. And to me, out of respect from what we're expected to do during those breaks, by going out and talking with our constituents, we should be reflecting what it is that's on their minds. So that's the reason why I speak in terms of the pension issue, because I believe that my constituents, in particular constituents, as I say, that I've met over the weekend, in particular just yesterday, sitting down with the St. Mary's Protectus Villa, where wonderful Ukrainian seniors complex, where we had discussions on the numerous tables where they brought up the issue of the pension and asked if I would in fact raise that issue today inside the House of Commons. So, Mr. Speaker, that's why I felt that it was good for me to be able to stand up and recognize what I believe is an important issue for all Canadians. And again, it's not to say that Canadians don't have the right to fly a flag, and I appreciate the members' attempt to be able to bring in a bill of this nature. But, Mr. Speaker, I think that there's a more timely, there'd be a better opportunity in the future to be able to debate the pros and the cons of the members' bill, but to use the bill as opposed to talking about the Canadian flag as an opportunity to share with Canadians through the House of Commons what are those important issues. Last session, Liberal Party came in and saying that it's all about jobs. We want jobs, jobs, jobs. That's the number 1, 2, and 3 priority, Mr. Speaker. And that is something in which we emphasize going out of the session. Again, because we believe that we were reflecting what it is that was on the minds of Canadians, what Canadians were concerned about. Mr. Speaker, as we wound down this session, we all know in terms of what was happening on the Aboriginal file, Ottawapiskat, and the issues that were related there. And, Mr. Speaker, they weren't just limited to the province of Ontario. There's many issues related to our reserves and adequate housing, adequate supply of water, and so forth, Mr. Speaker. Those are the type of issues that Canadians are expecting us to be debating today, not whether or not they have the right to fly the Canadian flag. Because, Mr. Speaker, I believe that most Canadians, if not all Canadians, already believe that they have the right to fly the Canadian flag. What they want to hear is issues that I've already highlighted, Mr. Speaker. They want to hear about the health care and the need for us to develop a health care accord that ensures that there's a standard of health care delivery from coast to coast. That they want to hear that the government is concerned about providing leadership on the healthcare file. Over the weekend and in the last 10 days, we have the Minister of Immigration talking all sorts of things about reforming or making changes on the immigration file. And we have seen some of the damage that this particular minister has done on that file, Mr. Speaker. In particular, the freezing of parents, of government saying no more. We don't want no more parents. We don't want to allow immigration for the next 2 years on that particular file. And now we hear other things that the government is moving forward on in terms of immigration reform. The super visa, better known lately as the super disappointment visa, Mr. Speaker. You know, these are issues that are affecting people every day. And those are the issues in which we should be debating today. Not, you know, Speaker does the prayer. First thing on the agenda is that everyone has the right to fly the Canadian flag. And so, Mr. Speaker, that is why I chose at this time to be able to stand up to try to say to the government, to say to the Prime Minister, that their priorities are all wrong, Mr. Speaker, that they need to readjust their priorities and start connecting with Canadians, to start reaching out and getting a better understanding of reality. Mr. Speaker, and I think that the best example of that, and I suspect we'll see more of that during the day, is going to be the debate on senior pensions. I don't believe that we should be moving in the direction in which the government is suggesting. And, Mr. Speaker, I recognize that my time is quickly coming to an end. I do want to conclude by saying, yes, you know, I support our Canadian flag, always have. Mr. Speaker, I've on numerous occasions had opportunity to fly it, promote it, and I've done that in the past. We'll continue to do that well into the future. I'm a proud Canadian, proud nationalist, believe in a strong national government that provides good quality national programs, programs such as pensions, such as health care, such as demonstrating leadership on important issues, including immigration, housing, and so forth. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to be able to share my thoughts and concerns today.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome you back to Parliament after a break. It's been 6 weeks since you've been here. And I know the member from Don Valley West who put forward this private member's bill has been waiting a long time for it to be heard in this Parliament so we can send it to committee, so it can be reviewed, it may be amended, and we'll pass it. It's a proud day in this Parliament where I can stand and speak in favour of the Canada's flag. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd first like to talk a bit about private members' business after listening to the diatribe by the member opposite about what we should be talking about and when we should be talking about it. I believe there's never a bad time to talk about how great this nation is and the symbols that represent this nation. We live in a great nation. And I know the member across the way may not agree, but it's never a bad time to talk about what a great nation we have and the symbols like the Canadian flag that make us a great nation. And the member from Don Valley West has put forward a tremendous bill. A bill that may need some small revisions, may need some changes when it gets to committee. And I'm going to promote today why we should send this bill to committee and why we ask all members across the way to pass it. And he's been waiting, and the people in his constituency have been waiting, and in fact many Canadians have been waiting to make sure that we protect valuable symbols in this country. Symbols like the Canadian flag, symbols that represent the unity of this nation from coast to coast to coast. And unlike my member across the way, my friend across the way, I stand in support of the member from Don Valley West, and I stand in support that this is a proper time to talk about a flag that represents this great nation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to provide additional comments in addressing Bill C-288, an act which encourages the flying of the national flag of our country in every part of our beautiful country like Canada. And last month we had the opportunity to hear comments from many members of Parliament on this bill that was introduced on September 27, 2011. This opportunity is again being offered to us today, and I'm pleased to be able to express my support for such a bill that encourages all Canadians to fly their national flag not only where they live, but everywhere across the country. Canadians are proud of their flag, and we should be able to display this flag not only on special days like Canada Day or Flag Day, but on each and every day of the year. I support my colleague, the member from Don Valley West, who introduced the bill, and I'd like to ask all the members of Parliament to vote in favour of this bill. We agree with some of the proposals that would result in amendments to this bill, And we want to encourage condominium cooperations, homeowner associations, landlords or others who may have control over shared property to make provision to allow for the display of the national flag of Canada on their property. We agree with any modifications that will simply encourage Canadians to proudly display the national flag. The prohibition as it was first included in the bill could also be reviewed. The intent of this bill is to still be valid, and we should let the committee study the bill further to make necessary amendments. Let me remind everyone sitting in this House today that our flag belongs to all Canadians. It's an emblem we all share. We will remember that it was in 1964 a Senate and House of Commons committee was formed to respond to the government's wish to adopt a distinctive national Canadian flag. And the colours of our national flag are based on a strong sense of Canadian history. The combination of red, then white, and then red first appeared on the General Service Medal issued by Queen Victoria. Red and white were subsequently proclaimed as Canada's national colours by King George V in 1921. The single red maple leaf on a white field is similar to the device worn by all Canadian Olympic athletes since 1904. The committee eventually decided to recommend the single leaf design, which was approved by the resolution of the House of Commons on December 15, 1964. This was followed by the Senate on December 17, 1964, and proclaimed by Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, the Queen of Canada, to take effect on February 15, 1965, and on that day, a new Canadian flag was raised for the first time on Parliament Hill and at embassies and consulates across the world. Everyone will remember the following words that were spoken on the momentous day by the Speaker of the Senate, adding further symbolic meaning to our flag, and I quote, "The flag is a symbol of the nation's unity, for it, beyond any doubt, represents all the Canadians, all the citizens of Canada, without the distinction of race, language, belief, or opinion. The Canadian flag represents the principle of freedom, democracy, courage, and justice, upon which our great nation is based." On that day, that the Parliament was where Maple Leaf flag was first raised over Parliament Hill, the Prime Minister addressed the audience and stating that this day, the 15th day of February 1965, will always be remembered as a milestone in Canada's national progress. And for almost half a century, our flag has watched over us as we have grown and matured and prospered. It welcomed the world to our 100th birthday and Expo 67. It followed Terry Fox on his Marathon of Hope. It beckoned our friends the world over to join us at Expo 86 and the Calgary Olympics, and it proudly presided over our 125th birthday in 1992. It flew with graceful optimism as we embarked on a new millennium. The day after day, it still reminds us of a tolerant, peaceful, and blessed people that represent this country. We witnessed Clary Hughes, Canada's Olympic flag bearer, carrying our national flag at the opening of the 2010 Olympic Winter Games, accompanied by the top athletes in our country, and in fact, many of the top athletes in the world. Team Canada, I'm sure that this proud moment in our country's history is something that we will always remember, as will Canadians from coast to coast to coast. It's red and white in honor of Canada's official colours. It displays a single red maple leaf, expresses profound roots to maple leaves in the Canadian history. Considered by flag experts as one of the world's most recognizable flags, based on its simple design and limited number of colours, the national flag of Canada is admired by people in every corner of the world as a symbol of freedom, a symbol of democracy. Its clean, bold lines speak of our shared values and our sense of common purpose, our sense of national community. And although simple in design, Canada's flag well represents the common values we hold so dear. While at the same time, its striking simplicity, the Canadian flag speaks to the exciting challenges and huge opportunities our nation possesses for the future. It represents all that we have accomplished together and moments that have served to define us as a nation and as a people. And today, 46 years later, the Maple Leaf flag is recognized and respected worldwide. The Canadian flag demonstrates the common values so dear to our hearts of freedom, peace, respect, justice, and tolerance. It is a familiar sight in towns and cities across this vast and beautiful land. And it flies from coast to coast to coast, from the beautiful north to the valleys and mountains of British Columbia and the coves of Atlantic Canada. The maple leaf pays homage to our geography and reflects the grandeur of our history and represents our national identity. Silently, it speaks for all the citizens of Canada, regardless of their language, their beliefs, their race, or their opinion. The Canadian flag is a symbol that unites the Canadian population and expresses everywhere in the world and everywhere in Canada that our pride, the pride we have in being Canadian. The national flag can be seen in our embassies and missions abroad, and it is unmissable in Afghanistan, where our Canadian soldiers have made enormous sacrifices to secure peace and safeguard the Afghani people.
Hear, hear.
Our flag is a peaceful and prominent symbol of Canada, and around the world, the international community, it symbolizes the freedom to express distinct cultural perspectives, a sign of openness and accommodation. Our flag is the symbol beyond all others that brings Canadians together. Not only does it represent our free and compassionate and caring society, it also represents each and every citizen and their pride in seeing it fly in the vast Canadian skies. We have a lot to be proud of in this country, and the flag symbolizes this to us and the world about what is best about Canada. It speaks of tolerance, mutual respect, compassion, and acceptance, and these are deeply ingrained values in the Canadian character. It is a reflection of us all, and it is a reflection of a belief that we all need to celebrate, that the flag is an important part of a national identity. We fly it on flagpoles, we sew it on our backpacks, we put decals on our cars and bicycles, and whenever we do, we send a message of pride and unity to our friends and neighbours across Canada, and in fact, across the world. The Government of Canada is proud to celebrate each year on February 15th as National Flag Day. It is an excellent opportunity to learn about and reflect on our shared heritage and express our collective identity. And on that day across the country, there are literally thousands of events celebrating National Flag Day. In my own riding in Cumberland, Colchester, and the Musquodoboit Valley, there's a big event in a place called Parsboro, an area with the highest tides in the world, an area where tidal power is going to engage that community and grow that community. Those people in Parsboro, Nova Scotia celebrate Flag Day each and every year. They are patriotic. They believe in Canada. They believe in Canada's unity. And Mr. Speaker, on their behalf, I stand here today in support of this bill, Bill C-288, and the member of Don Valley West, and I encourage members opposite to stand and support this bill and send it to committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today to speak to the Bill C. Just wait a second, get my iPad in place here. C-288, an act respecting the national flag of Canada. And I was reading this bill with interest over the weekend, and I noticed there's really three key clauses in this bill. The first is, of course, to prohibit people or stop people from preventing other folks from displaying the national flag of Canada. The second clause is to allow the courts to grant injunctions against people who violate or potential violators of this first clause. And then thirdly, if this injunction is ignored, violators can be sentenced to up to 2 years in prison for violating this clause. So I am lucky that my wife, Jeanette Ash, is also a political scientist, so she puts up with these kind of discussions over the weekend, Friday nights, Saturday nights, talking about these important private members' issues that come forward. And we thought, as we were walking by the Peace Tower last night, looking at the Canadian flag billowing over this magnificent Parliament, that this bill is extraordinary for a number of reasons, and it's worth discussing at length. And I'm glad we have the time today to do so. First, I'd like to state that I'm very proud of the Canadian flag. I myself have worn it on my backpack while hosteling through Europe. And as you go through various hostels, people will stop you. At least in the 1990s, they did, and they said how happy they were to meet a Canadian, as identified by my flag. They would say, you know, Canada is the symbol for what is all is good in the world. We have very strong national health care. We welcome immigrants. We're a peacekeeping nation. We try to promote peace internationally. And that I think that's why I was proud to wear the flag then, and happy that people are themselves proud to fly it in their own houses and wear it on their backpacks around the world. But as I do support the flag and flag flying, I really cannot support this bill in its current form, and there's a number of reasons for this. The first is the cost of this bill. I think as a responsible opposition, one of the first things we have to do is to speak about costs and think about being in a deficit position, unfortunately, the Conservatives have brought us to a deficit position. We have to think about every penny, and we have to think about spending these pennies wisely. So to throw somebody in prison for 2 years is about $200,000. It's about $100,000 to put somebody in prison. You think 2 years, that's $200,000, and that doesn't even include all the prosecution fees, all the police fees, various other fees that are included in this type of work. And I was thinking, well, there's about 12.5 million households in Canada, and that would mean that we could actually, if we thought it was about $1 a flag, we could actually provide a flag to every Canadian household for about 65 prosecutions. So I was thinking, is it worth it? The member in his bill, the member from Don Valley West, says in his speech that I read through Hansard, and actually my wife and I perused the Hansard as we were getting ready for this speech, he brought this bill forward based on a few bits of anecdotal evidence from his constituents, and a number included, for example, a renter of an apartment who was flying a flag, and the landlord forced him to take this flag down. So I was thinking, well, what would be the implications of this act, this extraordinary act? Would be, at the furthest extent, that landlord would be put into jail for 2 years. And I was thinking, is that really the right way to handle this type of dispute? Is to allow the Attorney General of Canada through the Superior Courts to press charges against a landlord and then take that person out of the economy and put them in the jail for 2 years at a cost of at least $200,000. And I was thinking perhaps this is not the best way to go forward. Perhaps this is a wasteful use of taxpayers' money. And again, there has been some talk in this House about perhaps allowing this bill to get to committee to allow for more discussion, to discuss these clauses. But the bill itself is very short, and there doesn't seem to be any clauses to discuss other than this one, which is to throw people in jail for 2 years if they somehow interfere or may in the future interfere with removing a flag. So cost terms alone, I think what the government on the other side of the House, there are in public policy really two main instruments. We refer to them as carrots and sticks. There is the stick where you're punishing people, you're trying to beat them into submission to use a certain type of, to elicit a certain type of behavior. There's also carrots where you reward people for undertaking particular actions. And this government seems particularly prone to using the stick. And I would suspect that this is a fairly big stick, or I would propose that this is a very big stick, a 2-year sentence, a prison sentence for interfering with removing or intending to perhaps someday remove somebody's flag. Putting them in jail for 2 years doesn't seem to make much sense. So, again, on the cost side of things, it would seem if we are going to spend this enormous amount of money on this type of action, it'd be much better to supply flags to every household rather than throwing people in jail for a very small number of people that would cost millions and millions of dollars. So again, I point this out to the member that perhaps this is one reason why he should take this bill back and reconsider it. So the second reason why this bill should not go forward, and I cannot support this bill, is the thought of who pays. So we have these prosecutions. We have the Attorney General, perhaps not pursuing other prosecutions, perhaps going after these violent flag offenders. And I was thinking that, of course, because it's a sentence of less than 2 years, it would be served in provincial jails, provincial prisons. So again, this bill seems to be a theme, to continue the theme of this current government, is not only to use a stick in terms of a policy tool, but also not to absorb the costs of using these sticks. In fact, it reminds me, this bill perhaps could have been added on to the Bill C-10, which, as we all know, is the omnibus crime bill that rolled 9 pieces of legislation into one larger piece of legislation. Perhaps the most famous clause in the C-10 bill is 6 months for 6 plants. That is, that if you're caught with 6 marijuana plants the size of your little finger in your window box, the mandatory minimum sentence for this is 6 months in jail. But of course, the federal government can pass these big stick laws really without any fear that it's going to drive up our federal deficit, because all these costs are offloaded to provinces. The provincial government of Quebec was the first one to come out and say that the Bill C-10 would cost the province perhaps upwards of $1 billion. Now other provinces have come out and said, wait a second, this is just offloading by the federal government. So bills like C-10 are going to cost provinces billions of dollars, and it's irresponsible for the Conservative government to go ahead with bills like this, is to say, without even any discussion with the provinces, to say, well, we're going to impose punitive laws, things that most Canadians wouldn't agree with, and in fact, we're not going to pay for them. We're going to make provincial taxpayers pay for these bills. And I do say that this Bill C-288 is also in this has the same nature as Bill C-10. Another bill that is also offloading costs to provinces would seem to be coming in the future, which would be concerning health care, where provinces, now the federal government, without really any discussions with the provinces, is looking to offload health care costs to the provinces. And again, I think this is a dangerous trend. I guess the last point I would disagree with in terms of this bill is that there's really very little empirical evidence that there's a need for it. The only thing I would suggest is perhaps the member senses there might be an escalation in people tearing down flags because they're upset with government policy. For me, that's the only reason why you would remove a flag, is because you're upset with the government. And perhaps purchasing C-35s, perhaps becoming an international scourge on climate change, perhaps moving from an aggressor for a peacekeeper nation is one reason why people might be angry with the government. And I think perhaps maybe this is a Freudian slip type of bill, where the member is perhaps anticipating with great nervousness what damage his government is going to do to this country, and is perhaps trying to get ahead of that problem by introducing such a bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your time today, and I thank the House, and I'm sorry I cannot support this bill going forward. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to be here this morning representing my riding of Davenport in the great city of Toronto, where, Mr. Speaker, people put their flag up just about everywhere. In fact, displaying your flag, displaying the Canadian flag in my riding is very important to many of my constituents. In fact, it's a bit of a unique procedure, unique event, unique habit in my riding. People request the flag from their Member of Parliament often, and I'm happy on every occasion to facilitate that request. Mr. Speaker, this bill, this very weighty bill, is not about the ability for Canadians to display the flag. It appears to be one step in an endless, escalating direction of this government to criminalize Canadians. Now let's just take a small example, and I'm sure the member opposite who drafted this legislation either didn't think about this, or this bill is more malicious than it looks on the face of it. But you've got volunteers who are sitting on condo boards, okay? You've got seniors, retirees, sitting on tenant associations attached to the buildings that they live in. And this bill requires these volunteers to make a decision. Do we uphold the municipal fire regulations, or do we risk being charged under this act for refusing to allow someone to hang a flag on their balcony? Where is the fairness here? Where is the foresight here? You know, if this government stopped borrowing from the Tea Party in the United States, they'd maybe put forward sensible legislation that Canadians actually cared about. Now, we all know that this government loves to wave the flag when it's convenient for them to wave the flag. And they also love to say that we can't do this because this is a provincial matter. We can't do this because this is a municipal matter. These are their great excuses for refusing to acknowledge the desperate need for a national, affordable public transit strategy. They claim that this is somehow not their jurisdiction. And yet, they put a piece of legislation before this House that facilitates or expects Canadians to overreach the municipal bylaws and do their bidding. Mr. Speaker, it's hard for me to really understand where this legislation is coming from, other than their friends in the Tea Party. Although there is one other issue that I thought might be at play here, because of course we know that this government, in the face of declining crime rates, has said to Canadians, well, yes, the crime rate is falling, but the unreported crime rate is rising. So that perhaps in an effort to fill the prisons that they want to build, they need to criminalize more and more Canadians so that they've got a purpose for this. So, Mr. Speaker, we've got serious concerns about how volunteer residents associations are going to deal with this bill. And the member opposite hasn't spoken to that at all. The member opposite, as his government likes to do, they like to try to flex a muscle that tries to characterize their party as somehow the most patriotic body in the country. And this is yet again another example of how they try to pit one group against another in an endless toxic debate on who's more Canadian. Well, Mr. Speaker, here we all are, the first day back in a new session. It's costing taxpayers a whack of dough to have us all here, and we're invited to talk about a piece of legislation that is not on the radar of Canadians, certainly not in the riding of Davenport, certainly not in Toronto, where this member also comes from. I mean, we know if you want to lock up landlords for not allowing a resident association to put a flag up, how about why don't we try to put landlords' feet to the fire around bed bugs in the city of Toronto? That would be something that your constituents in your riding would appreciate. You want to try to overreach municipal jurisdiction and really do something meaningful? Well, how about a national affordable housing strategy? That would help a lot of the people in the honourable member's riding, Mr. Speaker. I can say that to you because I get calls from people all over the city of Toronto desperately in need of housing. I come from Scarborough, not very far from the honourable member's own riding. That's where I grew up. The houses were a little smaller than they are in Don Valley. But the issues of affordable housing are huge. So here we've got a great opportunity for the member to really make his mark in this House with his first private member's bill that really connects to the issues for the constituents that he claims to represent. And what do we have here? We have a watered-down facsimile of the Tea Party manifesto on flags. This is what this government's about, Mr. Speaker, and until they come forward with some meaningful issues, everyone is indeed back. Until they come back to us with something meaningful, how can we support this obvious attempt at throwing a wedge issue into the body politic at a time when seniors are concerned about their pensions, middle-class families can't afford their mortgages, let alone buy a house in the city of Toronto? That would be an issue for the member to really consider. And yet here we have, the odd person, and I know there are some people who have not been able to fly the flag on their balcony. I know that's happened. That has happened. But we haven't seen any conversation that you've had with fire and safety or municipal bylaws. You know, there's a municipal bylaw that would be very interesting to change, and it's in the building code around making sure that new buildings are built accessible to seniors. Now, that would be something that I think the member opposite could really get some support, certainly from your Toronto colleague on this side of the House. Let's see some meaningful private members' bills that really make a difference in the lives of Canadians, and enough of this phony, toxic, partisan bickering at the beginning of a new session. How about it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate with his 5-minute right of reply, the honourable member for Don Valley West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first and foremost, I would like to wish you and all of my colleagues a warm welcome back to the House. I hope everyone enjoyed some festive cheer with their family, friends, and constituents over the course of the break, and I'm delighted to have the opportunity to return to the House this morning. It's also a pleasure to start this new year speaking on Private Members Bill C-288, an act respecting the national flag of Canada on behalf of the people of Don Valley West, and for that matter, all of Canada. I wish to take you back in our shared history. On February 15, 1965, our Canadian flag was raised for the very first time. The Honourable Maurice Bourget beautifully articulated the meaning of the flag and what it represents. He stated, quote, "The flag is the symbol of the nation's unity, for it, beyond any doubt, represents all the citizens of Canada without distinction of race, language, belief, or opinion," end of quote. These words ring as true today as they did 46 years ago. The flag represents our country's incredible unity from coast to coast to coast, wherein within these borders, people from every corner of the world have the opportunity to etch their place within Canada. Canadians, from recent immigrants to those whose generations past first settled this land, are united in the essence of what it means to have this citizenship. To take pride in our breathtaking landscapes, to participate in democracy, to practice the faith that speaks to them, and to know that each and every one of us can call ourselves Canadian regardless of what language we speak. The Canadian flag is a deeply symbolic icon. Its beauty in simplicity has made it an internationally recognized symbol. Citizens from our Olympians presenting excellence on the world stage, to undergraduates backpacking their way through hostels in faraway lands, all proudly display our flag. It symbolizes the very values for which our valiant armed forces risk their lives. These men and women in action have seen firsthand countries where citizens live in fear and dictatorship. For these veterans, the flag represents the Canada and our values for which they fought. It is shameful that those who risk their lives in the call of duty are being barred from displaying the flag today. I thank the member from Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley, and all members in this House who have spoken in support of this very important bill. Bill C-288 acts to ensure that all citizens across all of Canada have the same right to fly the flag any day of the year. I'm proud of our country, I'm proud of our flag, and all that it represents to our great nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Carmichael, seconded by Mr. Watson, moved that Bill C-288, an act respecting the national flag of Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 1st, 2012, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. And I also have the honor to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing this House that the Senate has passed the following bill, S5, an act to amend the law governing financial institutions and to provide for related and consequential matters. The House will now suspend until 12 o'clock when we will move to government orders. Orders of the day.
Government bills, Commons.
C-25, Pooled Registration Pension Plans Act.
Mr. Menzies for Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Fantino, moves that Bill C-25, an act related to pooled registered pension plans and making related amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to open debate on Bill C-25, an act relating to pooled registered pension plans, as well as making amendments to other acts. As the honourable members are all aware, our government understands the importance of a secure and dignified retirement for people who have spent their lives building a better and more prosperous Canada for all of us. This legislation will take Canada's retirement income system one step further by helping more Canadians realize their retirement goals. Mr. Speaker, I will outline how PRPPs, you're going to hear that acronym many times over, it refers to Pooled Registered Pension Plans, how PRPPs will help millions of Canadians save for their retirement. But first, let me provide some context as to why our government is introducing this new low-cost and accessible retirement option. Mr. Speaker, just because Canada's retirement system is strong doesn't mean that it cannot be improved. That's exactly what will happen when this House passes C-25. In the wake of the 2008 financial crisis, concerns related to retirement income adequacy and pension coverage began to emerge. In response, our government took action and established a joint federal-provincial research working group in May of 2009. This working group conducted an in-depth examination of retirement income adequacy in Canada. The working group concluded that overall, the Canadian retirement income system is performing well. It is providing Canadians with an adequate standard of living upon retirement. However, the report also found that some modest and middle-income households may be at risk of having insufficient savings once they retire. Of particular concern were the findings that, first of all, the declining participation in employer-sponsored registered pension plans, the portion of working Canadians with such plans has declined from 41% in 1991. Canadians are not taking full advantage of other retirement savings tools such as registered retirement savings plans. For example, currently there are $600 billion in unused RRSP room in Canada. And while aggregate RRPPs and RRSP participation rates for middle and higher income earners are quite high, the research nonetheless indicates that a portion of Canadians are not saving enough. With these findings in hand, our government went to work on behalf of Canadians. Over the past 2 years, our government's commitment to a stronger retirement system has taken me to every province and territory and countless communities across this country. In my travels, I've consulted with Canadians. I've met with our provincial and territorial counterparts, and I've held discussions with small and medium-sized business owners as well as the self-employed Canadians. Today's legislation is the culmination of these consultations. In short, Mr. Speaker, PRPPs are an innovative, new, privately administered, low-cost and accessible pension option to help Canadians meet their retirement goals. They are particularly significant for small and medium-sized businesses. This is because they will enable owners and employees alike to have access to a large-scale, low-cost, private pension plan for the very first time. Professional administrators will be subject to a fiduciary standard of care to ensure that funds are invested in the best interests of the plan members. By pooling pension savings, PRPPs will offer Canadians greater purchasing power. Basically, Canadians will be buying in bulk. Achieving lower prices than would otherwise be available means Canadians will have more money left in their pockets when they retire. The design of these plans will also be straightforward to allow for simple enrollment and simple management. Finally, they are intended to be a largely harmonized process from province to province, which will further lower the administrative costs. Overall, Mr. Speaker, these design features will remove many of the traditional barriers that might have kept some employers from offering pension plans to their employees. It is my firm belief that this will lead to a greater willingness for small and medium-sized businesses to offer PRPPs to their employees. And that is crucial because, incredibly, just over 60% of Canadians do not have a workplace pension plan to date. With PRPPs, participation will be encouraged by automatic enrollment of employees into a PRPP where their employer offers one. Automatic enrollment will encourage regular saving in PRPPs by making participation the default choice of employees who do not actively make a decision to opt out. Canada's finance ministers decided to proceed with the PRPP framework precisely because it was considered an effective and an appropriate way to target those modest and middle-income individuals who may not be saving enough for their retirement. In particular, those who currently do not have access to an employer-sponsored registered pension plan. Mr. Speaker, if the NDP had their way, they would increase payroll taxes on small and medium-sized businesses when they suggest doubling the CPP contributions. At a time when Canada's economic recovery is still fragile, imposing a job-killing tax on job creators is simply irresponsible. PRPPs will be an efficiently managed, privately administered pension plan that will provide greater choice to employers and individuals and promote pension coverage and retirement saving. Once the provinces put in their PRPP legislation, the legislative and regulatory framework for PRPPs will be operational. This will allow PRPP administrators to develop and offer plans to Canadians and their employers. Working together with the provinces, I am confident that we can get these important new retirement vehicles up and running for Canadians in a timely manner. Mr. Speaker, it's important to remember that PRPPs don't just stand by themselves. They're part of a bigger picture. They're part of Canada's retirement income system. We must remember that our system is based on a balanced mix of public and private responsibility. It is also a mix of compulsory and voluntary vehicles that, first of all, provides a basic minimum pension for Canadians, ensures a minimum amount of earnings replacement for all Canadian workers, and offers an additional opportunity for voluntary retirement saving. The system both supports and draws upon the strength of a sound financial sector, and it complements our overall economic objectives of creating jobs and stimulating economic growth. The success of this model rests on its three pillars. The first pillar is made up of the Old Age Security, or the OAS, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, which provide a basic minimum income guarantee for seniors. These programs are funded primarily through taxes on Canadians working. Our government is committed to ensuring the retirement security of Canadians. That's why we have to make sure that the programs like OAS and GIS remain sustainable so that they will be around for Canadians in the future. The second pillar is the Canada Pension Plan and the Quebec Pension Plan. These are mandatory public target benefit pension plans that provide a basic level of earnings replacement for all Canadian workers. There are currently 16.5 million workers contributing to CPP and QPP, with these programs paying $44 billion in benefits per year to to 6.5 million beneficiaries. The CPP is the centerpiece of Canada's pension system, and I'm proud to say it's fully funded, actuarially sound, and sustainable for the long term. The third pillar of Canada's retirement system includes tax-assisted private savings opportunities to help and encourage Canadians to accumulate additional savings for retirement. This includes registered pension plans and registered retirement savings pension plans. In total, the cost of tax assistance provided on retirement savings is currently estimated at approximately $25 billion per year. Mr. Speaker, all in all, these three pillars support each other in a way that is effective and also fair. The introduction of the PRPP is only the latest example of our government's commitment to ensuring that Canada's retirement system continues to deliver for seniors. Since 2006, our government has increased the age credit amount by $1,000 in 2006, by another $1,000 in 2009, doubled the maximum amount of income eligible for pension income credit to $2,000, introduced pension income splitting, and introduced the age limit for maturing pensions and RRSPs to 71 years from 69 years. In Budget 2008, we introduced the tax-free savings account, which is particularly beneficial to seniors. It helps them meet their ongoing savings needs on a tax-efficient basis after they are no longer able to contribute to an RRSP. In Budget 2011, we announced a new Guaranteed Income Supplement top-up benefit for the most vulnerable seniors. Seniors with little or no income will receive an additional annual benefit of up to $600 for single seniors and $840 for couples. Overall, since coming to office, our government has provided over $2 billion in additional annual targeted tax relief to seniors and pensioners. Mr. Speaker, our government has a proven track record when it comes to ensuring that Canada's retirement income system is the best in the world. By introducing PRPPs, we're taking that system and making it stronger. This is something that Canadians can truly be proud of. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that PRPPs will build on our commitment to improve the retirement income system in our country. This new private sector pension vehicle will improve the range of retirement savings options available to Canadians. PRPPs will provide a low-cost retirement savings opportunity for hardworking Canadians who currently don't have access to a workplace pension plan. Mr. Speaker, it is my hope that the provinces will follow our government's lead and introduce PRPP legislation on a timely basis. The many businesses and employees that I meet with fully support PRPPs. They believe, and I think that the provinces appreciate this, that their governments should work together to deliver results on their priorities. And the PRPP is a prime example of what we can do collectively to accomplish for Canadians when we do act together. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I encourage all honourable members to support this bill and ensure that Canada's retirement income system continues to be the envy of the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to welcome all members back to this place. I hope they've all had a great Christmas and a great break. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the Minister of State would never, ever intentionally mislead this House, so I'm going to offer a bit of a correction to part of what was in his speech. When he talked about the NDP plan and the rising cost to employers and that, he left out one very important component, that should this plan to double the CPP be put into place 3 years before it could even be implemented, and there's a 7-year additional phase-in period. So I want to be very clear on that. And in his speech as well, he spoke about the capacity for bulk buying that people would have under the PRPP. Well, we have bulk buying under the Canada Pension Plan already. It has a proven track record. It's portable across the country. very clearly that that's the vehicle that's best. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister of State, the PRPP is subject to exactly the same market pressures and potential market failures as RRSPs. So I would ask the Minister why he's moving in this direction.
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague and welcome him also back to the House of Commons after what I hope was a very restful Christmas break for him as well. But I do know how hard he does work on behalf of seniors, and I'm sure that he spent a lot of time talking to them. So I would hope that he had an open mind when he was communicating with his seniors, and not only with seniors, Mr. Speaker. We're dealing with future seniors, future pensioners. And this is part of the government's overall strategy, is to make sure that this wonderful system that we have, this good system that is the envy of the world, is there for our children. And it's there for our grandchildren. And then we're not offloading that burden of an unsustainable program onto our children. Canada Pension Plan, as the honourable member mentions, is a very good system. But we have communicated with many businesses as well as individuals that are part of that mandatory program that don't think this is the time, when businesses are struggling coming out of the recession, to increase their burden. This provides an option for those businesses that want to provide a retirement plan for their employees to be part of this, to simplify the processes. And as I reflected in my speech, many businesses find it a challenge. They're struggling to keep their business going. They're struggling to grow their business, but they also want to, at the same time, offer this to their employees. So long term, we continue to look at Canada Pension Plan. We share that jurisdiction with the provinces. We can't make any arbitrary changes to Canada Pension Plan without the support of the provinces. We did not have unanimous support amongst the provinces to expand CPP at this moment. We did, however, have unanimous support from the provinces to move forward with the PRPP framework.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, we're talking about PRPPs, we're talking about Canada Pension, we're talking about billions of dollars, we're talking about Canadians' retirement. And, Mr. Speaker, it's somewhat disappointing that the Minister of Finance wouldn't have chosen this as an opportunity to clearly give indication to all Canadians in terms of where the government is on the broader picture. I would like to refer to, and as opposed to going to his parliamentary secretary to announce this very important bill, let's go to the 2006 Conservative election platform, Stand Up for Canada. Remember that platform, I say to the Minister of State. Stand Up for Canada, the Blue Book is referred to. And I give him a specific quote. Security for Seniors, confirm its commitment to the Canada Pension Plan and Old Age Security, OAS, as well as the Guaranteed Income Supplement, GIS, as fundamental guarantees of income security in retirement years. Mr. Speaker, this is the commitment that the Prime Minister gave just a few years back to all Canadians. My question to the Minister of State, even though I would have preferred it to the Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, is the Conservative or this Reform government prepared to commit to Canadians to support the CPP and our guaranteed annual income supplement and other pension programs? Are they still true to the commitment that they made to Canadians back in 2006 today as they were back then?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are true to our commitments. In fact, the third party that just spoke over there, I might remind them that they actually voted, emphasis on the voted against, an increase to the guaranteed income supplement to seniors in the last budget. Shameful. Actually ran their campaign against it because we tabled that budget here in March. They threw us into an unnecessary election, and all the way through that we said, we want to raise the GIS support to seniors. And they said, no, don't do that. That's a terrible idea. Seniors in my riding were just shocked and amazed that 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 third party over there would suggest that, Mr. Speaker, and then come back when Parliament resumes and actually vote against it, Mr. Speaker. We have a great system, a three-pronged system. Canada Pension Plan is part of it. The mandatory contribution, it's working well, and we've reassured Canadians that it's working well way into the future. OAS is a good system, guaranteed income supplement for seniors that most need it, Mr. Speaker. That will remain for Canadian seniors.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister of State for Finance for his speech today. It's an indication of the seriousness that this government takes on the pension programs when we create a Minister of State to deal with those pension items. Never before in Canadian history have we had a Minister of State specifically looking at what those issues are come to pensions and helping seniors in our community. My question is that I also want to thank the Minister for pointing out that any changes to CPP require provincial agreement. We can talk in this House all we want about changes to CPP, but if you can't get the provinces on board, nothing will happen. My question is this, Mr. Speaker, is that the PRPP, we are talking about lower costs for Canadians, cost-effective. Can the Minister tell us how he believes that this system, this new pension plan, will be a low-cost solution for retiring seniors?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to welcome my honourable colleague back from Burlington back to this House. I'm sure he spent much of his Christmas also consulting with his constituents. I know he's done some pre-budget discussions with them. But to answer that, Mr. Speaker, the pooled registered pension plan has taken a lot of time to design. We've looked at models all around the world, in Australia and in New Zealand and in Great Britain. In fact, Great Britain is now developing their NEST program that they had hoped they would put together in a matter of months. It's actually about 3 years now. It's a challenge to put one forward. We've taken all of the good points out of those programs, Mr. Speaker, and put it into this framework, and with the primary purpose of keeping low cost. That's why we're opening this up to any valid potential provider, whether it's a financial institution, a pension fund, an insurance company, that can provide strong oversight and can carry out the fiduciary duty to be responsible to the plan members, that's to the employees, to make sure that they guarantee the safety of those funds in the plan, Mr. Speaker. Competition, the volume of plans that will be involved in the pooled registered pension plan will keep the costs lower than we've seen in this country, Mr. Speaker. That's why this is going to be successful. That's why businesses are coming to us and saying, thank you for putting this forward. Businesses that I've spoken to just in the last 2 days have said, I am going to take this and provide this to my employees.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stoney Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak and offer the New Democrats' perspective on Bill C-25, but before I do, I want to refresh the memory of the House and Canadians who may be watching. In June of 2009, this House unanimously passed an NDP Opposition Day motion which laid out how this House should address the pension crisis that was rising rapidly at that time in our country. You'll no doubt remember, Mr. Speaker, that the motion spoke of the need for a national pension insurance plan to protect workers' deferred wages, that their pensions plans would be protected if their companies were to collapse. We also started a conversation at that time, Mr. Speaker, regarding a phased-in increase with the goal of doubling the Canada Pension Plan. Now, Mr. Speaker, first in that Opposition Day motion, and I will state first in the platform of the NDP in the May election, was an increase to the Guaranteed Income Supplement, a significant increase to that supplement to raise seniors on GIS who are living below the poverty line up above that poverty line. Mr. Speaker, that was between 250,000 Canadians, most of them women. Now, our party ran an election platform that showed Canadians what our intentions were for Canada's retirement security program. Nowhere, Mr. Speaker, nowhere in the Conservatives' platform was there a plank that indicated to Canadians that once elected, the Conservatives would be changing the eligibility for old age security from 65 to 67. And last week at the Davos Convention, our Prime Minister told Canadians, along with a stunning PMO release, that many Canadians would have to work an extra 2 years before receiving their old age security. Mr. Speaker, seniors paid taxes all of their lives expecting to have OAS as part of their retirement income. Now the Prime Minister is going to move, or apparently going to move, the goalposts on them. What about these single unemployed women? Those are the women we talked about that live in poverty under the GIS. They will now have to stay on some sort of provincial assistance for an additional 2 years because they're already in poverty. They already need Canadians' help. And I wonder if the government has considered the statistic that people in the bottom 20% of the workforce pass away 5 to 6 years earlier than those in the top 20%. In fact, in Hamilton, we have that very condition between Ancaster and the Hamilton East, where the life expectancy differs because of people's poverty rate. Or do they consider that half of all low-income men will collect OAS GIS checks for only a short period of 10 years? Raising the retirement age would clearly have a negative impact on those persons aged 65 who are in poor health and unable to continue working. And what about the cost? The latest actuarial reports on the OAS GIS projects that the number of recipients will increase from 4.9 million today to 9.3 million by 2030. I think that the opposition and the government do agree on that statistic. But the increase to total costs that is projected is much more modest, from 2.4% of GDP to a peak of 3.2% of GDP by 2030. That, Mr. Speaker, is because the economy is expected to grow. But think about this for a moment. We have a government who, since taking power, has decreased the corporate taxes by $16 billion a year. $16 billion taken out of the fiscal capacity of this place to make determinations for things that Canadians need. And there's nothing that Canadians need more than old age security protection. So it should be no surprise to anybody that if you remove the monies coming in, that somewhere along the line you're going to face a problem with what you have to pay out. And we should never, ever put that burden directly on our seniors as suggested by the Prime Minister last week. Now, one may ask, what has all this to do with Bill C-25? That's a fair question. The NDP believes that seniors' retirement income security is about far more than one plan or another option. We believe that we need to have a broader conversation on pensions, that Canadians want us to look at pensions as a whole, not to cut them, but to ensure that they are there to protect our seniors in years to come. Specifically, and more directly on Bill C-25, I would suggest Bill C-25 itself appears to have been hastily put together. And I know that the Minister of State did travel the country as I did listening to seniors, in fairness to his work. But there also was a corresponding campaign across this country, coming from Labour, coming from seniors groups, political parties, most notably the NDP, talking about increasing the Canada Pension Plan, the need to build the foundation, because 12 million Canadians today do not have any savings, do not have any pensions, and we have to build that foundation to protect them in the future. Well, the proposals that are in Bill C-25 will not even guarantee an actual pension. I would suggest at best we should be referring to this as a pension scheme, not a pension plan. A savings schemes that would pool the funds of members' accounts to achieve lower costs in relation to investment management and plan administration. True, but Mr. Speaker, a cautionary must be put into this at this point, because for the fees to be applied by the plan managers, have not been capped by this legislation. And the experience elsewhere in the world is that fees often erode your pension savings to the point that they don't even keep pace with inflation. Clearly, the bill is designed to appeal to the self-employed and workers at small and mid-sized firms, companies that often lack the means by which to administer a private sector plan. But another caution. This plan will be just another kind of defined contribution plan, Mr. Speaker. Employees will contribute a portion of their salary into the retirement scheme, where it will be invested in stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. Sounds familiar? Sounds like an RRSP to me. Some companies may choose to make matching contributions, those with a clear conscience and want to see that their employees are well taken care of, but they're not required to do so, and I would suggest in the climate in the business community today, they cut every corner they can. But I want to caution again that this is a defined contribution plan, and in no way guarantees how much money will be left when you retire. The market risks, as with an RRSP, are borne entirely and solely by the individual or the employee. PRPPs will be managed at a profit by regulated financial institutions like banks, insurance companies, trust companies. But as I already cautioned, Bill C-25 places no caps on administration fees or costs. It is flawed in that it merely assumes lower costs will emerge through competition in the market. Competition in the market. Did your telephone bill go up? Did your cable bill go up over the last 25 years since they deregulated the market? Of course it did. PRPPs allow for but do not require matching funds from employers, so I believe they simply won't contribute. Another caution for Canadians, unlike CPP, PRPPs will not be indexed to inflation. Provinces and territories will determine whether it will be mandatory for employers or employees of certain size companies to offer PRPPs. Pooled registered pension plans, as envisioned in Bill C-25, will fail to protect retirement security because they will encourage families to gamble even more of their retirement savings in a failing stock market. If that market goes up, yes, you go up. But if it goes down, you go down with it. Anybody who's watched their RRSPs plummet over the past year knows exactly how risky savings tied to the stock market can be. Telling families that investing in the same system that is already failing them shows how out of touch with Canadians the Conservatives truly are. The NDP has, for the past 3 years, championed a suite of retirement income security proposals. First, as we've indicated, that they should increase the Canada Pension Plan over a period of time that will double the benefits to $1,920 a month in 30 years. Growing the CPP is simply the best, lowest-cost pension reform option that is available to us today. The government must also amend federal bankruptcy legislation to move pensioners and long-term disability recipients to the front of the line of creditors when their employer enters court protection or declares bankruptcy. Hear, hear. We have seen company after company across this country take the savings of their workers and treat it as a secondary fund to pay off their bills. And as I said in my opening remarks, this bill seems to have been hastily thrown together in response to pressure from Labour and other groups. But according to the Conference Board of Canada, something that we must keep in mind, 1.6 million Canadians live in poverty. 12 million Canadians lack a pension plan. By OECD standards, Canada's CPP-QPP system is relatively miserly. Other countries similar to Canada provide far more generous public guaranteed pensions. Social Security in the United States has benefits of about $30,000 a year. The maximum benefit in Canada is less than $12,000 per year. Even if you add old age security to that, which is at a minimum of $7,000 a year, the total is still far below U.S. Social Security. Most workers have no RRSP because they can't afford it. In fact, 31% of eligible Canadians, only 31%, actually use their ability to invest in RRSPs. Meanwhile, the latest numbers for the return on CPP investments show that the market barely lost ground with less than 1%, while the stock market, I shouldn't say the market, Mr. Speaker, CPP, barely lost ground, while the stock market fell by 11%. There goes your pooled retirement pension plan, down 11%. It's interesting to note, and the Minister of State referred to where they studied, and one of the places they studied was Australia. Australia has had a similar plan to PRPPs. But there, the plan was mandatory with an opt-out provision. The Australian Super Fund requires employers to enroll their workers in one of the many defined contribution plans offered by the private sector. A recent review, after 12 years of experience, the Australian Super Fund, commissioned by the Australian government, the report that is, didn't even match inflation, and again, because the fees that were being charged were eroding it. For 6 years, the Conservatives have done next to nothing by way of securing retirement for Canadians. Bill C-25 is yet another hastily thrown together half measure in lieu of real action. Canadians want and deserve better. This government, once again, with these fees, almost like bonuses to the executives, have put the interests of Bay Street ahead of the interests of hard-working Canadian citizens. I can say to you, Mr. Speaker, that we hear on the other side of this House often comments about our ability or the chance to govern. If the NDP were to govern, we will ensure that our pension plans are there to give retirement security to seniors as they deserve. Canadians, Mr. Speaker, do not want their retirement savings subject to the market. If they did, Mr. Speaker, they would invest in our RSPs. It's very clear they need protection. So, for some of the reasons that I've just spoken of, New Democrats will not support this saving scheme because the Conservatives are offering up, instead of taking real action on both protecting existing pensions, enhancing retirement security for those who lack a workplace pension plan at all. PRPPs are not pensions. While the government claims that PRPP will provide Canadians with lower fees to potential economies of scale that do not exist with our RSPs, there's no data that proves that. In fact, less than one-third of the people entitled to contribute to RSPs don't do so. You know, over 24% of those surveys use the TFSAs for retirement savings. And yes, that's one tool in the toolbox, but it's time for this government to take real action to provide retirement security for those 12 million Canadians I referred to earlier. The 12 million that have no savings, have no pension, and God bless them, have a very, very bleak future. Canadians do not need yet one more private plan. A voluntary savings scheme, voluntary savings has not worked for a lot of reasons. And this scheme, if enacted, will do little or nothing to improve Canadians' ability to foresee their future and live in dignity. Expanding CPP, on the other hand, would not cost the government any more than the proposed PRPP. Expanding CPP would not entail transferring huge management fees to private institutions, because we have the CPP Investment Board already managing the funds. The PRPP, as outlined in this bill, fails to extend coverage to those who are unable to afford a pension in the first place. And I repeated that several times in my speech because I think that that's the essence of the problem that's facing much of Canada today, many Canadians, is that they have very little hope for their future in retirement. Mr. Speaker, how much time would I have left? Okay. So I want to read some commentaries then, Mr. Speaker, if I may, from the Calgary Herald, November 27th, 2010. And they write, the CPP already covers almost all Canadian workers, thus spreads the risk and management fees. It's fully portable, offers guaranteed income to all retirees, and is the only risk-free investment broadly available to workers. private RRSPs and employer pension plans have proven much riskier than initially billed. Those who are in company pension plans are likely in a defined contribution scheme where the amount that goes in is predetermined, but the payout is based on how well the fund is invested and ultimately how well it performs. Nortel workers know only too well how that one worked. And Professor John Kesselman, Canada Research Chair in Public Finance at Simon Fraser University School of Public Policy, and he says, expanding the CPP is the best option for ensuring Canadian workers' retirement income security. It can ensure results that none of the many alternative reform proposals for private schemes can provide. CARP, who has made many presentations to our Finance Committee over the years, and the Director of Political Advocacy at CARP, Susan Ng, writes, CARP remains committed to improving retirement benefits for the current crop of seniors, including increasing CPP, OAS, and GIS payments, getting a moratorium on RIF withdrawals, making access to tax-free savings accounts retroactive, and lobbying to remove the HST from seniors' bills. At this point, I'm going to stop with the other commentary and just add, Mr. Speaker, that this government has been on notice, clearly on notice, repeatedly in this House since 2009 of a crisis situation for the pension security of future for Canadians going forward. It's not like out of the blue that this was a surprise. And we heard commentary earlier today from the member from Burlington talking about the fact that you needed the agreement of the provinces in order to move forward in Canada Pension Plan. And it's a kind of a smoke and mirrors in a way, because you do need a majority of the provinces. And going into Kananaskis, there were 6 finance ministers from across the country writing to our finance minister in support of expanding the CPP. There are issues for these provinces, but in the last round of talks between the finance ministers and our finance minister, there was very little done or said on the Canada Pension Plan. There's room for action on the Canada Pension Plan, and very clearly, the NDP believes that's the vehicle of choice. That's the most secure vehicle for moving forward, and I thank you very much for your time.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to also welcome my colleague back to this House after the break. I do take issue with a few of the things that were said, and I would like some clarifications by the member if possible. First and foremost, I must say that the Prime Minister, trying to put words in our Prime Minister's mouth is really not acceptable, and what was mentioned certainly was not what was said in Davos. But aside from that, when we're talking about the provinces and their jurisdiction over pensions, of course, we mentioned several times the need for provinces to be on board in expanding CPP. Now, the Canada Pension Plan Act says very clearly that 2/3 of the population in 2/3 of provinces and territories must be on board, and we do not have that, and the honourable member knows that. So when he cites different provinces that wanted to consider it, there was some room for consideration, but without meeting the criteria of that plan, it's not possible. And so I would hope that the honourable member would correct his previous statements. And I would ask this question of the honourable member. Is his party suggesting that we just expressly ignore the will of the provinces and territories here, who have said very clearly they want the PRPP, and particularly in Quebec, where they've been our strongest allies in putting forward the PRPP? Is that what this member is suggesting?
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also to the Parliamentary Secretary, welcome back. Very clearly, in my remarks, I said that the Prime Minister spoke in Davos, and I referred to the PMO's issuance that was given to the media. And that's where the conversation began on changing the age eligibility for OAS from 65 to 67. Mr. Harper spoke on pensions as a whole, and it was the combination of that. And as I'm sure that all members of the government are hearing from constituents, that's how they've understood it. As far as consensus in the CPP, I realize what the legislation says. But what I'm saying is it's for the ministers, the finance ministers, to sit down with the provinces and talk to them and work through this. Indications from the finance minister himself in this House last June was he's prepared to do it. We had an emergency meeting of the Finance Committee where I asked him, and I agree, he said now's not the time. But to change CPP, if we get the go-ahead, you have a 3-year window before it's implemented, and then we're talking about a 7-year phase-in period, which allows 10 full years for companies to adjust to those changes in workers. It's very clear that we have a difference of view, but we have to maintain the communication with the provinces.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, a few years ago inside the Manitoba Legislature, late one night in committee, we had retired teachers come before the committee. And it was a very passionate plea from these retired teachers. And they talked with such detail in terms of the impact that their pension program was having as they pleaded to the government to do more. And over the last couple of days, I've witnessed firsthand people coming to me again emphasizing just how important it is, the issue of pensions, and having the ability to be able to communicate those messages. And I listened to the member, and the NDP may be a bit offside in the sense that they don't necessarily see a role for the private sector in dealing and helping or complementing with pensionable incomes. There is an overall retirement issue, whether it's dealing with teachers' retirement pensions, to RRSP contributions, to CPP. There's this mixture that's out there, and we believe the core is those, the OAS, the CPPs, and the guaranteed annual income, and that's what this government's really has fallen short on. But I'm interested in hearing what the member's belief is in terms of the overall need for a multitude of different types of pension programs that ultimately help supplement income in retirement years.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
I thank the member for the question, and again, welcome back to this place. Nobody is saying that there's not room for an option, but this particular option fails the test. It does not offer any kind of a guarantee of what you'll have when you retire. It's completely at the risk of what the market fluctuations are, and as anybody who has had any investments in the last 2-3 years knows, it's like riding a yo-yo at times, how bad it can be. So in regards to, yes, it's another tool in the toolbox, but as far as I'm concerned, it's a failing tool. And we have said, and I said in my speech, we should look at pensions in a whole, that we should balance them. But we should look at the best possible vehicles we have for Canadians, and that is clearly the Canada Pension Plan.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neja, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to come back to arguments that were tabled by the government or presented by them on this proposed piece of legislation, particularly what the member for Burlington and the parliamentary secretary also said, which is that the provinces are not really wanting to accept this kind of amendment, but they would accept elements of C-25. But I have closely followed the discussions that took place, the federal-provincial discussions on pensions and how to deal with these problems. And at that point in time, they would have accepted a top-up to provinces, but the government said that wasn't on the table. But our proposal is. So I'd like to hear what my colleague could say on this point. And a second aspect, of course, mentioned by the Minister of State is the fact that an improvement would result in an increase in contributions for the Canada Pension Plan, and that's unacceptable for employers in particular. However, the government has no problem increasing the premiums for EI, which already has a surplus. So this argument doesn't really hold water for the Canada Pension Plan, which would be a better system and would provide a lot more security for retirees. And I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome to my friend as well. Very clearly, there is a difference of opinion between us and the government on this. But you can't shut the door on your relationships with the provinces. We have an opportunity here to, in a very direct fashion, deal with the provinces, talk to them about the changes necessary. And as I indicated, our understanding is at least 6 provinces were pushing hard for this. And someplace in there, there's room for dialogue. As far as the cost goes, as I indicated, Canadians are willing to pay their share moving forward. They're not able to do it in the terms of the situation today of 12 million that don't have pensions, don't have savings. But it implies that they need a bit of a nudge to put some money aside. If we allow them to put that money into the Canada Pension Plan, the safest vehicle that there is for Canadians, then at the end of the day, they will have participated in their own retirement fund and taken some of the costs away from the Government of Canada or the provincial governments, because if we don't, 12 million Canadians are going to hit a wall, a very, very desperate situation for seniors.
Questions and comments? A short question, the honourable member for Burlington.
Get short, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I want to thank my colleague from across the bay from me for his speech today. I think we've been clear that on the CPP issue that they're bringing forward, you need consent from the provinces. We don't have it. We have been discussing with it. My question to them today is, if they really care about workers, if they really care about the pensions of seniors, why are they not even voting this to get to committee so they can discuss it? Wasn't their whole premise that they wanted to have Parliament work and work together to find solutions? Well, not even voting for it to go to committee isn't finding a solution for any senior, any future pensioner in this country. Why are they not allowing it for a discussion at committee? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, the last time I looked, Mr. Speaker, there's a majority on the other side of the House. We will express our opinions of opposition to this particular flawed bill, and the government of the day with the majority will take it to committee. There'll be a discussion there. But to go back to your first point about the situation about the cost of the CPP and the consensus required, it doesn't require 100% of the provinces. It doesn't require 100% of the representation of the people of Canada. But more importantly, we need the dialogue. We need to go back. The provinces as a whole, including those who object, understand there's a pension crisis in this country. And to shut the door on that using a flawed excuse of saying that you don't have all of the consensus you need is disingenuous to the Canadian public. It deserves better than to hear it in this place. The reality is Canadians need help, and it's up to this place to provide it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back to everyone. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I'd like to seek consent to split my time with my colleague, the MP from King's Hands.
Does the honourable member for York West have unanimous consent to share her time with the honourable member from King's Hands? Yes, it is agreed. The honourable member for York West.
1 minute. Can I take that off of my time, sir? Mr. Speaker, a little over 2 years ago, I asked the government of the day what it planned to do to protect and preserve pensions for all Canadians. The minister responded by saying that pensions were provincial and should be left to provincial legislatures to deal with. He said pensions weren't a federal problem, no matter how much the opposition cried out. Canadians rightly found that notion to be wrong, short-sighted, and unacceptable. So what is Bill C-25? The government's answer to our calls for some pension reform. In simple terms, it creates a federal notion of a pooled registered pension plan, something that will be providing the provinces go along with it, similar to a group RRSP. Clearly, that's the best thing that they could come up with. In 1998, when the current Prime Minister was campaigning, he announced that he wanted to privatize the Canada Pension Plan. That's right, the Conservatives proposed the elimination of the public Canada Pension Plan. Back to a little bit of research, it's clearly there. That is exactly what the current Prime Minister said. He suggested that the Canada Pension Plan should be replaced with a super savings account that would allow Canadians to put all of their extra money, if they have any, into investments for their retirement. While PRPPs are similar to that fundamentally flawed idea, as it was then and as it continues to be. So what is the problem? So while this Prime Minister was the 6th highest paid political leader in the world, earning an annual salary of US $296,000, is telling Canadians to put their extra money into the bank for their retirement, he seems to forget that not everyone has so much extra money. What about those seniors who pay their taxes, raise their families, and work hard, but still don't have any extra money to invest? How are they going to survive? The Liberals have long believed that Canadian seniors need and deserve a secure and reliable plan to help keep the gold in the golden years. I mean a pension plan, not an investment plan. In an effort to do this, on March 1st, 1928, the Liberal Prime Minister King officially created a limited old age security pension. That plan was expanded in 1952 by another Liberal Prime Minister, Louis Saint Laurent. Now, recent statements by this Prime Minister would seem to indicate the Conservatives don't share this view. They voted against all of those previous policies and continue to look at ways to erode the security of Canadian seniors. This seems to be much more like waging a war on the seniors and the poor than anything else. Under the Old Age Security, Guaranteed Income Supplement and CPP plans established by the Liberals over the past 90 years, Canadian seniors have been gradually, and I say gradually, lifted out of poverty. We have finally reached a level where we've got a lower amount now than ever of seniors who are living in poverty, but it still isn't acceptable. The Conservatives have opposed each of these measures, and now it seems that they want to have seniors working even longer. Forcing them to work longer and harder to save for retirement, on top of asking them to pay for $6 billion in giveaway to the largest corporations, $13 billion for prisons, and $30 billion for untendered stealth fighter jet deals, is not a plan for pensions. The PRPPs will not work for those who need it most. They will work for those who have lots of money, but for the many of us who deal with seniors who are struggling every day, that's not a very good tool. PRPPs are nothing but locked-in RRSPs, and Canadians could face a number of problems if this plan proceeds. They will have to become market experts, as their employer will play no administrative role in the PRPP plan. Members will bear 100% of the investment risk. A single market stumble could spell the end of any retirement homes. And we know how difficult the investment industry is when you go to invest, that you have to rely on someone who has that expertise. The majority of Canadians don't have that expertise, and again then subject themselves to the volatility of the market and who's making your investments for you. And there is no ability to move out of an underperforming PRPP into a performing one or to one with better services. Employers will be forced to create administrative systems to enroll members if provinces make them mandatory, which we don't know yet. And then, since both employers and members can opt out, incur costs for no reason. It's unclear whether homemakers can contribute to a PRP or to belong to one. We clearly understand that they aren't top of the list of concern for the current government. Yet again, the so-called Conservative plan excludes those who contribute to society outside of the workforce. So why aren't we learning from some of the mistakes of others? The Australian government adopted their version of PRPPs over a decade ago, in 1997, and a recent study published in the Rothman International Journal of Pension Management found that the only ones who benefited from the plan was the financial services industry. And that's a shame. PRPPs will be managed by the same people who manage Canada's mutual funds, and Canadians already pay some of the highest management fees in the world. I hear no talk about how they're going to control that or put in caps on any of those management fees. So anybody subject to this, people who are going to make the most money out of it, banks, financial institutions, clearly are the ones who are going to make the money. Morningstar recently released a report grading 22 countries on the management expense ratios levied on their mutual funds, and Canada was the only country to receive an F. Shame on everyone. Reducing government spending is a laudable goal. However, financial players offering PRPPs will need to offer annuities so that members may convert their accumulated balances into a stream of pension payment. Once that occurs, Insurers are required by law to price in a profit margin and to keep regulatory capital aside to underwrite the contracts. These two requirements alone are achieved at the expense of the member who will see their pension reduced as a result. This is a very inefficient way of delivering pensions. These two requirements are the cornerstones of the PRPP plan, and with this in mind, I'm left to wonder how PRPPs could possibly yield results for Canadian pensioners. The simple answer is that it will not help the average Canadian prepare for retirement. It is another tool in a toolbox, but it's not necessarily a particularly good tool, but it's clearly the best that this government is prepared to go forward with. Instead of copying the failed work of others, why did this Prime Minister not seek to lift seniors out of poverty? A supplemental Canada pension plan, already proposed by the Liberals, would provide the best of both worlds. It would create a new retirement savings vehicle for Canadians who need it while delivering the low overhead cost structure of the Canada pension plan. The Supplementary Canada Pension Plan is a simple and cost-effective solution to the looming pension crisis and very different from the NDP proposal. This is a defined benefit pension for everyone, homemakers, farmers, anyone can contribute, even those who have left the workforce during their lives for child rearing, illness, and educational advancement. It will use proven and existing resources to give every Canadian man, woman, and child a reliable and stable investment vehicle for the future. Every Canadian has the right to live in dignity during their golden years especially, and the SCPP would allow them to do that. And the very best part of that is that the SCPP does not require the retention of assets to create a profit margin for banks and insurance companies, and it does not require them to keep regulatory capital aside to underwrite those contracts. It's a win for the average Canadian pensioner. But the Conservatives, as I indicated, could care less. By ignoring calls to improve the CPP and by floating the idea of slashing the old age pension from those 65 to 67 years of age, the Conservatives have shown, of course, their true colours. Balancing the budget on the backs of seniors is nothing short of waging war on the poor. It is unacceptable, and this government should be ashamed to be putting that idea even forward. But clearly that's what their opinion is. They've never supported old age security, Canada pension, government guaranteed income supplement, and it continues to show in their colours. As far as they're concerned, if you're a big corporation, we'll support you, and if you can't take care of yourself, well, goodbye, Charlie. Well, that's not the Liberal way. It's not the Canadian way. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I listened to the member's speech, and some of the inaccuracies and the hyperbole that was used was rather worrisome. My first question would be, number one, why the Liberals voted against the raising of the GIS. And when you look at what our government has done to improve seniors and their lots in life, there's been so many things. We improved the GIS quite markedly. We removed thousands and hundreds of seniors from the tax rolls, and we abolished the mandatory retirement age for federally regulated workers. In addition, we've reduced or introduced pension income splitting. I mean, there's so many things that have supported the seniors across our country. Why? Because we know our country has an aging demographic. And I'd like to go back to my first question. We increased the GIS exemption and introduced the largest GIS increase in a quarter of a century. If the member is so concerned about the seniors in this country, Mr. Speaker, why did her Liberal opposition party vote against the raising of the GIS?
The Honourable Member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, history shows where government's priorities are.
Right.
Today, all we need to do is pick up any newspaper, and we can clearly tell what the choices are for this government. It's corporate tax cuts, $6 billion. It's $30 billion into creating stealth fighter jets.
More politicians.
All right? That's the issue that matters to them, and building prisons. They have little interest in improving the life of many of the seniors. Using the income tax for those who have lots of money is one avenue. But for those who are very much on the bottom of the ring and living on $15,000 a year, and now we're suggesting that they're going to have to wait to be 67 before they can even start to live on $15,000 a year. It's total hypocrisy and ridiculous.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the election campaign, the Liberals talked about improving the pension plan, but since then they have provided very few details. In the NDP, we feel that it needs to be doubled so that people can rise out of poverty, especially seniors. I would like you to elaborate on how you will put this plan into action.
Member for York West.
Quite easily. We currently have a Canada pension plan that is administered very well, very low in investment fees and so on. So adding on a add-on to the current Canada pension plan, calling it a supplementary Canada pension plan that everybody who has a social insurance number would have. And if you have an extra $100 a month to put somewhere, instead of putting it into an RRSP, you would put it into your supplementary plan. It would be capped as RRSPs are capped. But there wouldn't be the question about where's my money going to get invested and is it not. And it didn't have to matter if you were a homemaker, you were a farmer, you were self-employed, or you were unemployed. If you had a few dollars and you were thinking forward to the fact that, you know, nobody wants to have to live on only $15,000 a year. But many, many people, many of our constituents in this House live on that, and possibly some of them live on less than that. The supplementary plan is there, low cost, minimum fees, great investment, something we wouldn't have to worry about what's going to happen to the stock market tomorrow. History has shown a steady return on our Canada pension over many, many years. Thank God we have that Canada pension plan program, and thank God the Liberals had the foresight to bring in those plans.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure today that I rise to speak to Bill C-25, the Pooled Registered Pension Plans Act. Mr. Speaker, Canada's retirement system is based on three pillars. Number one, the OAS, GIS, and the allowance, the Canada Social Safety Net for seniors. Second pillar is the CPP, Canada's mandatory public pension plan with defined benefits. And thirdly, we have tax-assisted private saving options, for instance, the RRSPs, the registered pension plans, and the TFSAs. And fourth is private assets. For instance, somebody's house or the equity they have in their home, which they may try to downsize at some point to better able to fund their retirement. I want to begin by thanking my colleague, the member for York West, and the Liberal critic for seniors and pensions, for her exceptionally beneficial and important work and analysis on pension issues over the last several years, and on the hard work she has put into this by developing and helping present to this Parliament and to Canadians the well-thought-out option of a supplemental plan, an optional voluntary supplemental CPP, which would be superior to the PRPP for a number of reasons, which she has helped explain. First of all, a defined benefit as opposed to a simply defined contribution, which would provide Canadian retirees with that extra degree of security despite market fluctuations. It would also, making it voluntary and portable, unlike the PRPP, would provide lower administrative costs so that more of their savings or their investments could end up benefiting their retirement, not going to ridiculously high fees, which are a real challenge in Canada, particularly with some of the mutual funds. In fact, offering a voluntary supplemental CPP option will create more competition for the PRPPs in terms of fee structures, and in fact could help. One of the benefits that I don't think have been considered adequately by this House of having a voluntary supplemental CPP is it will help keep fees low in the PRPP system and for those plans. The reality is that the Canada pension plan itself has a very low fee structure, very low cost structure administratively. It is diversified in terms of asset class, it's diversified geographically, it's diversified in terms of sector of investment, professionally managed, and it was decisions made by Mr. Chrétien's government with Paul Martin as finance minister in the 1990s, which helped ensure the fiscal and prudential strength of the Canada Pension Plan for decades to come. In fact, it is prudentially the strongest public pension plan in the world as a result of decisions taken by the Chrétien government and Paul Martin as finance minister back in the 1990s, and also at that time the decision to invest in public markets through a prudent professional plan was taken at that time. It was interesting last week, the Prime Minister in Davos taking credit for the prudential strength of the Canada Pension Plan, when in fact he and at the time the organization he was with, I believe the National Citizens Coalition, along with the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, along with the Reform Party at the time, fought every step of the way those decisions taken by the Chrétien government at that time, which enabled Canada to have one of the strongest pension plans in the world. But that didn't stop the Prime Minister from taking credit for it. The next he'll be taking credit for the oil and gas under the ground in Alberta, and of course the oil off Newfoundland under the water, although we all know that was Danny Williams. But anyway, I digress. Mr. Speaker, in terms of Canadians' financial situation right now, it's important to realize that Canadians have record levels of personal debt, $1.50 of debt on average for every dollar of annual income. Secondly, the Conservatives actually made the situation worse in their first budget in 2006 when the current finance minister recklessly followed the U.S. model and introduced 40-year mortgages with zero down payments. This was the same finance minister, of course, who had inherited a $13 billion surplus and raised government spending by 3 times the rate of inflation and actually put Canada into deficit even before the downturn. Now, today, with an aging population, historically high debt levels and low savings rates, it's clear the government has to make Canada's retirement income system a priority so that seniors are not left out in the cold. First pillar I want to speak of is old age security. Old age security was introduced in 1952 by a Liberal government. It was then followed by the GIS, Guaranteed Income Supplement, introduced by a Liberal government in 1967. The OAS and the GIS have formed a key part of Canada's social safety net. This has been a defining element in terms of Canadian social values and reflects the dignity that we believe seniors ought to retire to. Ensuring the government sets aside enough money to pay for this social safety net has always been a priority. The amount we spend on OAS does fluctuate with our demographics, and last year the federal government spent 2.37% of Canada's GDP on OAS payments. 20 years ago, in 1992, spending on the OAS reached 2.72% of Canada's GDP. And in 2030, spending on the OAS is expected to reach 3.16% of GDP. Making sure we have enough money to pay for these increases is a matter of priorities. It's a matter of planning. And it's a matter of making decisions based on evidence as opposed to making decisions based on ideology. Back in the 90s, the Conservative government of the day tried to cut the OAS by scrapping the guarantee that OAS payments would keep up with inflation. This after the Conservatives promised that they would not touch and reduce Canadian pension benefits. A 63-year-old Solange Denis told Prime Minister Brian Mulroney at the time, quote, "You lied to us, you made promises that you wouldn't touch anything, I was made vote for you, and now it's goodbye Charlie Brown." Everyone will remember that pivotal moment, and the Conservatives ultimately reversed their position on that and listened to seniors across Canada, Canadian Association of Retired Persons, and other organizations representing seniors, and grassroots across Canada. The Canadians stood up and defended themselves against that cut at the time. Now we know that the Conservatives, last week, the Prime Minister signaled that his government is considering increasing the qualification age from 65 to 67 for OAS benefits in Canada. We need to think of who will be impacted by this and whether it's fair, Mr. Speaker. According to tax returns filed in 2009, the latest information available from CRA website, more than 40% of seniors receiving old age security had an income of less than $20,000 per year. And furthermore, over half of the OAS security or the OAS money went to seniors earning less than $25,000 per year. So it's disproportionately hurting those Canadians who are most vulnerable, seniors living at or below the poverty line. By increasing the OAS from 65 to 67, the Conservatives, the age of OAS from 65 to 67, the Conservatives will be taking away up to $30,000 from each of our most vulnerable senior citizens. These cuts to OAS will disproportionately hurt the poor, especially older single women. OAS cuts will force these seniors onto provincial welfare rolls, and for seniors it will also put their drug coverage at risk, as provinces only provide certain drug coverage to seniors receiving the GIS supplement. So if you don't qualify for GIS, you won't qualify for drug coverage. Think of that, Mr. Speaker, the unintended consequences of these changes on poor seniors. What the Conservatives are trying to do is effectively download all these costs to the provinces, with provincial treasuries having to pick up the tab, or just do without. Mr. Speaker, it's the same with the Conservatives' JO agenda. Billions of dollars of federal money, but also billions of costs imposed on provincial governments without any consultation or negotiation or discussion with the provincial governments. Speaker, it's also important to look back a couple of years when the Conservatives cut OAS to prisoners in Canadian penitentiaries. At that time, the Human Resources Minister spoke of cutting off OAS from prisoners serving a sentence of at least 2 years. She said, quote, "Canadians who work hard, who contribute to the system, who play by the rules deserve government benefits such as old age security." So it's interesting now to take those words forward and see that the Conservatives are now treating senior citizens like prisoners. They're treating the senior citizens today, people who have worked hard, have played by the rules, like they would treat prisoners. Mr. Speaker, it's bad enough that they follow an ideologically rigid and ineffectual tough on crime agenda that won't work. But, Mr. Speaker, where is this tough on seniors agenda going to get Canada? I look forward to questions, Mr. Speaker.
Excuse me. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fort McMurray Athabasca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his thoughtful and insightful comments. I know that the member was a former cabinet minister under the Liberal government, and most of us have heard about the demographic issue coming forward for some period of time. In fact, for some of us, it's been over 30 years, and certainly as baby boomers, we saw this issue that was coming forward and what was going to take place. And I'm just wondering what steps he, as a former minister, made towards these issues and to deal with these issues when he was in government and in government as a cabinet minister, and what his government did as far as these issues, any substantive things that they did do at that time.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for what is really a terrific question, because, of course, it was the government of Mr. Chrétien, and Paul Martin was finance minister, who made the fundamental changes to the Canada Pension Plan, which prepared the CPP for decades of prudential strength, looking forward to the future. It was also the government, Paul Martin as finance minister, and that eliminated a $43 billion deficit and balanced the books and ensured that $100 billion was paid down on the national debt. Of course, we know that we've now lost all that because of the Conservatives' profligacy, ideological profligacy in the last few years. As a minister specifically in our department, I was part of the Expenditure Review Committee of Cabinet, which was led by the honourable member for Markham Unionville. And during that time, we saved billions of dollars. We didn't do it based on ideology. We did it based on evidence. We looked at every department, at every agency. We worked with departments and agencies. My own Department of Public Works saved over $3 billion working with public servants, and $1 billion every year since by reforming procurement, by privatizing in some cases, by outsourcing in other cases, but by getting better value for tax dollars. And I'm certain the honourable member would support all of those initiatives. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Melpac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I enjoyed the remarks for the member from Kings Hants. There seems to be some confusion around the announcement of the Prime Minister in Davos. It's not unusual, of course, for this Prime Minister to show contempt for this place by making fairly major policy announcements outside the country. But it does seem there seems to be a lot of discussion on the OAS and the fact that it seems to be the government's objective to increase the time you can qualify to move it ahead 2 years to age 67. But I ask the member from Kings Hants, isn't it true that OAS and GIS are in fact linked? That if you raise one, you will be in effect raising them both? And isn't this just really an attack on the most vulnerable in Canadian society?
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member from Malpeque for the question. It is our understanding that, in fact, that is the case, that if you change the qualification age for OAS, you do the same for GIS. And, of course, GIS is there for those seniors who are really below the poverty line significantly. But beyond that, just the OAS numbers alone, to realize that over half the seniors receiving OAS in Canada make less than $25,000. Just think of that, Mr. Speaker. These seniors, and these are one of Canada's most vulnerable populations. It was bad enough and cruel enough that the Conservatives made the caregiver tax credit non-refundable, denying that benefit from low-income seniors. But it's heartless to attack seniors further. What I found interesting, Mr. Speaker, is that at Davos last week, at the World Economic Forum, you had world leaders, without exception, almost without exception, saying that income inequality and the gap between rich and poor is an issue that needs to be addressed in countries around the world. The only leader who did not talk about income inequality was the Canadian Prime Minister. And not only did he not speak to income inequality and the challenge it represents to societies, but he actually floated an idea that would make it worse here in Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is another example of how we have a little bit of a challenge with the occupiers in the NDP and the Tea Partiers in the Conservative, and we need a good, moderate, centrist, practical, Liberal government focused on the future of Canadians and helping all Canadians achieve a dignified retirement.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to be able to take part today in the debate on the importance of passing Bill C-25. And I would like to take the time that I have to look at this new retirement savings option for Canadian workers with regard to the broader question of the growing inequality of income and, more importantly, of what our government can do to remedy this. This is a worrisome global trend that Canada has not been spared. Since the global economy is more integrated than ever with regard to trade, the labour market, and even monetary systems, it is not surprising that Canada is affected by these kinds of developments coming from abroad. Other countries with very developed economies and as advanced social safety nets have suffered similar consequences. For example, Germany saw an expansion in the gap in income between the rich and the poor that has been almost identical to what Canada has seen in the recent decade as studied by the OECD. We must remember, however, that the effects of immigration and increased global interaction and integration have had extremely positive impacts for the most part. In absolute terms, fewer families live in poverty, and median after-tax income of families is higher, according to a report in the Vancouver Sun in October, despite the increase in income inequality that has been observed. This is supported by research done by Statistics Canada, which reveals that in the mid-1990s until the middle of the first decade of the year 2000, after-tax income and transfers increased for all income brackets, and that, in fact, the prevalence of low incomes has decreased within Canada. This clearly does not mean that we must not take into consideration income inequality. Our Minister of Finance has recently expressed his concerns with regard to this problem. As the Toronto Star reported, the minister said that the distribution of income is essential and that it was feared that a very small group of people would have very high incomes and that others would not have the same possibilities. This type of result does not correspond to the type of economy based on equal opportunity that our government has worked hard to build, within which each of us would have the possibility to succeed no matter where we come from. We must not, however, forget that this trend began well before the current government of Canada was elected by Canadians. This is then one of the many challenges that is better addressed by our government, as Canadians clearly feel, rather than by the opposition parties, and that is why Canadians gave our government a majority mandate. Canadians can rest assured knowing that we have passed a series of effective measures to meet this challenge head-on, including implementing a pooled pension plan framework, also known as the PRPP. Some observations presented by opposition members in the current debate would lead us to believe that the solution to the problem of income inequality or the income gap would be for Canadian governments to simply take money from some to give to others, as if this would magically solve the problem. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that that kind of approach would ultimately ensure that all of us are worse off. The government knows that that is not how we create and distribute wealth in the real world. Sinking the whole ship would in no way allow us to promote retirement savings, increase standards of living, and slow the income gap. The real way to achieve those objectives would be to benefit from the power of our job creators so that they can invest in higher salaries, training, equipment, and technology that would allow them to go further, be more competitive on a global scale, and to import their successes back to Canada where all Canadians can benefit from them. With the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan, lower taxes to stimulate jobs and growth, we are implementing important measures to ensure those conditions are in place. These measures include, in particular, reducing the tax burden on Canadians to support families and individuals and encouraging companies to make investments for better productivity, which would then translate, or which will then translate into sustained economic growth. Thanks to these changes made to federal and provincial corporate tax schemes, Canada is now has an overall tax rate for new investments by companies that is much less higher than in any other G7 country and lower than the average among OECD countries. This fiscal advantage means that Canada is unequivocally on the road to long-term prosperity. Forbes magazine recently ranked Canada first in its annual ranking of the best countries where to do business. Around the world, more and more people are investing their money, taking into consideration that reality, and feel that Canada is the country where they should invest for the future. Thanks to the strong mandate that Canadians gave us in the last election, and thanks to the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan, which is currently being implemented, these investments will prove profitable for all Canadians. When entrepreneurs and job creators in Canada succeed, all Canadians benefit. With the implementation of the PRPPs, Canadians saving for their retirement have never been in a better position to invest in this dynamic process to create wealth, support wealth, and benefit from that wealth. As we have heard, the PRPPs are a new, innovative option for pensions. It's low cost, accessible, and administered by the private sector. It will help Canadians to achieve their retirement savings goals. These pension plans are also important for small and medium-sized businesses, in particular because they will allow employers and employees to have access for the first time to a low-cost pension mechanism that is on a broad scale and administered by the private sector. Professional administrators will be subject to a fiduciary due diligence standard to ensure that the funds are invested in the best interests of the contributors. By pooling retirement savings, Canadians will have a greater purchasing power. And thanks to the best prices obtained with regard to wide-scale purchases, they'll be able to devote a greater part of their income to retirement savings. The design of these plans will be simplified in order to facilitate enrollment and management. In fact, the PRPPs should be harmonized from province to province, which will help to reduce further the administrative costs. These design characteristics will eliminate a large number of the traditional obstacles that prevented, in the past, some employers from offering such options to their employees. Our government believes that this will mean that many small companies will then offer these PRPPs. This is very important if we consider, and this may sound surprising, that approximately 60% of Canadians do not have an employer-sponsored pension plan. Furthermore, some Canadians perhaps are not fully taking advantage of savings opportunities currently available to them through individual mechanisms such as the RRSP options, and are perhaps not saving on a regular and sustained fashion for their retirement. We propose that participation in the PRPPs be encouraged through an automatic enrollment mechanism for employees when the employee offers such a plan. Automatic enrollment will ensure that regular savings through the PRPPs is done by ensuring the implicit participation of employees who decide not to opt out. Furthermore, Parliament adopted in December 2011 the Jobs and Growth Act in Canada, which implemented other important elements of the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan and allowing our economy to move forward. One of the main measures in that bill reflects the idea that jobs is the best way to ensure income support. In order to protect jobs and promote hiring, this bill will give small businesses a hiring credit up to $1,000 in terms of the increase of their employment insurance contribution increases for 2011 compared to those made in 2010. Some 525,000 companies and many more Canadian workers will benefit from this provisional measure. I want to say that this credit is added to the recent initiatives seeking to limit the increase in contributions and protect jobs. The premise on which we are basing this is that jobs are the best program to ensure job security, and this is also done through the implementation of our working income tax benefit, which was launched in 2007, improved in 2009, which encourages Canadians with low incomes to find jobs and keep them. As my government colleagues have said, WITB, or the Working Income Tax Benefit, ensures benefits of $1.1 billion per year to low-income Canadians who are employed. Combined with other tax credits implemented by the government, WITB has greatly improved has greatly encouraged people to find employment and helped to improve the financial situation of low-income Canadians. Our government is more aware than ever of the importance of not only creating but maintaining good jobs in order to reduce the gap in income, but also the importance of allowing people with employment to keep a large part of their hard-earned income. This is essential for low-income Canadians who spend a lot of their income on ensuring the basic needs of their families, be it food, housing, and clothing. That is why our government has reduced the tax burden of individuals, families, and companies for an approximate amount of $220 billion in 2008-2009, and over the next 5 years following that period. No matter what their level of income, individuals and families are benefiting from tax credits. For the 2011 tax year, a third of the individual income tax credits implemented by our government benefited Canadians whose incomes were lower than $41,544. A drop from 7 to 5% of the GST ensures that Canadians pay lower taxes, including those who don't earn enough to pay individual income tax. Maintaining the GST level since the GST has dropped by 2 percentage points means economic spin-offs of over $1.1 billion per year for low and modest income families. Furthermore, all taxpayers benefit from tax credits on personal income tax, so given the reduction from 16 to 15% on the lowest income tax bracket, and the increase of the basic personal amount for Canadians when filing their income taxes. The job tax credit is another measure that can greatly help workers make ends meet. The credit, which is up to $1,065 for the 2011 tax year, helps to compensate for expenditures related to one's employment, such as the purchase of a personal computer, a uniform, and other supplies. Thanks to measures adopted by our government since it came to power, low-income Canadians pay lower taxes and are receiving more benefits. A single parent with one child earning $37,000 would pay $1,125 less in taxes in 2011. Furthermore, thanks to amendments made to the National Child Tax Benefit in Budget 2009, that parent will receive additional benefits for their child of up to $241. Thanks to measures that our government has implemented since 2006, over 1 million low-income Canadians have not had to pay taxes, and that is not all. Yes, our government knows that employment is the best social safety net, and we have adopted measures to create those jobs and to allow those with jobs to ensure that they can keep a larger part of their hard-earned income. We also understand that for various reasons, some people are not able to benefit from such measures, and we took action to remedy that situation. Through the Canada Social and Health Transfers, the Government of Canada is giving significant financial assistance to the provinces and territories in order to help them offer important programs and services to low-income Canadians. These transfers support the provision of health care services, post-secondary education, social assistance, and social services, as well as programs for our children. In 2011-12, the provinces and the territories will receive $11.5 billion under the Canada Social Programs transfer and $27 billion under the Canada Health Care transfers. These amounts will be increased by 3% and 6% over the next few years. In Budget 2009, the government invested $2.1 billion in the construction and renovation of social housing across the country, including housing for low-income seniors, the handicapped, and First Nations members on reserve. Recently, the government announced in its latest budget a new additional benefit to the guaranteed income supplement for our most vulnerable seniors in Canada. Since July 2011, seniors with little or no income from any other sources rather than old age security or the guaranteed income supplement will receive additional annual benefits up to $600 for individuals and $840 for a couple.
This measure will also allow for further improvements to their financial security and the well-being of some 680,000 Canadian seniors. Once again, if this social program is the broadest social program in Canada, that is to say old age security and the guaranteed income supplement, some $39 billion are paid out to 5 million seniors in Canada. So seniors who receive this and who have a job can keep a bigger percentage of their earnings. In the 2008 budget, the government increased the amount to $3,500, the threshold, before the supplement be reduced, which helps them to keep more of their hard-earned money. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the efforts made by the government to create jobs and allow workers to keep a bigger part of their income, could help those who need it the most. And because of that, Canada has one of the lowest rates of poverty among seniors among the 33 countries of the OECD. Its rate is lower than those of Australia at 27%, the US 24%, and the UK at 10%. Once this will have been fully implemented, the PRPP will play the important role of supporting this and making up for the gap in income. And it will help with the overall investments that create wealth and make our economy move forward. Because of this, the provinces will find a way to easily adapt it to provincial regulations. All of this encourages me to support the timely passing of Bill C-25 and to support our government's efforts to build a solid, prosperous, and inclusive country for all Canadians. I thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We heard a lot of boasting on the part of the government through this intervention, and there were a few arguments dealing with Bill C-25. Let me speak to them rather quickly. We're talking about a program that would be low cost. So first of all, I'd like to know what evidence exists that costs will go down when there is a similar program that was implemented in Australia 10 years ago, and the costs of running it were about the same as other programs like mutual funds that play the market. So there's no scientific evidence that this would be the case, that it would be less costly. So they said that it would be less than 0.5%. But with retirement plans that are playing on the market, we're talking about higher rates than that. And this PRPP wouldn't really probably have any big difference with these other programs in terms of the costs of administering them. Now, we also have TFSAs and other voluntary programs, and this would be also voluntary, as is what the Liberals have proposed. So I would like to know how this could meet the needs of some 70% of Canadians who don't currently contribute to an RRSP. We are Parliamentary Secretary. I thank my colleague, and I want to welcome him back to the House of Commons. To speak to his comments, first of all, I'm very pleased to hear that he's interested in our plan for this pension program. When we talk about low costs, it's important to understand that when there's cooperation between businesses, that there can be some purchasing power that would have an effect on these costs, and that would help to provide such a pension to all of the people who would want to participate at a low cost. Purchasing power is something that will help us tremendously in all of the provinces and territories with the plan we are presenting here today. When we talk about administrative costs, as my colleague was asking about, once again, when the provinces and territories spoke with the Minister of Finance, they very clearly said that they firmly believe that administrative costs will be very low, once again, because of the cooperation between the provinces, territories, and administrators. And finally, we have to think that purchasing power affects that as well. So I just want to repeat that the automatic admission will require that people receive those pensions, will certainly have benefits, and it will be because of this automatic system. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened closely to the parliamentary secretary's remarks on this bill, but she failed to talk about the Prime Minister's latest bombshell, and that is the government's plan to increase the age that seniors can draw the OAS and GIS pensions. She knows that C-25, Mr. Speaker, only addresses a small part of the problem when it comes to pension concerns, and she admitted in her talk for this bill, C-25, to work, it needs to be harmonized by the provinces. We know how that's working. Provinces are angered at the downloading of crime costs onto the provinces. They're angered at the unilateral action of the government in terms of health care costs. So how do they expect to get cooperation in this? But my question relates, Mr. Speaker, to what the parliamentary secretary signed in the latest Finance Committee report, and that is that the federal government would not raise taxes or cut transfers to persons, including those for seniors and children. Will she admit that this goes against that commitment she signed on in this report, the current Prime Minister's proposal, and will she admit that the current Prime Minister's proposal on increasing the number of years before you can draw will cost families $25,900 per year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to welcome my colleague from Malpec back to this House, but I'm surprised he was able to hear anything I had to say, Mr. Speaker, because he continued to heckle the whole time I was trying to talk. So I'm surprised he was able to take anything from this. But nevertheless, and here we go again, if he would just give me a moment to finish what I'm saying, it would be a much easier way to answer the questions he has. First and foremost, the comments made by this member with regards to our Prime Minister are false, and frankly, I'm quite shocked that he continues to perpetuate this kind of thing. Our Prime Minister has said very clearly he intends to protect the income security of seniors, and he intends to look at a long-term prosperity issue that is creeping up. He intends to make sure that we sustain these programs that are so vitally important to our seniors for generations to come. That is outside of the scope of the PRPP. The PRPP is what we're talking about today, and it is a necessity to help these people who do not have pension plans through their employers to do something to save for their future. And this is why the provinces are on board. He insults the provinces by suggesting they can't harmonize things and they can't get along and they can't have discussions that are prudent and that lead to better things for our country. That's insulting to the provinces. I'm surprised that he would do that. It's important we all work together, and I would suggest he start doing so here in this House.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say it's a great pleasure to be back in the House after our hiatus over the New Year, and it's always a great pleasure to hear my colleague from Manitoba, the member from St. Boniface, so clearly articulate our government's plan for jobs and growth. And the contrast between this side of the House and the other side couldn't be more stark, because the parliamentary secretary spoke at length about the need to create wealth, and all we hear from the other side is spend, spend, spend. Creating wealth is vital to our country.
Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance tell us what they heard during the consultations regarding the pooled registered pension plans?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank my colleague for the question, and as chair of the Manitoba Caucus here on Parliament Hill, he's just a wealth of information and just a joy to work with, and I want to thank him for his dedication to this wonderful place and to his constituents. I do want to take a moment to perhaps read a couple of quotes from stakeholders. Let's read a quote from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. This is what Dan Kelly, the Vice President, had to say. A new voluntary, low-cost and administratively simple retirement savings mechanism will allow more employers, employees and the self-employed to participate in a pension plan. And the CFIB is particularly pleased that firms will be given a choice as to whether to register for or contribute to a PRPP. And let me read one from Yves Thomas Dorval from the Conseil du Patronat du Québec,
who clearly said that the flexibility planned for in the PRPPs will allow businesses under a federal jurisdiction, particularly small and medium-sized businesses that don't already have such a pension plan, to offer one to their employees in order to ensure their financial security when they retire.
Exactly what our Prime Minister has been focusing on, to provide income security to folks for their retirements. And we're looking at all aspects, but the PRPP is a tremendous advantage to those 60% of employees who presently do not have an employee pension. And we're going to continue to fight for these folks, along with the provinces and territories who are unanimous in support for this. I just don't understand why we can't get the support from the members of the opposition parties when they know clearly that this is the will of the provinces, this is the will of the territories, this is the will of the people of Canada, and yet they intend to stand in their way, they intend to put up barriers. I just don't understand why they continue to act in this manner, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for La Salle-et-Marne. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to share my time with the member for Vancouver East. Mr. Speaker, I have the pleasure of announcing that in 2012, La Salle is celebrating its 100th birthday. This is an occasion to emphasize the effort, determination, and business acumen of the seniors and retirees and those who have already passed away, but who built this city in the southwest of the island of Montreal. It's the opportunity to salute these people who worked, raised children, and gave their names to streets and neighborhoods and made prosperous businesses in these neighborhoods. We can't let the 100th anniversary of La Salle go by without honoring these people. But the debt that I talk about that we have towards these seniors and retirees is true for La Salle-et-Marne, as well as for the city of Ville-et-Marne, as well as for all of Montreal and Canada. This is in recognition of the debt that we have towards preceding generations and the moral obligation we have to defend the choices they've made for their golden age. The right to a comfortable retirement and a peaceful one is a cornerstone of the contract that ties youth to previous generations. This is the contract I want to defend today by opposing Bill C-25 on pooled registered pension plans and the abandonment of these seniors by our government, whereas they really contributed so much to building our society. PRPPs would create retirement plans for workers who are self-employed or who are working for businesses under federal jurisdiction that don't already have a retirement plan or pension plan for their employees. I respect the hard time that some businesses have. They want to save some costs with this. However, this plan does very little to deal with the crisis that our Canadian retirement system is undergoing. Similar plans that were set up in Australia for 10 years only resulted in very disappointing results. The Canada's pension plans rely on stable investments, whereas the market has dropped by more than 10%. An expert group on pensions wrote to the Minister of Finance and to his provincial counterparts to ask him to extend the Canada Pension Plan as the NDP has proposed. Clearly, the government's solution is not the right one, and yet this is a real crisis. We are experiencing, or we are living for longer and longer, and that means that the savings that we have managed to put away during our careers must also last for a much longer time. But in 2007, only 1 Canadian out of 3 could count on the stability of a complementary retirement plan. Only 2 Canadians out of 5 have RRSPs. According to our former chief statistician, Michael Wolfson, half of the baby boomers from the middle class will experience a dramatic decrease in their standard of living once they retire. Retirees depend hugely on the OAS in order to complement their personal savings, and the government has indicated to us that this program will cost an astronomical amount by the year 2030. The crisis is real, and it requires an urgent solution. The idea that I wish to defend today is that the current crisis has not been provoked by income to the state, as the Prime Minister gave people to understand during his trip to Davos. Canada is one of the OECD countries that spends the least amount of its income on these issues.
As rich as ours, that there are seniors living in poverty is an absolute disgrace. Les vraies racines de
The true roots of this crisis are the growth in inequality within Canadian society, and that's been the case for decades. The cause of the crisis is the stagnation of families' salaries in the middle class, whereas the salaries of the wealthiest Canadians have continued to climb throughout this same time. Today, we are asking families from the middle class to save more and more with salaries that are not increasing and have not for decades, and with salaries that have certainly not kept up with the cost of living. Canadian families all want to put money aside for their retirement, but how can they do so with a level of debt that is approaching 160%? Families are going into debt for the same reasons that they don't save. It's because they simply have less money. Finally, the retirement crisis is a moral crisis because the Conservatives' ideology rejects the contract that unites younger generations and ties them to the older ones. That is the real crisis. It is a moral crisis.
17,000 seniors living in my riding and 1,000 more approaching the age of retirement. According to Statistics Canada, more than 14% of senior women on their own are living in poverty, according to the standard measure. The sensible NDP proposal to increase the guaranteed income supplement is enough to eliminate poverty among seniors. The people of La Salle-et-Mar demand to know, will the Prime Minister augment the age of retirement and ask Canadians in difficulty to wait still longer to get the income supplement they were promised a lifetime ago? Just Friday morning, one of my constituents wrote to my office. She accepted that I read her letter. She tells me, and I quote, "Changing the minimum age from 65 to 67 would be unwise," she says, because it would actually cost Canadians more, since the change to the old age security will actually affect the poor rather than the rich. The poor will not be able to take care of themselves properly, cost more in the health system, eat into their meager investments, get into welfare, and so on. In the real world, not politics, have you tried to find a job at age 65, age 60, age 55, age 50? Are you aware of the reality of many people's situation as they get older, Take my case. At the age of 58, I've been struggling more than 2 years trying to find permanent employment, drifting from one job to another, training to improve my chance, and now I'm stricken with cancer. If it wasn't for my 65-year-old husband to help out financially and emotionally, where would I be? End of quote. And this is what this constituent wrote to me. How's that for a dose of reality, Mr. Speaker? I thank this fellow citizen for having the courage to speak out and allowing me to share her concerns with the rest of the Canadian people. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the debate on the pension reform is hiding a much deeper one, which is an ideological debate of the Conservatives and an NDP vision looking towards a society in which youth honor the debt they have toward their parents. In Davos, the Prime Minister shared his vision of Canada with us that he sees for future generations. Canadians will have to tighten their belts and continue to make sacrifices. That is a vision, the Conservative vision of a competitive but anorexic Canada, a vision of a population that has been impoverished by salaries and that is stagnating under debt, and a vision of a society where people are left on their own, where the old and the sick are a burden on the state, a vision of what wealth can be created by taking away from those who are already poor. This is a country that will abandon its people. The Conservative vision is what we have already heard. On the contrary, the NDP proposes that Canada where young generations recognize what has been done for them in terms of sacrifices for education and all of the love that has been given to them. The NDP wants to help those who have fallen down in the street. Canada has been built by the preceding generations, and this is what we want to talk to our children about. Let's build a future together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now we'll move to statements by members. The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Arundale.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend my best wishes to all Canadians who have recently celebrated the Vietnamese, Chinese, Korean Lunar New Year, Tet and Spring festivals in Canada and around the world. As many Canadians of Asian heritage gather with family and friends to mark the beginning of the new year, I would like to take this opportunity to reflect on your accomplishments and all that you wish to achieve in the new year in our great country. I encourage all Canadians to participate in the many New Year's festivities that will be celebrated across Canada. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to see that our government is continuing to foster positive relationships between Canada and China, Taiwan, Vietnam, and the Republic of Korea by expanding trade and cultural ties. Our government's New Year's commitment is to continue working hard on the economy and to create the jobs and economic opportunities that will help ensure that the Year of the Dragon will indeed be a year of prosperity and well-being for all. Happy New Year, Sin In Kwai Le, Chung Muk Nam Moi, Gung Hei Fat Choi, Sebuk Money Baduseo.
The Honourable Député de Trois.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2001 was a dark year for Francophone communities across the country. On many occasions, the government showed brazen contempt for protection of the French language, be it by appointing a unilingual judge to the Supreme Court, a unilingual Auditor General, the many complaints to the Commissioner of Official Languages, studies abandoned by the Committee on Official Languages, the setting up of a bogus committee to study the situation of French in corporations under federal jurisdiction, when the NDP has a bill that goes exactly along those lines, and the closure of schools for employees in the public or language schools. The Prime Minister, who made these promises, has failed to honour them for Francophones, and they are concerned. Bilingualism is, Mr. Speaker, not a concept that we can flout easily. Its protection requires concrete steps. It's high time the government used the NDP as an example and showed leadership on this important issue.
For Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the 44th annual Richmond Hill Winter Carnival is one of my riding's most anticipated events. This free weekend-long family festival of entertainment and outdoor fun takes place February 3rd, 4th, 5th at Richmond Hill's beautiful Mill Pond Park. Wagon rides, snowboard demonstrations, skydivers, ice carving displays, face painting, and a spectacular 1812 outdoor reenactment are just some of the activities to be enjoyed. Mr. Speaker, even more amazing is that Winter Carnival is run entirely by a dedicated group of local volunteers. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the tireless efforts of committee chairs Chuck McClelland and Lynn Foster and their team of Karen, Ray, Michelle, Doug, Cindy, Sarah, Jennifer, Arya, Anders, Chris, Jean, Lisa, Inge, Melanie, Robert, Esther, and Noah for a job well done.
Super.
Mr. Speaker, I invite everyone in this House to join me and my constituents this weekend in Richmond Hill at Mill Pond Park.
We're coming down.
The honourable member for Kingston in the Islands.
Monsieur le Président, 新年快乐, bonne année chinoise. This past Saturday, the Chinese-Canadian Association of Kingston and District held its annual Lunar New Year's potluck. Canadians of Chinese, Korean, and Vietnamese heritage with their families and friends have been celebrating a year of hard work, the value of family, friends, and community, and their hopes for the coming year. As with many festivals around the world, people travel and gather together. Delicious meals are shared, family stories are recounted, grandparents spoil their grandchildren, and then parents of young children like myself and my wife struggle to get their kids to say proper thank yous. Some things never change. Some things are the same everywhere. So to all Canadians, I offer this Chinese New Year's wish. 国运昌隆, 国泰民安. May our country thrive and be prosperous. May our people live in peace and harmony.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honour today to commemorate the exemplary service of Ken James, a former MP who represented the same riding I represent today, and a man who has dedicated his life to serving the public. Most recently, Mr. James served his country as the chair of the Board of Directors for the Blue Water Bridge Canada, a role he filled from November 2007 until November 2011. Mr. James played a vital role in shaping the strategic planning initiative at Blue Water Bridge. Mr. James also oversaw an important period of revitalization at Blue Water Bridge, including the largest capital development program ever undertaken in the history of the organization. Mr. James leaves a very large shoes to fill. However, I know that he will always be willing to share his knowledge and expertise with his fellow community members, and I wish to thank him here today in Canada's House of Commons for his vast dedication to Canada and his community. On behalf of Sarnia-Lambton, thank you, Ken.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, 4 years after a tragic fire destroyed a vital part of Sudbury's history, a new Sudbury Steelworkers Hall has risen from the ashes.
Hear, hear.
Last week, I joined community and labour leaders for the grand opening of the state-of-the-art Sudbury Steelworkers Hall. Its 2 halls, 3 classrooms, and offices are now home to local 6,500. What we did at 92 Frood Road will continue at 66 Brady Street, labour schools, nomination meetings, weddings, community celebrations, and charity work. Present Thursday was Sudbury native Leo Gerard, now international president for the Steelworkers. Leo stood in the new hall named after him to remind us of our history. He said one of the things that always made him love his union is that he never saw itself as just a collective bargaining tool. Leo said, "We saw ourselves as an instrument of social and economic justice for members and for our community, and we fought for what mattered for working people." Congratulations, Leo, President Rick Bertrand, and executive members of Local 6500. Good job.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark the end of an era with the passing of Barney McCafferty. Barney became an adopted son of the Ottawa Valley, eventually settling in the hills around Callaloo. He embraced the people of the Ottawa Valley, and we embraced him. Barney was a person who did not just talk the talk, he walked the walk. His early involvement in the Catholic worker movement eventually led him to Madonna House Lay Apostle Community in Combermere. As a devout Catholic, Barney celebrated life with a lifetime of concern for the less fortunate in our society. Barney eschewed the trappings of modern society, preferring to live a simple life. He lived life off the grid before it was fashionable. Barney was not afraid to stand up to the man. I remember a regular newspaper column he wrote in a Barry's Bay newspaper called Bite Back, in which he called out the new head of the Liberal Party for trampling the rights of rural residents as a lobbyist for industrial wind turbines. Barney always stood up for the little guy in everything he did. Go in peace, Barney. Be proud of how you are remembered.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this month we received the tragic news that one of our own had suffered a serious injury while training in Park City, Utah. Sadly, only 9 days later, on January 19th, we learned that Sarah Burke, who was only 29 years of age, had succumbed to her injuries. A 6-time gold medalist at the Winter X Games and world champion freestyle skier, Sarah was a pioneer and fierce advocate for her sport. She recently led the campaign that will see the Super Pipe competition debut at the 2014 Olympics in Sochi, Russia, where Sarah surely would have been a gold medal contender for Canada. I invite all honourable members to join with me and the legions of Canadians for whom Sarah was a role model and champion. In keeping in our thoughts and prayers, Sarah's husband Rory, her sister Anna, her parents Jan and Gordon, and their family and friends in Squamish, British Columbia, and in Midland, Ontario. Sarah, for the generation that you have inspired, for the memories that you leave with us, and for the spirit that lives on in our hearts, we thank you. We thank an outstanding Canadian.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my hometown of Hamilton, 30,000 people do not earn enough income from their jobs to keep them above the poverty line. The situation is even worse for women, Aboriginals, and members of visible minority groups who disproportionately make up the working poor. Undaunted, last month, a coalition of community partners, including the Hamilton Roundtable for Poverty Reduction, the Social Planning and Research Council, McMaster Community Poverty Initiative, and the Hamilton Training Advisory Board, launched Living Wage Hamilton. Living Wage Hamilton will begin working with employers in the private, nonprofit, and public sectors to encourage them to develop and adopt policies that will pay a wage that allows people to do more than just meet minimum basic needs. It will provide for a decent quality of life for workers and their families, and will also provide benefits to businesses and the community as a whole. I want to congratulate Living Wage Hamilton for its leadership on the issue of poverty reduction, and I'm hopeful that businesses and community associations will work together to ensure that everyone in Hamilton has a living.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, the interim Liberal leader has joined the MP from Vancouver Quadra in calling for a job-killing traffic ban off the BC coast. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, there is no ban now, nor will there be a ban on tanker traffic under our Conservative government. We oppose the implementation of a reckless, job-killing ban on BC tanker traffic. During the past 5 years, over 1,300 tankers arrived at the Port of Vancouver and nearly 200 at the ports of Prince Rupert and Kitimat, and they all did so safely. Our government will continue to enforce strong environmental and safety standards right across this country, and including tanker traffic. Our government top priority remains the economy and creating jobs. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals and the NDP want to kill job opportunities for Canadian families, but the Conservatives want to create jobs for Canadians and their families.
That's right. Well said.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, during the last election, Canadians voted to put an end to the old ways of doing politics in Canada and to change things in Ottawa. During the break, members of Saint-Maurice-Champlain were victims of the same old political games, and they are part of the 4.5 million Canadians who voted for change. One of the fundamental aspects of our representative democracy is confidence that voters place in their members who represent them. When this is broken, this shows scorn and contempt for people and generates additional cynicism vis-a-vis politicians. We don't own our constituents. They belong to constituents. The NDP has been cleared. If people want to change parties, they need to go to the polls and ask their electorate. We need to see people respecting this. Voters who chose to place their trust in us deserve nothing less than that.
The honourable members for Newmarket. The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the NDP leadership contestants gathered for a debate on families. What families heard was a lot about expensive, unaffordable new government programs. They heard no practical measures to help Canadian families working to get ahead. The NDP would be a disaster to Canadian families and a threat to their financial well-being.
That's true.
Le NPD est une menace.
The NDP is a threat to the important advantages of the universal child care benefit. The member for Parkdale Hyde Park called this direct assistance to parents money misspent. The NDP would rather see everything controlled by a bureaucracy.
Candidates like the member for Skeena-Buckley Valley and Outremont are promising a cap-and-trade carbon tax. This would increase the cost for gas, electricity, and nearly everything else. Mr. Speaker, higher gas prices, higher taxes, ending choice in childcare, and a less prosperous Canada, this is the...
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, Happy New Year, everyone. I wish you all a healthy and happy New Year.
The All-Star Weekend just held in Ottawa. Ottawa was proud to host the celebrated game, and kudos to Alfredson and his team. Kudos also to the folks involved, the League, the Senators, that's the hockey Senators, the Governor-General, the City, the Convention Centre, the volunteers, and the fans. It made our city a destination. Residents of Ottawa have demonstrated once again how welcoming we are. The entire weekend was a great experience for thousands of tourists and locals. They also got to meet NHL stars, see the Stanley Cup, and the entire city came alive. Comme en politique,
like in politics, hockey teams, regardless of where they come from, experience ups and downs. But what's important is maintaining team spirit, camaraderie, and shooting the puck. One thing for sure, on the weekend, the people of the city of Ottawa came out well ahead.
This famous weekend once again in a not-too-distant future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Mr. Speaker, in an effort to downplay his long-term opposition to the Canadian sealing industry, the member of St. John South Pearl last week wore a sealskin vest and wore it around. Now, this photo op hasn't distracted from the fact that the NDP's downtown agenda hasn't overcome the interests and concerns of the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. The NDP care about the priorities of the people, don't care about the priorities of people of Newfoundland and Labrador, but rather the priorities of left-wing radicals who have declared war on one of Canada's oldest industries, the Canadian seal hunt. The last Tuesday, the member mused about the end of the Canadian seal hunt, and this is not the first time he's made comments like that. Now, Canadian sealers were disgusted about these comments. Frank Pinner of the Canadian Sealers Association said, and I quote, "I thought he would represent the interests of the hard-working sealer, the hard-working commercial fisherman." Mr. Speaker, Canadians and people from Newfoundland and Labrador as well as all Canadians from coast to coast care about the sealing industry. We will stand up and fight for it. We will do it at home and abroad.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems the only time Canadians can believe the President of the Treasury Board is when he isn't saying anything, because every excuse he's come up with for how he blew that $50 million, it's like he tweets himself into a bigger hole. We now know that he ran the 242 projects through his office. We now know that he sent the letters of rejection that cut that down to 32, so the, oops, sorry, Auditor General, the dog ate the paper trail just doesn't cut it. Neither does the excuse, talk to my big brother at Foreign Affairs, he'll cover up for me. Or my favorite whopper of them all, which is that if I ran a parallel process, I'd turn myself over to the cops. Well, Mr. Speaker, he did run a parallel process. So now that he's leading the reckless attack on pensions and services Canadians rely on, will he admit that he misled the Auditor General? Will he cough up the paper trail? And will he apologize to the Canadian public for the misuse of their money?
The honourable member for Calgary, Centre North.
Mr. Speaker, last week in Switzerland, the Prime Minister highlighted Canada's economic strengths and framed the choices Canada faces as we work to secure long-term prosperity for our citizens. Our top priority is jobs and economic
Hear, hear.
growth.
Hear, hear.
Canada will make the transformations necessary to sustain economic growth and prosperity now and for the future.
Hear, hear.
We will continue to keep taxes low, to make key investments in science and technology to sustain a competitive economy and to advance our trade linkages. We will make it a national priority to ensure that we have the capacity to export our energy products beyond the United States, specifically to Asia. We will undertake significant reform of our immigration system, balancing our humanitarian obligations with family reunification and with economic and labor force needs. We will be taking measures in the coming months to ensure the sustainability of our social programs and fiscal position. Canada's choice will be to seize and to master our future, to be a model of confidence, growth and prosperity in the 21st century.
Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are bracing themselves for the deepest round of cuts since Paul Martin. Cuts to services Canadians need, like the OAS and EI. This cut will hurt people, will hurt seniors, hurt jobs, and will hurt our communities. When will the Prime Minister tell Canadians the bad news? On his next trip to Switzerland or somewhere else in the world?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, this government received a mandate to gradually reduce our deficit to zero. We will do that while protecting the social programs that Canadians cherish. That has been the commitment we've made to the Canadian people. At the same time, we will ensure that our vital programs are sustainable for the long term and for future generations.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister went to Switzerland to announce before the Millionaires Club that the Conservatives will take an axe to the old age security benefits. It's obscene and insulting for our seniors. Instead of attacking poverty among seniors, the Conservatives are attacking seniors themselves. Why does the Prime Minister want to cut old age security benefits? Tell us. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. It's quite the contrary, Mr. Speaker. I am clear that we do not intend to cut payments to seniors. On the contrary, we are going to protect our seniors. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we are making sure that the system, the retirement income system, will remain sustainable for now and for the future.
Of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think that answered my question. We know full well that the next budget will be about choices. He could help seniors. He could strengthen the pension systems, but he prefers to continue to cut corporate taxes. He has billions for mega prisons and F-35s that don't work. And the group that will be the first to pay for those choices will be our seniors. It's really lacking respect for our seniors who have given so much to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, our seniors want to know, why is this government targeting our seniors first? Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The NDP leader is not listening to my answer. The reality is that we are not cutting programs for our seniors. On the contrary, we are going to reduce the deficit to zero, as we have promised during the election campaign, without cuts to our seniors. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we are making sure that the system, the retirement income system, will remain sustainable for future generations.
New Westminster.
But if he continues like that, Mr. Speaker, it will be goodbye Charlie Brown. That's sure, Mr. Speaker, because this government is more concerned with CEOs rather than seniors and their families. He has given new generous tax cuts to major corporations that are already taking in astronomical amounts of money, and the same government is telling seniors that there is no money left for them to be able to retire with dignity. Seniors cannot trust this government. Why are they offering more gifts to CEOs by slamming the door on seniors and families? Why? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, that is completely false. What we will do is protect the retirement system that we have in place for our seniors. And our seniors built this great country. But we have to make sure that this system will be there for future generations, and we are protecting, and we will protect these future generations and this system.
Mr. Burnaby, New Westminster.
Now, the minister's saying they're going to do to pensions what they did to Service Canada. This government is choosing to spend billions on a misguided prison agenda and tax giveaways to profitable corporations, while planning to cut billions from old age security and the services Canadians rely on. At the same time as 250,000 seniors in Canada live in poverty, and hundreds of thousands of Canadians families are out of work and they struggle just to get by. Seniors can't trust this government. The Prime Minister was so concerned about cutting OAS. Why didn't he say anything about it during the election? Why did he hide his agenda during the last election campaign?
The Minister of Human Resources.
The honourable member has it all wrong. We are not cutting. What we are doing is we're going to preserve the system that exists for Canadians, the retirement system that already exists. Seniors will not lose a penny. But what we have to do, Mr. Speaker, is make sure, we have to make sure that going forward we do have a sustainable system. The old age security system isn't sustainable now. We're going to make it that for generations in the future.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, the Prime Minister did address this question during the election campaign.
Yeah.
The Prime Minister stated categorically during the Leaders' Debate, he stated as recently as November, that this government was not going to be touching transfers to individuals and transfers to seniors. He explicitly said that. Now the minister comes up with the Davos answer. There's an election answer. There's a Davos answer. Yeah. Which is it, Mr. Speaker? Is the Prime Minister committed to sustaining seniors, or is he committed to breaking his election promises and breaking faith with the people of Canada? Which is it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, this government ran on very clear commitments, and we're acting on those commitments. That commitment is to reduce our deficit to zero gradually without cutting transfers to individuals or to provinces, and that's been very clear. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we do have the opportunity to look ahead, to look at the challenges that these programs face in the future, and to make sure that these programs will be available and will be viable for the future generations that need them.
Member for Toronto Centre.
Speaker, the Prime Minister of Canada can't have it both ways.
Right.
He cannot go to the Canadian people, and his minister, as the Treasury Board was saying, on exactly the same day as the Prime Minister was giving his statement in Davos, the President of the Treasury Board was reassuring everyone that there would be no cuts to the provinces and there would be no cuts to transfers to individual seniors. What the Prime Minister is saying today, what the Prime Minister is saying, and what we're hearing very clearly, also from the Minister of Human Resources, is the exact opposite. It's the Davos renege, Mr. Speaker. It's the politics of deceit and abandonment.
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Obviously, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Liberal Party is challenged when it comes to listening to the answer. We've been very clear that as we reduce the deficit, we're not cutting transfers to either provinces or individuals. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, everybody understands that there are demographic realities that do threaten the viability of these programs. Over the longer term, we will make sure that these programs are funded and viable for the future generations that will need them.
Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
I don't have a problem hearing the answers, Mr. Speaker. The problem is that the answers change. It depends on where we are. If it's during an election, then there's lots of promises. The change, the demographic change, is not something, Mr. Speaker, that happened last week. In fact, the demographic change was a factor during the election, and that is when the promises were made, and not only from the Prime Minister, but from all the Conservative Party members who did exactly the same, made exactly the same promises. That's why we're talking about the politics of abandonment and deceit, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we're talking about deceit, it's the Liberal Party which made record cuts in transfers to the provinces and individuals. For this government, our commitment is clear. We are going to eliminate the deficit without cutting transfers to the provinces or individuals. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we have a responsibility to future generations to ensure that the system will be viable for the future, and that is what we will do.
The member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives failed in their commitment to the 2004 health accords, including expanding home care, reforming primary care and getting prescription drug costs under control. And now the Prime Minister has made the situation even worse by telling the Premiers he will unilaterally reduce the Canada Health Transfer. Mr. Speaker, fixing our healthcare system must be done by collaborating with the provinces. That's what Canadians expect. So why is this government slamming the door in their face?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as stated before, our government is committed to a universal publicly funded healthcare system. Unlike the previous Liberal government, which gutted healthcare transfers, we have actually increased funding to record levels. We have also announced a long-term stable funding arrangement with the provinces and the territories that will see transfers reach historic levels of $40 billion by the end of the decade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Vancouver East.
Well, Mr. Speaker, they can't escape the reality that their take-it-or-leave-it ultimatum is in direct opposition to the principles of the Canada Health Act. Canadians are rightly worried that it will lead to greater privatization, undermining the foundation of Medicare. Canadians don't want to see one healthcare system for the wealthy and one for everybody else. So I ask again, Mr. Speaker, why is this government abandoning its leadership role in healthcare and making Canadians pay the price? What happened to their commitment to accountability?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As indicated by the recent Canadian Institute of Health information data, the federal transfers are projected to grow faster than average provincial spending on health care. I will continue to work with my provincial and territorial colleagues to make sure that Canada's health system's more sustainable and to improve accountability and to deliver better services to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are right to be scared about the upcoming Conservative budget because the announced cuts could be twice as high as expected. The President of the Treasury Board, a man known for his great transparency, talks about imposing cuts in the order of 10%. That is $8 billion in public services that will disappear. This government simply does not understand the reality. Blind cuts is not the answer. Getting rid of good jobs is not the answer. Reducing the quality of services is not the answer. Why will this government make families and workers pay for 6 years of mismanagement by the Conservatives? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, Canadians gave us a solid, strong mandate to our government to make the decisions on behalf of all Canadians and to look at the situation.
Remember, Mr. Speaker, that with that mandate, as the Prime Minister has just said today, we have and are working on a plan that will get us to balance within a reasonable period of time, a reasonable and fair plan for Canadians, as well as for this House to consider.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, I had not expected such an insipid response. Already we can see that irresponsible cuts by that government are having negative impact on people. We can think of those who are involved in the endless red tape and the immigration system. People have to also wait weeks to get benefits. The members and the government should understand that a false majority does not give them the right to cut the majority of programs. Why is this government persisting in compensating major corporations that are already profitable, that are not creating jobs here, instead of protecting the services that people need? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. I have already said, Mr. Speaker, it's essential to have an action plan with regard to the cuts in order to improve the situation with regard to the deficit. That is our plan. It's a plan that we talked about during the previous election campaign, and this was part of our 2011 budget. It's essential for this country to have an action plan.
Jurisdiction of jobs and growth. These plans are necessary, Mr. Speaker, but we will do so in a reasonable and fair manner.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
This government has money for its friends, but not for ordinary Canadians. Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister is musing about cutting benefits to seniors, Cuts to Service Canada have already been hurting Canadian seniors. Some Canadians are waiting 6 to 8 months just to get their CPP or old age security. They don't have 8 months of savings in the bank, they can't pay for food, and they can't pay for their medications. Why does this government want to make the problems worse by cutting more services to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, what we're trying to do is make sure that all Canadians get the benefits to which they're entitled in a very timely manner. Now, it helps if people submit their applications on time, they're complete, and they're accurate. Mr. Speaker, it also helps if the employers...
Order. Order. The Minister has the floor.
Speaker, it also helps if your employers do the same. We are working to make sure we get those processing done as quickly as possible. That's why we've brought in an additional 400 people to help that process along so that people do get the benefits they need and deserve.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Speaker, what's absolutely shameful is this government's cuts to services that Canadians depend on. Mr. Speaker, it's not just unemployed Canadians and seniors that are hurting, it's Canadian businesses as well. Service Canada is unable to process labour market opinions in time for companies that need temporary foreign workers. Many companies have to pay to have their application processed twice or have to send their foreign workers home. Why won't the government acknowledge the problems they are causing and reverse these cuts?
The Honourable Minister.
Long ago that the NDP was complaining that we were allowing temporary foreign workers in at all. What we're trying to do is to protect the integrity of that system, to make sure that people who do come are not replacing Canadians who could have those jobs instead. We're also trying to make sure that temporary foreign workers who come in are coming for legitimate jobs so that they're not going to be abused. We want to protect those workers and we want to protect Canadians. That's why we're making sure that we take the time to make sure the jobs are real, the applicants are real as well.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Speaker, instead of working with the provinces to make our streets and communities safer, Conservatives are forcing their ineffective and costly prisons agenda on Canadians, costing Ontario taxpayers, for example, $1 billion alone. Why won't the government work with the provinces instead of downloading costs? Don't they agree with New Democrats that pensions and services that Canadians rely on every day have a higher priority than the billions being spent on their prisons agenda?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Inaccuracies in there, Mr. Speaker. I don't know where to begin, but I might as well begin at the beginning, which is that Ontario has had its payments from the federal government increased by 77%, or $8.4 billion since we've taken office, Mr. Speaker. We all have a responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to stand up for victims, and that's exactly what this government is doing, and we want the support of everyone.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, this government doesn't care about Canadian families or the provinces and territories. For this government, it's my way or no highway. It's clear that this government did not take advantage of the break to talk to Quebecers about their priorities. If it had done so, it would have understood that Quebecers reject the bill of the government on crime. The government is pushing the bill for this inefficient prisons system onto Quebec. It will cost a lot for Quebec. Will the government finally work? Order. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
The Honourable Member's talking about the bill that's before Parliament. This bill targets drug dealers, drug traffickers, gangs, and those who would molest and abuse children, Mr. Speaker. That is the focus of the bill. And with respect to costs, as I pointed out before, more than $2.4 billion has been added to the transfers of the provinces, Mr. Speaker. So we're doing our part. And I would remind the Honourable Member that it's victims who suffer the most from crime. They pay the greatest price. They sometimes seem to forget that.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, abolishing 190 language teacher positions at the Canadian School of Public Service shows yet again that the Conservative government has contempt for the French language. This closure adds to the long list of attacks against Francophone institutions such as the Centre for Excellence in Official Languages. It's simply illogical. How can this government claim that all citizens will receive services in the official language of their choice if it eliminates teaching in French. The Honourable Minister. That's completely untrue, Mr. Speaker. There are a lot of programs through which to learn French or English. That is part of our responsibilities towards Canadians. It's the same case today as it was before, Mr. Speaker.
We have continued a Liberal government practice of our predecessors of outsourcing that kind of language training to those who could provide it on an excellent basis to more people at less cost.
The Honourable Member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, last week Conservatives threatened to pickpocket seniors by raising the old age pension qualifying age. This so-called cost-cutting measure was announced after they gave $6 billion to large corporations, $30 billion for untendered jets, and another $1 billion for fake lakes and glow sticks. Yep. Paying for these kinds of extravagant things on the backs of Canada's seniors is ridiculous and shameful. Seniors are again going to be forced to line up at food banks and at soup kitchens, and we've all heard those stories before. Is that what the Prime Minister meant when he said that he was going to change the face of Canada? Yes, shame on every one of you.
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, shame on the Honourable Member for fear-mongering on baseless statements. That's just ridiculous. Mr. Speaker, we've made a commitment to Canadians in the last election that we would look after them in their old age, that we would respect the current system. The Canada Pension Plan is fully viable. It's been actuarially evaluated, and it's viable. But our old age security system isn't. We want to make sure that for generations to come, people can rely on the old age security system to help them out. So we're going to make changes, but they will not include cuts to people who are currently receiving those funds.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice Champlain. Mr. Speaker, last week in Davos, I would repeat, the Prime Minister hinted about amending the pension plan and the old age security plan. The Prime Minister is ignoring the needs of over half of all Canadians who count on the federal plan. I'm asking the Prime Minister today, what are his true intentions to the millions of Canadians who depend solely on the government pension plan and the old age security?
The Honourable Minister des Ressources Humaines.
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
About seniors and their income, then why did they vote against, not once, but twice, increasing the GIS exemption? Why did they vote against pension income splitting for seniors? Why, Mr. Speaker, did they vote against so many things that have helped to raise so many seniors off the tax rolls and out of poverty? Why?
Good question. The Honourable Member for King's Hands.
Mr. Speaker, it was cruel for the Conservatives to deny low-income seniors the family caregiver tax credit. It would be heartless to force low-income seniors onto provincial welfare rolls by raising the age of OAS from 65 to 67. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that for Canadian seniors, 40% of the seniors receiving the OAS make less than $20,000 per year. While other countries are trying to address the issue of income equality, the gap between rich and poor, why are the Conservatives here in Canada making income equality worse? Why the war on the poor, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, why is it that the Liberals voted against pension income splitting for seniors? Why is it that they voted against increasing the age credit limit, not once but twice? Why is it, Mr.
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister has the floor, and members will give her their attention. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, and tell me, why is it that the Liberals voted against the largest increase in the guaranteed income supplement? That's the funding that goes to the poorest of our seniors. Why did they vote against that too?
Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Today we've learned that the Australians are thinking of slowing down their procurement of the F-35 fighter. The reasons for the review are clear. The plane won't be delivered on time, project costs are exploding, and technical problems are multiplying. I can tell you through experience that any soldier who is tasked with the mission has a plan B in case things don't pan out as planned. But this government does not even respect the basic principles taught to our soldiers. Why is this minister still not producing a plan B?
Honourable Minister
The Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
The Royal Canadian Air Force has flown CF-18s for 30 years. We're working with our allies to replace our aging aircraft with new state-of-the-art F-35s that will protect international stability and, of course, for decades to come. Mr. Speaker, Australia faces an immediate challenge in replacing older aircraft much sooner. As we have been doing, we will continue to closely monitor the international development of the F-35 and the capabilities for the Canadian Forces, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Any minister that says that everything's fine with the F-35 is denying reality and showing irresponsible management. The US, the UK and Australia are all in the process of reviewing their programs. A single problem with the F-35s would have encouraged me to have a plan B in case if I was in the minister's shoes. But this minister, regardless of this slew of problems, still doesn't have a plan B. I would like to know when the minister will get his head out of the clouds and finally table a plan B. The Honourable Associate Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know where all this rhetoric comes from other than desperation. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to getting the best equipment for our Canadian forces at the best price for Canadians with the best benefits for Canadian companies and Canadian workers. Canada's participation in the development of the F-35, along with our closest allies, assures that the Canadian forces will have the best equipment to achieve mission success, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, in spite of cost overruns and mounting technical problems, we left off in 2011 with the minister sticking to the same old story on the F-35. Since then, the U.S. has come to grips with reality. They've cancelled 179 planes and have delayed production of the rest. The Australians, having already downsized their order once, are thinking of doing it again. Mr. Speaker, with everyone else pulling the chute on this plane, will the minister tell us how much more the F-35s will now cost Canadians?
The Honourable Associate Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are monitoring the events very closely with all of our nation partners as well. And Mr. Speaker, just as a sideline, the very member that just stood up back in December was talking about some report that he read where there was supposed to be no training for F-35 pilots, Canadian pilots here. That no, Mr. Speaker, referred to Norway. The member does not even know what he's talking about.
The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, after 6 weeks away and in light of such significant changes, Canadians were expecting the minister to have something more to say on this issue. Around the world, countries are taking a realistic look at the F-35 and cutting back on their orders, even in the U.S. Now, I value hope and optimism, Mr. Speaker, but here we've crossed over to a world of fantasy. Are the F-35s this government ordered somehow special? Are they different from those being rejected by other countries? How are our jets on track while the rest of the world's are falling off the rails?
The Honourable Associate Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member is absolutely wrong. The truth of the matter is that we welcome the announcement by the United States, which confirms their commitment to the multinational Joint Strike Fighter. Canada remains committed to the development of the new state-of-the-art aircraft that our brave men and women agree will give them the best probability of mission success well into the 21st century. We continue to monitor the progress of the multinational Joint Strike Fighter program closely and exercise responsible stewardship of taxpayers' money, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are concerned about crime, and the reaction I have heard from my constituents regarding yesterday's verdict in the so-called honour killings of 4 women in Kingston confirms this very fact. We now know that the Shafia sisters, along with Rona Amir Mohammed, were killed because they were women who wanted nothing more than to live their lives according to Canadian values, free from oppression and free from violence. As Justice Meringer said yesterday, it is difficult to conceive of a more heinous, more despicable, more honourless crime than killing your own children for no other reason than some perverted sense of honour. Can the Minister of Justice please provide this House with our government's view of the so-called
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have been very clear. So-called honour killings are barbaric and unacceptable and have no place in Canada.
Hear, hear.
We are committed to protecting women and other vulnerable persons from all forms of violence and to hold offenders accountable for their acts. In Canada, Mr. Speaker, murder is murder regardless of the motive. Our government has always focused primarily on the rights of victims and not on the twisted rationale offered by convicted murderers. We send the message loudly and clearly: if you commit such terrible acts of violence in Canada, you will face Canadian justice.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
According to the Minister of Natural Resources, Canadians who speak about their concerns in public about the Northern Gateway Pipeline are radicals. We're no longer in the 19th century. What's radical is not to be concerned about the environment. When is the Minister going to stop attacking Canadians and First Nations who want to protect the environment rather than being in line with the oil lobby? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Are responsible environmental groups who contribute to the discussion of the use and development of our natural resources. However, there are also some radical environmental groups that are opposed to any development of our resources. They are using the process to delay projects as long as possible with the objective of killing them. We want an independent review that will be open, that will do a scientific analysis, that will hear all people who have a legitimate view, but thousands of jobs are at stake and the...
Order. The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we really do have a minister for the 19th century because the Minister of Natural Resources fails to understand the impact of Conservative inaction on jobs, on the environment, and on future generations. Instead, what he does is he attacks people that actually care about the environment. And it makes me wonder if the minister actually believes in climate change. So I guess my question to the minister is he a believer or a denier?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Since we're into theology, I will tell this House that I believe that no project in Canada should go ahead unless it's safe for Canadians and safe for the environment. However, groups that are opposed to any development of hydrocarbons, groups that say that the oil sands, which represent 1/1000th of global emissions, will result in the destruction of the planet, these groups are not related to science. These groups are radical. These groups fight against...
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, First Nations and Métis have called on this government to address impacts of the proposed Gateway Pipeline on their rights and resources. Pleas for federal intervention to protect Aboriginal communities impacted by energy projects have fallen on deaf ears for decades. First Nations impacted by oil sands developments are tired of waiting for promised regulation, monitoring, and health studies. Mr. Speaker, instead of pushing the speed dial on these mega projects, why won't this government take action to defend Aboriginal rights and title?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, under the Federal Framework for Aboriginal Economic Development, our government is working in partnership with First Nations, provincial and municipal governments and industrial developers to help First Nation and Métis communities secure social and economic developments from the oil sands development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps the minister would like to come up to Fort Chipewyan with me and have that discussion. Following last week's First Nations Crown Gathering, the government promised to expedite resolution of land claims and to deliver multi-year financing for First Nation governance. expedited actions required to address long-standing inequities, education, housing, infrastructure. First Nations are tired of spending their money suing the government for failed delivery of commitments on treaty and law. Mr. Speaker, will the government deliver on these promises in this year's budget and in this year's legislative agenda?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we made great strides at the Crown First Nations gathering. Our government is committed to moving beyond the constraints of the Indian Act. For example, I was proud to announce last week the addition of 18 First Nations to the First Nations land management regime and to sign the framework agreement for self-government negotiations with Whitecap Dakota First Nation in Saskatchewan. There's more to follow, Mr. Speaker. Real results.
Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that allows me to ask the Prime Minister, with respect to the Enbridge project and the position of the First Nations communities that are affected by that project, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, the National Energy Board review doesn't actually have complete jurisdiction with respect to First Nations issues. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister in particular, does he contemplate some additional process that will involve a direct Crown First Nations discussion with respect to the impact of this project on First Nations?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party should understand that consulting with Aboriginal groups is a constitutional requirement, and of course that is part of any process. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, I have to reiterate what I've said to Canadians before. It is vitally important to the national interests of this country that we are able to export our energy products to Asia. And obviously, that's something the government hopes will happen in the future.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
That is the government's position, that there's an obligation on the federal government to consult with Aboriginal groups. So if that's true, I would like to ask the Prime Minister, how is this position the same thing? How is it the same thing that what we're seeing against the attacks, or on the attacks rather, on those who are against the minister and the Prime Minister himself? I'm seeing two different approaches on behalf of the government. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, this is a constitutional obligation to consult with Aboriginal groups, and obviously the government is going to comply with that. At the same time, I've said several times it's essential for Canada to sell our energy products to Asia and elsewhere in the world, and so that we have better economic growth, and it's critical. It's important that the government have this position, and that we be careful of all of these processes so that we can decide our own future. The member for Beauport-Viano. The situation at White Birch Paper Mills is a flagrant example of the ineffectiveness of Conservatives in terms of jobs. When we need to do is strengthen the Investment Canada Act. Millions, or thousands rather, of jobs have disappeared in the manufacturing and forestry sectors, and this government has done nothing. Mr. Speaker, will the Conservatives continue to pretend that everything is fine? What are they waiting for to act and finally protect our quality jobs in Canada? The Honourable Minister for... first of all, the White Birch conflict with their employers is a labour problem, and I hope that it will be solved among themselves. What the NDP is doing now is that they're mixing all of these things up. They're against all of foreign investment, and moreover, when we presented our economic action plan, in which there were significant investments indeed to improve innovation in Canada, what did they do? They voted against it. So on that side of the House, they have no credibility when we are indeed talking about job increases. The member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the situation is just as catastrophic in Montreal when the appliance maker Mabe Canada announced the closing of its plant. The result is 700 quality jobs that have disappeared. The very day the sad announcement was made, the Prime Minister was in Davos to brag about the strength of the Canadian economy. Mr. Speaker, this same region was affected by the closing of the Shell refinery a few years back. If the Prime Minister finds that the economic situation of Eastern Montreal is so encouraging, why, rather than going to Davos, did he not come to Hochelaga to explain this to the Mabe workers who have just been laid off? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's quite incredible. I was talking about the Economic Action Plan, in which there were significant sums to increase innovation in Canada across the country. And when we talk about Montreal, we are upset about the closing of this plant, while at the same time we're opposed with the exploitation of our natural resources. So when the time comes to make investments in terms of infrastructure and education, or again when we try to invest in the aerospace sector in Montreal, what does the NDP do? They vote against it. And then they try to come and tell us what to do. It's not credible.
Center.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Uncertainty. Canadians are concerned about being able to save for their retirement. If the NDP had their way, they would double CPP contributions, meaning increased payroll taxes on small and medium...
Order. I'd ask members to hold off on their applause until the members finished asking the question. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
This would mean, Mr. Speaker, increased payroll taxes on small and medium-sized business. In this time of global economic uncertainty, imposing a tax on our key job creators is just irresponsible. Could the Minister of State for Finance please tell this House what this government has done to help Canadians better plan for their retirement?
Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Winnipeg South Centre. I know that she's been communicating with her constituents and helping them with some solutions on helping prepare for their retirement goals, Mr. Speaker. Today in the House of Commons we're debating a new piece of legislation, the Pooled Registered Pension Plan, Mr. Speaker, a very accessible plan, accessible to all Canadians. Businesses are looking forward to this, Mr. Speaker. They're looking forward to it because there's 60% of Canadians today in the workforce that that do not have access to that pension plan. We're providing that option. I hope the
Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, education is the essential ingredient for success. Yet the federal government funds education for First Nations children on reserve at 2/3 the national average for children off reserve. First Nations children deserve an equal chance. Will the government commit to ending the unacceptable discrimination in funding for First Nations education in the upcoming budget, or will First Nations be forced to go to court to sue for equal funding, as Cindy Blackstock has had to do for child welfare?
That's it. The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to work proactively and collaboratively with First Nations, provinces, and the private sector to support programs and services to support student success, access to jobs, and strong, healthy communities. It's too early to speculate about the budget, Mr. Speaker. That's a decision that will be forthcoming. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, Electromotive Diesel got $5 million in tax breaks from this government through its generous corporate tax plan giveaway. After the photo op, EMD decided to cut workers' salaries in half, slash their benefits, and threaten to ship Canadian jobs overseas. Right. Mr. Speaker, why is this government irresponsibly handing out billions in no-strings-attached tax giveaways and turning its back on workers in London, Ontario? EDM is the only producer of locomotives in this country. When will this government step up to the plate in the interests of Canadians and Canadian workers?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
This is a sad situation, but this is a labour dispute between a private company and a union, Mr. Speaker. We've been briefed by local Conservative MPs on the situation, and we are all concerned about workers and their families. But let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, this matter is under the Ontario government's jurisdiction, so the federal government cannot interfere in that matter, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. John.
Mr. Speaker, last week the member from St. John, South Mount Pearl, shocked the entire province of Newfoundland and Labrador by once again calling for an end to the sealing industry in Canada. Not only are his comments an insult to the families whose livelihoods depend on the hunt, they are also an attack on the coastal and northern communities that depend on a sustainable and humane seal hunt. A photo op from the member in a seal vest is not fooling anyone, Mr. Speaker. Would the Regional Minister for Newfoundland and Labrador please explain to this House what our government is doing to defend Canada's sealing industry?
The honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, last week the member opposite shocked Newfoundlanders and Labradorians with his comments, but I wasn't shocked. I know the member has been an opponent of the sealing industry for years. While the NDP plays politics with the lives of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, our government stands up for the sealing industry at home and abroad. And yes, Mr. Speaker, I own my vest.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has repeated that he is supporting the democratic hopes of Tunisians, but this government has dragged its feet for a year before seizing the assets of the members of the Ben Ali clan here in Canada. And now we've learned that Canada wants to keep half of the profits. Mr. Speaker, this behavior is unacceptable. Well, the Prime Minister really want to benefit from a corrupt dictatorship. Why don't we bring this money and give it back to Tunisians to help them build their democracy? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Because this government has been very clear in reference to Tunisia. We have stated quite clearly that we would be seizing the assets of those who have stolen from the people. We have very strong regulations and have this House has passed to ensure that dictators will not steal from their people. The money will go back to the people as it is rightfully theirs. And so, in Tunisia, Mr. Speaker, this government is working very hard to ensure that those money that was stolen from the people of Tunisia will be returned to the Tunisian people. Thank you.
The honourable member for Barry-Chaudieu-Nicolet-Bécancour. Mr. Speaker, a few days ago the Prime Minister announced that an in-depth reform of the pension plan would from now on be one of his government's priorities. We all know that coming from the mouth of this Prime Minister, reform means drastic cuts. How can this government justify wanting to save on the backs of the most disadvantaged seniors, whereas he has no problem buying jet fighters, finding money to celebrate the Queen of England, and reducing corporate taxes by billions of dollars a shot? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, it's not true at all. As I mentioned already earlier today, our government will ensure that seniors will keep all of the benefits that they receive as seniors at this point in time. We are not cutting a penny. We are going to keep the system that we have today and for future generations as well.
For today, I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Ted Morton, Minister of Energy for Alberta. Tabling of documents. Point of order. The honourable member from Malpeque is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the Minister of Human Resources might want to reconsider remarks and apologise for attacking EI recipients for being unable to fill out their forms. Mr. Speaker,
That's not a point of order. The member wants to bring that up at a future question period. He might have that opportunity. Tabling of documents. Dépôt des documents. Order. Order. I'll just ask honourable members to carry on the conversations outside of the chamber. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, tabling of documents.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 142 petitions.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Bills. Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
I ask support for the following motion that notwithstanding the provisions of any standing order for the remainder of 2012, when a recorded division is to be held on Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, except recorded divisions deferred to the conclusion of oral questions, the bells to call in the members shall be sounded for not more than 30 minutes.
Does the Honourable Chief Government Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
What did you say? What did you say? Mr. Speaker, I'm presenting a petition on behalf of people who want to see the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, which is being overfunded at $1.1 billion per annum, sold. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back to you in the House. I'm very happy to rise on the first day of the session to present two petitions. The first petition is signed by concerned residents in the Surrey community, and they're very concerned about federal pharmaceutical policies that they believe have been a total failure, with many Canadians not having equitable access to medicines. And they note that Canada is the third most expensive country for brand name drugs, and they call on Parliament to follow the recommendations of the Canadian Senator for Policy Alternatives' case for universal Medicare, developing and implementing legislation for universal public pharmacare. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, has many pages and is signed by, I know, people who are very concerned right across the country, and I want to congratulate them for the work they've done in going out and collecting signatures and signing this petition. And what they point out, Mr. Speaker, is that every year hundreds of thousands of dogs and cats are brutally slaughtered for their fur in a number of Asian regions. They call on Canada to join the US, Australia and the European Union in banning the import and sale of dog and cat fur, and they point out that we're the only developed country without such a ban. They further call on us to introduce and support legislation to amend the Canada Consumer Product Safety Act and the Textile Labelling Act based on Bill C-296 from the 41st Parliament, a bill that we currently have in this Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pending petitions. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Climate change, our most pressing environmental issue, requires moral and intergenerational responsibility. Climate change may cost Canadians $21 to $43 billion by 2050. The petitioners are asking that Canada sign and implement a binding international agreement to ensure global average temperature stays below 2 degrees Celsius, for the government to demonstrate national responsibility and to implement climate justice. The other petition is regarding multiple sclerosis, which affects 55 to 75,000 Canadians. The new treatment for chronic cerebrospinal venous insufficiency, 1/3 of patients significantly improve, 1/3 improve, and 1/3 little to no improvement. And they are asking that the Minister of Health actively engage people who are involved in testing and treatment of CCSVI, to have phase 3 clinical trials on an urgent basis in multiple centres across Canada, and to have follow-up care for all patients who have the CCSVI procedure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have
hundreds of petitions right here from members, Canadians across the country, to condemn the persecution of Falun Gong in China and rescue family members of China, Mr. Speaker. Falun Gong is a peaceful and beneficial spiritual practice centered on the principle of truth, compassion, forbearance, and a set of 5 meditation exercises. And since July 1999, Mr. Speaker, when the Chinese Communist Party launched an eradication campaign against Falun Gong, its policy was to destroy the reputation, bankrupt them financially, and eliminate them completely. And this has led to the arbitrary detention and torture of hundreds of thousands of Falun Gong practitioners for their beliefs, whereas 12 family members of Canadians are now serving jail terms of up to 12 years simply for their belief in Falun Gong. And so the medical community, the UN Community Against Torture, and many other organizations have shown great concern that living Falun Gong practitioners en masse have been slaughtered for their vital organs for organ transplant tourism. Therefore, the petitioners and we are urgently calling on our government to publicly condemn the Chinese Communist regime's illegal persecution against Falun Gong and help rescue the listed family members of Canadians who are incarcerated simply for their belief in Falun Gong in China.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here from my constituents asking the Canadian government to enact a Canada public transit strategy. They note that Canadians are looking for fast, reliable, and affordable public transit. That at this point there is no permanent investment plan to support public transit. They're asking for a federal funding mechanism for public transit, and that they want the federal government to take a leadership role to work with all levels of government to provide sustainable, predictable, long-term and adequate funding. And that they also want to make sure that there's accountability measures so that the funding that is provided for public transit would be done so in a transparent way. They note that Canada is the only OECD country that does not have a national public transit strategy, and it is estimated that over the next 5 years there will be an $18 billion gap in transit infrastructure needs.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
I have a petition today to file in the House that is signed by a number of people in Saskatchewan, mostly around the Saskatoon and Wadena areas. These are Canadians who are concerned about the disease chronic cerebrospinal venous insufficiency. They are worried that patients with that condition are sometimes denied proper access to testing and treatment in Canada. They urge the Minister of Health to consult with experts who have actual experience in this particular field, to urge the Minister of Health to proceed with Phase 3 clinical trials on an urgent basis with a large patient participation in multiple centres across Canada, and they urge the Minister of Health to require follow-up of patients with the appropriate kind of examination to track their actual experience. I'm very pleased to file this petition on their behalf.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and Happy New Year. I'd like to table a petition that reads, "We, the undersigned residents of Canada, draw the attention of the House to the following, that the Government of Canada funds the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation to the sum of $1.1 billion per annum, that the vast amounts of Government of Canada funding gives the CBC an unfair advantage over its private sector competitors. Therefore, your petitioners call upon Parliament to end public funding for the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation." Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Here, well done. Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My petition is also about good governance, fairness and accountability, and reads that the Government of Canada funds the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation to the sum of $1.1 billion per annum, that the vast amount of Government of Canada funding gives the CBC an unfair advantage over its private sector competitor, and therefore the petitioners call upon Parliament to end public funding of the Canada Broadcast Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And from
first petition I'm tabling in the year of 2012. I think this will be an issue that will dominate 2012. Petitioners here want to note that the proposed Enbridge Northern Gateway pipeline would require overturning a 40-year moratorium respected by federal and provincial governments in this country since 1972, a serious oil tanker ban to protect the coastline of British Columbia. It would require setting aside First Nations rights over much of the territory, or at the very minimum, ensuring consultation and support from First Nations. And finally, that the Environmental Assessment Act must be impartial and fair, and the government should not suggest that it's already come to a conclusion before the evidence has been heard. Therefore, the petitioners call for the Government of Canada to cease support for a specific project, to obtain a neutral stance towards the hearing process, and to allow full, fair and impartial process under the National Energy Board, the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency, and to fully respect First Nations rights. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Q198, 203, 205, 208 to 210, 212, 215, 219, 221, 232, 233, 236, 240, 245 to 249, 251, 253 to 255, 258, 259, 265, 273 to 275, 282, 284, 285, 288, 291, 292, 297, 299, 303, 307, 308, 310, 315, 316, 318, 321 to 326, 330, 341, 343, 344, 350, 363, 364, 378 to 380, 382, 386, 401, and Q406. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we have questions number Q191 to 202, 204, 206, 207, 211, 213, 214, 216, to 218, 220, 222 to 231, 234, 235, 237, 238, 239, 241 to 244, 250, 252, 256, 257, 260 to 264, 266 to 272, 276 to 281, 283, 286, 287, 289, 290, 293 to 296, 298, 300 to 302, 304 to 306, 309, 311 to 314, 317, 319, 320, 327 to 329, 331 to 333, 335 to 337, 340, 342, 345 to 349, 351, 353 to 362, 365 to 376, 381, 383 to 385, 387 to 393, 396 to 400, and finally, Mr. Speaker, Q402 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the enumerated questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so. The Parliamentary Secretary also have 403, 404, and 405 on his list?
I do not, Mr. Speaker.
You don't? Okay. So just the ones that were enumerated?
Yes.
Okay. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders. Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-25, Pooled Registered Pension Plans.
Il y a 5 minutes pour les questions et commentaires.
5 minutes remaining for questions and comments for the Honourable Member for La Salle-Marde. Questions and comments?
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today and have an opportunity to speak on Bill C-25, which is the pooled registered pension plans. And I want to begin by just commenting on the remarks that were made by the Minister of State for Finance. I heard him during the debate earlier this morning and again in question period in response to one of his own members' questions on this bill, and aren't they doing a great job on pensions and helping seniors? I was really surprised to hear the Minister of State say that this plan that they have, Bill C-25, will be accessible. And he kept on stressing that it will be accessible. Well, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the bill and you look at the proposal they have, there's absolutely nothing accessible about it. How can something be accessible when you can't afford it? How can something be accessible when basically to go ahead with this kind of savings scheme would be to put your money at risk in very volatile markets? And how can it be accessible to the 1.6 million seniors who are considered to be living in poverty as estimated by the Canadian Labour Congress? So, Mr. Speaker, I was very surprised to see them describe this proposal as something that is actually accessible. I was further surprised when the Minister of State remarked that currently in the RRSP plan, there's, I think he said, $600 billion room for people to make contributions under RRSPs. And he said, well, here this is a great opportunity to do this. But surely that begs the question as to why Canadians are not taking up what already exists under RRSPs if there's $600 billion tax room available that they could use individually. Well, clearly the answer is because most Canadians, A, can't afford to make RRSPs, or if they can, they're very concerned about the security of their money, whether it's in various kinds of stocks or mutual funds and so on. And so they haven't been taking up that so-called room in RRSPs. So I did want to make a comment on that to begin with, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader is rising up.
Thank you, and I apologize my colleague for interrupting. It's not a point of order on her presentation, but just to correct the record, Mr. Speaker, going back to routine proceedings and questions on the order paper, questions 403, 404 were included in my submission, as well as 402 and 405.
Thank the Honourable Member for that clarification. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll continue with my remarks on C-25. I do want to make it clear, Mr. Speaker, that this so-called pooled registered pension plan actually does not guarantee an actual pension. So let's be very clear about that. There's also no guarantees of how much your money would be left when you retire if you had been able to afford to put money into such a plan. And I think as we read through the legislation, it becomes very clear that the risks of such a plan are borne entirely by the individual who's making the contribution, as well as the employer if they decided to make a contribution. We should also be aware that this so-called pension plan that has, quote, accessibility will be managed by for-profit financial institutions like banks, insurance companies and trust companies. There'll be no caps on administration fees or costs. And so I think we have to be very clear that this so-called plan, which is no plan at all from the Conservative government, is basically pushing people into the marketplace and saying, well, if you can afford it, go fend for yourself. That's the basis of their plan here today, Mr. Speaker. We should be very clear that this proposal does not require matching contributions from employers, and what it is really doing is encouraging hardworking Canadians to basically gamble on failing stock markets. Now, I find it really quite incredible that on a basis of public policy, we would have a government who comes forward with this proposal and says, well, this is our answer to the severe pension problems that we have. We're going to just shuffle everybody off and say, well, go in the marketplace and see if it will fix it for you. Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that that's clearly not the case. And for anybody who watched their RSPs plummet over the past year or so, they know how risky it is to have your savings tied to the stock market and how risky that is for your retirement. Now, Mr. Speaker, I also want to illuminate on the bigger picture, and that is, we heard the Prime Minister in Davos, Switzerland, just last Thursday, and we heard his speech about what he mentioned several times, a fix for for a generation. Well, I would say it's more like a rip-off for generations to come. And of course, one of the cores of that speech was his musings about how they're going to now tackle something that's very basic to Canadians, and that's our old age security system. And I find it quite reprehensible that we have a government that has very clear choices that it could make about economic performance, about where how tax revenue is collected and where tax revenue goes. And yet we have a government that's made a very clear choice and, in fact, had the gall to announce those choices in Switzerland to a bunch of billionaires. They didn't even have the guts to be in Canada to roll out what their plan was. They didn't have the guts to say it in the election. And so here we have a government, we learn from the Davos speech, the fix it for in a generation speech, that the government now plans to take aim at the old age security system and our pension system. And of course, I think the opening shot is the proposal that we have here today. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that by contrast, the NDP has done an enormous amount of work on studying, researching, and analysing what does need to be done to ensure pension security for Canadians who are already in retirement or Canadians who are planning to retire and approaching that age. And I want to pay tribute and to thank the member from Hamilton East Stony Creek for the amazing work that he's done in bringing this issue forward. He has very doggedly, time after time, whether it's in question period, whether it's in bills that he's proposed for the NDP and brought forward in the House, whether it's the forums that he's held across the country in speaking with seniors organizations, he has made it very clear on our behalf, and something that we all support, that the NDP has brought forward a very comprehensive plan for retirement income security. We wouldn't leave people out in the cold. We wouldn't leave people to the vagaries of the marketplace. We wouldn't say to people, well, you know, you might have to get a bit older, several years older, before you can collect your old age security. Our plan is based on income retirement security that is fair, that is equitable, and most importantly, is affordable. And as the member outlined earlier this morning, is a plan that would increase the plan that works in this country, and that's the Canada pension plan and the Quebec pension plan, and we would increase that to a maximum of $1,920 a month. And we would ensure that it actually is sustainable, and we would ensure that Canadians are then actually getting a fair and decent pension retirement. We would also, Mr. Speaker, amend the bankruptcy legislation to make sure that pensioners and long-term disability recipients are at the front of the line, not the end of the line, of creditors when their employers enter court protection to declare bankruptcy. And how many cases have we heard in this House of seniors who have, over the years, worked really hard, paid into their pension plan, only to see it go up in smoke because of bankruptcy proceedings, and to find out that they were at the very bottom when it came to seeing some justice from the system such as it exists now. So we've put forward legislation to correct that situation. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we've made it very clear that we would increase the guaranteed income supplement, what's called the GIS, to a sufficient level, about $700 million a year, to lift every senior out of poverty in Canada immediately. And again, this is something that is affordable, it is realistic, and it's the right kind of public policy decision to make in this country at this time. So, Mr. Speaker, in debating this legislation today, I think we have to be very clear that we have a Conservative government that likes to make announcements in front of its billionaire elite supporters in Davos, Switzerland. They like to put forward proposals that is driving people into a marketplace situation and saying, well, go out there and fend for yourself. And, you know, if your savings get wrapped up in some kind of volatile market and you lose it all, well, that's not our problem. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that's not our approach. We don't want to see income inequality grow in this country. What was announced at Davos was nothing more than a further sap to huge corporate interests, such as we've seen with the corporate tax cuts. And I think we have to be very clear for Canadians that there is an alternative, that we don't have to be driven by this kind of agenda. And I hope that this bill today, C-25, is the beginning of a massive campaign to show that Canadians will not allow their pension system to be tampered with. You know, other prime ministers have tried to do this. Other Liberal Conservative prime ministers tried to get in there and say, oh, well, we're going to make changes. And they heard the wrath of Canadian seniors who are a very organized group. So I hope today that, that this bill will be the first opportunity to mount a campaign as to what we see as an attack on public services, on our public pension system, on seniors, on the most vulnerable in our society. We have to say no to this idea that it's just about the marketplace, and we have to say yes to sound public policy decisions that are fair and equitable and affordable, and that's what the NDP has put forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Athabasca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering, the member easily criticizes the government in relation to what our proposed plan is or what she expects it to be, but I'm curious as to what their plan would be. Now, we've seen the NDP continuously suggest spending and spending and more spending, billions upon billions of dollars, and I'm wondering, first of all, where that money is going to come from, because sooner or later it has to come from somewhere and somebody has to pay the bill, and what her suggestion would be relating to the large demographic we are having. Mr. Speaker, it looks like that by 2030 there will be 3 times the expense, yearly expense, for these programs, and what is her party coming forward with proposals for in this regard? Spending more money? Well, sooner or later somebody has to pay for it, Mr. Speaker, and I'm wondering who's going to pay for that.
Carbon taxes. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd actually be very happy to answer that question because it gives me an opportunity to bring forward very solid information about how the NDP has proposed that we pay for something like raising the GIS. Let's begin with January 1, 2012. This year alone, we'll see a corporate tax cut of $3 billion. We're now, I forget what the number is, we're over $60 billion, I think, since 2004 of corporate tax cuts. So the loss of public revenue that they have perpetuated and brought forward is driving their agenda for saying, well, now we've got to have cuts. We know that it is about looking at the pie overall and looking where your revenue comes from and where your expenditure goes. So, Mr. Speaker, all of the proposals that the NDP has made for pension reform that would produce better equitability and access and fairness is based on an affordability and an ability to pay. So let's say right at the start that our tax system should be based on ability to pay. It should be progressive. And this idea that you can just shave off the top and say, well, you guys, the bigger you are, the less you have to pay. That is wrong, and that's what's robbing our system and driving these cuts. And we have to stand up to that, I think, as Canadians will, and to say that that's completely unacceptable.
Questions and comments? L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Marde. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable, my colleague, the member for Vancouver East. I also know of her social democratic beliefs, and she really gave a speech that describes very well the contempt with regard to what we're facing here. I'd like her to talk a little bit more about the current situation for women, in particular women who have reached the golden age, if you will, and the current situation facing women at the present time here.
Member for Vancouver East.
Well, I thank my colleague for her comments, and there's no question that women face a disproportionate share of living below the poverty line. Many women have worked in this country, but they haven't necessarily contributed to the Canada Pension Plan. So the whole issue of unpaid work or wages is something that's very, very big, and there's a huge gender difference in terms of income equality in this country. So again, when we have a proposal from the government that's just really pie in the sky in terms of saying to people, well, go out and have a ball, invest all this money in stocks and your own plan. I mean, it's completely missing the point. of the tens of thousands of women in this country who actually survive based on old age security and the guaranteed income supplement, and maybe if they made contributions to the Canada Pension Plan. So the idea that there's any kind of gender analysis of this legislation, I mean, even the previous Liberal government supposedly said that there should be gender analysis of legislation, although they really didn't seem to live up to that. But now that kind of thing's gone completely by the boards. But I mean, it really requires that kind of examination, because I think it would then show that seniors who are women are having a much more difficult time. And it brings me back to the point, Mr. Speaker, that it's just so reprehensible that we have a Prime Minister at this conference in Switzerland who's musing about this big agenda he's got that I think most people find incredibly scary. And I think our job here is to make sure he doesn't get away with it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured today to add my voice in support of today's debate on pensions and retirement income security. I must say that I've been a small business owner in Canada for 20 years, and I've also worked for larger corporations, so I think I should have some knowledge of retirement and what it means. Contrary to what the honourable members of the NDP may choose to believe, our government continues to work with all stakeholders to improve the security of retirement benefits in Canada. Promoting the retirement income security of Canadians is an important goal of the Government of Canada. We will continue to ensure that our policies, programs, and services meet the evolving needs of Canada's workforce and retirees. We recognize the contribution seniors have made and continue to make to our nation. In the wake of economic shocks from beyond our borders, Canadians are concerned about the long-term viability of their pension plans. We are listening to their views on how we can leverage Canada's financial sector and advantage to strengthen the security of pension plans, benefits, and ensure the framework is balanced and appropriate. And we are working towards a permanent, long-term solution to protect the pensions of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, in our effort towards greater retirement security for Canadians, our government is building on the inroads already made to strengthen the framework by federally regulated private pension plans. In 2009, we consulted Canadians from coast to coast on these earlier initiatives and subsequently introduced a number of significant changes based on the advice of individual Canadians. Our action included ensuring that an employee's fully funded benefits of their pension plan is terminated. Since taking office in 2006, our government has also introduced several important improvements to the tax rules for registered pension plans, that is RPPs, and registered retirement saving plans, also known as RRSPs. For example, the age limit for converting RPPs and RRSPs savings into a retirement income vehicle was increased to 71 from 69. Changes were introduced to allow more flexible phased retirement arrangements under a defined benefit RPP, and the surplus threshold above which employers' contribution to a defined benefit RPP must be suspended was increased to 25% from 10%. Now, let's talk about the pool registered pension plan. These private pension plans already benefit from Canada's having one of the soundest financial sectors in the world, and with Bill C-25, our government is harnessing this advantage and further strengthening Canada's retirement income system. Similar to my colleagues on this side of the House who have already spoken on this subject, let me say that Pool Registered Pension Plan, or PRPPs, will mark a significant step forward in advancing our retirement income agenda and will be a vital improvement to Canada's retirement income system. The emergence of the PRPP is the culmination of a journey that began in December 2010, when Canada's Finance Minister agreed on a framework for the introduction of PRPPs. This collective approach was taken because PRPPs was considered the most effective and appropriate way to target those modest and middle-income individuals who may not be saving enough for retirement. In particular, those who currently do not have access to an employer-sponsored RPP, registered pension plan. There are a number of factors that contribute to this decision by the finance ministers, including declining participation in employer-sponsored RPPs, the proportion of working Canadians with such plans have declined from 41% in 1991 to 34% in 2007. Some Canadians may also be failing to take full advantage of the discretionary savings opportunities offered to them through individual structures like the RRSP, and participation in RRSPs reached a peak of 45% of the labour force in 1997, before leveling off to 39% in 2008. And while aggregate RPP, RRSP participation rates for middle and higher income earners are quite high, research nevertheless indicate that a portion of Canadians may not be saving enough. PRPPs will address this gap in the retirement income system by providing a new, accessible, large-scale, and low-cost defined contribution pension option to employees, employers, and the self-employed. They will allow individuals who currently may not participate in an employer-sponsored pension plan, such as the self-employed and the employees of companies that do not offer a pension plan, to make use of this new option. This is especially important for millions of small business owners and their employees who will now have access to a large-scale, low-cost pension plan for the very first time, with professional administrators working to ensure that funds are invested in the best interests of the members. Since these plans will involve large pool funds, plan members will benefit from the lower investment management costs associated with the scale of these funds. Essentially, they will buy in bulk. This sentiment is echoed by Dan Kelly, the Senior Vice President of Legislative Affairs for the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, who believes PRPPs will help to deliver the promise of a lower-cost alternative for small business owners, and that the pool feature shall allow lower costs than traditional pensions, as there will be a much larger group in the pension vehicle than in traditional arrangements. Similarly, the President of the Canadian Bankers Association, Terry Campbell, agrees that PRPPs will make it possible for small and medium-sized businesses to offer to their employees registered pension plans that will be simple to administer. As well, PRPPs will allow self-employed individuals to participate in private sector pension plans for the first time. The design of these plans will be straightforward. They are intended to be largely harmonized from province to province, which will also facilitate lower administration costs and portability. These features will remove barriers that might have kept some employers in the past from offering pension plans to their employees, and that prevent employees and self-employed individuals from participating in large-scale pension plans. Now, moving forward, Mr. Speaker, we all understand that Canadians want their government to work together to deliver results for them, and the PRPP is a prime example of what we can accomplish for Canadians when we do. The bill before us today, the PRPP Act, represents the federal portions of the PRPP framework and is a major step forward in implementing PRPP. In addition, the tax rules for PRPPs have been developed by the Government of Canada and was released in draft for comment on December 14, 2011. The tax rules for PRPP will apply to both federally and provincially regulated PRPPs. Once a province puts these in place, their PRPP legislation, the legislative and regulatory framework for PRPPs will be operational, thereby allowing PRPP administrators to develop and offer plans to Canadians and their employers. As Frank Stredlove, the president of the Canadian Life and Health Insurance Association, stated, the PRPP is a great opportunity to make a fundamental difference in the landscape of pensions in Canada, and we hope this legislation reflects our opportunity. Once implemented, PRPP will be a key element of the third pillar of Canada's retirement income system, which provides tax-assisted vehicle to help and encourage Canadians to accumulate private savings for their retirement. PRPPs will complement and operate alongside RRSPs and employer-sponsored RPPs. And as I noted at the onset, we have already taken significant action to strengthen the existing elements of this pillar, like RPPs and RRSPs. RPPs are sponsored by employers on a voluntary basis and can be either defined contribution or defined benefits, with employers and often employees responsible for making contributions. RRSPs are voluntary, individual, defined contribution saving plans. Employers may provide a group RRSP for employees and may remit a share of contribution on behalf of their employees. Contribution to RPPs and RRSPs are deductible for income tax purposes, and investment income earned in these plans is not subject to income tax. Pension payments and withdrawals are included in income and tax at regular rates. The cost of tax assistance provided on retirement savings is currently estimated at approximately $25 billion per year in foregone revenue for the federal government and about one-half that amount in foregone provincial revenue. Of course, tax-assisted private saving works hand-in-hand with the other pillars of Canada's retirement income support systems. That includes OA Security, OAS, and Guaranteed Income Supplements, the GIS program, which provides a basic minimum income guarantee for seniors, and also the Canada Pension Plan, the CPP, and the Quebec Pension Plan. These plans are mandatory public targeted benefit pension plans that provide a basic level of earning replacement for all Canadian workers. We have a solid, inclusive system, but our government is continually looking for ways to improve it. Mr. Speaker, the road ahead will likely include more discussion between Canadians and government at all levels. As these issues are complex, we cannot force a decision without understanding the long-term implication for both Canadians and the Canadian economy. We need to get this right, and so far, I am firmly believe we have. Over the past 2 years, our government's commitment to a stronger system has taken my colleague, the Minister of State for Finance, to communities across the country, consulting with Canadians, engaging and challenging the opposition parties in constructive dialogue, discussing key considerations with business and labor groups, receiving valuable input from some of the most respected experts in the retirement income field. The passage of this legislation under debate today means we will have made real progress as a result of these efforts. And it's not just the Government of Canada that understands this. BC Finance Minister Kevin Falcon recently stated, the province supports initiatives where people currently without occupational pension plans are likely to take advantage of a lower cost option. Working together, I am confident we can get these important new retirement vehicles up and running for Canadians in a timely manner. We have the support. According to Tom Reed, Senior Vice President of Group Retirement Services at Sun Life Financial, today's PRPP legislation is an important, much-needed, and well-targeted reform to Canada's retirement system. It reflects an equitable balance of responsibility among individuals, employers, and the government. That is the key to the success and sustainability of our world-class pension system. In addition, the Canadian Taxpayers Foundation, Federal and Ontario Director Gregory Thomas called the PRPP legislation good for Canadians planning for retirement and for taxpayers. Canadians will be able to save money for retirement with this new pension plan. People saving for retirement will enjoy lower costs and more flexibility throughout their working lives. Mr. Speaker, through the cross-country consultation, Canadians made it clear that this is an issue too important to get wrong. While our government is determined to make it even better, I should stress that Canada's retirement income system has already been recognized around the world by experts like the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, as a model that succeeds in reducing poverty among Canadian seniors and in providing high levels of replacement income for retired workers. While the OECD has reported that the Canadian poverty rate in the mid-2000s among seniors was at 4.4%, one of the lowest in the OECD compared to an OECD average of 13.3%, the poverty rate is defined as 50% of the median income in our country. The average income of those Canadians aged 65 years or over is about 90% of the average income of all Canadians, which is the third highest of selected OECD countries. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Canada's seniors have worked hard to build a better country for the future generation, and today's workers should be given every chance to follow in their footsteps. Our record shows that our government is committed to the financial well-being of Canadian seniors, as well as those many Canadians who are currently still working to realize their retirement dreams. Both deserve not only our respect, but also our support to allow them to enjoy their later years after a lifetime of contributing to our society. Mr. Speaker, the PRPP is the latest in a range of government measures that provide them with just the support they need. I would therefore encourage all members of the House to vote in favor of this bill and join the government in building an even stronger retirement income system for the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the honourable member across the way. We see a lot of half measures that taken by this government, and that's been from the outset in September and even back to the month of June. So I have a lot of self-employed workers in my riding, and they were excited about this bill at the outset. But now they've read it, and they are saying it's a savings plan. It's not a pension plan. It's really that. And every time we look at that kind of a program for students, it's the same thing. It's always a savings plan. So how does this government expect that people with modest incomes manage to put money aside? It's a half measure. That's all this is.
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, there are no half measures. A pension plan is a pension plan. What it does is that it provides an option for the employee to contribute into a plan that will grow in the absence of taxes on the capital gain or the income. And therefore, what it essentially is that it's a deferment of income on the savings. And there is an array of things. And I think what this government is doing is providing the employee a choice. I mean, there is the CPP, there is the RRSP, and those who are lucky enough to be in employment of a company that provides a registered pension plan will have that too. But keep in mind that some of those plans are not portable, with the exception of the RRSP, which is a self-funded plan. Now, with this pool pension plan, it is portable, it is universal, and it is an additional vehicle for the employee to have the choice.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have found out over the last number of days, because we within the Liberal Party look at retirement as an issue that has many different facets to it, and one of the biggest and most important issues to Canadians is in fact things like our pension guaranteed annual supplements and so forth. And with the Prime Minister's recent discussions about increasing the age from 65 to 67, to putting in freezes, to the possibility of having cutbacks. These are the types of discussions that are taking place today throughout Canada as seniors try to get an understanding in terms of what is this conservative hidden agenda in regards to the whole government pension program. And I'm wondering if the member would be able to provide some very clear, concise commitments that would assure Canadians from coast to coast that those pensions and the amounts and the years in which people are eligible to receive pension, i.e. 65, will continue under this government. Is he prepared to give that commitment?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from the Liberal Party for its comments. I believe that we're still in a period of consultation on this, and certainly a pension plan alone for retirement, a senior has to rely on an array of things, and the OAS and the GIS and the CPP are government-funded or government's programs that we have inherited. What we're trying to do is trying to provide a larger a better array of savings plan, including the tax-free savings plan, plus the new pool pension plan, to allow them a greater option to save for their future. I mean, an individual can probably one of the best pension plans that they have is the investment in their own principal residence, and but that is only one aspect of it. I think Canadians are pretty financial savvy and financial literate to have those, and it would be a bonus to them to have those options to choose how they wish to retire.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary has established himself already as a well-known member of Parliament who's gone across the country and even been working internationally. But many of us, including me, knew him well before in his role as a very prominent business person, both in Canada and abroad. I'm wondering if he can put on that business person's hat for a second and give us some sort of sound commercial analysis on why this approach makes sense for Canadians.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Vancouver for his comments and his accolades. Yes, I have done business both in Canada and internationally, and what I must say is that if you look at the employer's standpoint, in order to provide the income, the working income for staff, and in order to expand his market, in order to make sure that his business is a going concern, there need to be a number of factors that contribute to this. One of this is a stable political environment. The other one is a low tax cost regime. And the third one is the ability to have access to capital. And then from that base, he then goes and builds his business. And let me say that people and talent employees are key to any corporation. I mean, money is easy to borrow, but, employers do not necessarily always exploit they never exploit their employees, as far as certainly in my 5 or 7 companies that I've built. And so it is key to us that we need to ensure that we retain those employees. And by retaining those employees is to offer them the employment security that they need to work for a long time in our corporation. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to come back to an aspect that my colleague raised when he spoke about shared responsibilities between employers, employees, and the government, and the viability of that system of the PRPP that the Conservatives are proposing, which we find completely disconnected from reality for several reasons. The first being that the risks would be completely assumed by the employees because we're proposing a system that varies according to the investments and the market. So we're hoping that the investments made will bear fruit, but we know very well on the other side, as the other side does, that Australia set up the same kind of regime, and 12 years later the verdict is that this has been completely ineffective because there were too much was paid out in management fees, and inflation was almost as high as the revenues.
So we need to talk about the amounts at the end, but this responsibility lies with the government and to the employers vis-a-vis the employees. So I'd like to hear the comments about that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the member for his question, or her question. What the government is now providing is 3 pillars of a retirement system for employees and those who are approaching retirement. Number 1, there's the government portion, which is traditional CPP, QPP, and the OAS and the GIS. That is the government portion. And then there is the individual portion, which is the RRSP and those who belong to a larger corporation. There's only about 30 or 40% of Canada's population that have those plans. That's the RPP. What we're providing is also another portion for those who are in small to medium-sized business, who traditionally cannot go to a financial institution and say, I want to put a plan, because we only have 3 to 5 employees. So, for example, if you're privately practicing a lawyer, accountant, doctor, plumber, even a restaurant owner, you do not have the ability to approach and entice those financial institutions to set up a registered pension plan for you. So therefore, this pool pension plan, it is the it is in a way regulated because the investment aspect is regulated to prevent these, the failures of the market of too overzealous managers. But at the same time, I think that our costs will be pooled in such a way that we can manage it at a reasonable cost. Now, most of these pension plan costs run somewhere around 1% to 2%, and that's the and I think that's a very reasonable cost.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important when we're addressing C-25 that we set it in some context of what is being attempted here by the government and what is needed with regards to pension reform in this country. And in terms of the historical context, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to do that, but it's also important to do it in a relativity context as well to other jurisdictions, other nations. And in that regard, Mr. Speaker, it's important to understand historically where we've come over the last 50, 60 years, really, with regards to government pensions or government partially contributed to pensions. And, Mr. Speaker, we've established a regime in that regard. When you go back and study some of the reports that were issued, some of the minutes of meetings during that period of time when the CPP was being established, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, before I go any further, I'm sure this is why my colleague is coming up behind me. I would ask the indulgence of the House to split my time with the member from Hamilton Mountain. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, when you go back and look at it, it was quite clear at that time that sort of a contract was entered into, an understanding was entered into, that the CPP at that time, and of course the QPP which came after, would provide roughly 25% to 30% of what was needed for a retirement in dignity, and that the rest would be provided by the private sector. At age 65, of course, the old age would kick in, and that would also help set off the balance. So that's where we came from. If you study it, again, historically, right up to the present time, the one mechanism that was there, other than private pension plans, was the RSP. It's been a substantial failure in providing that level of security because of its lack of ability to attract enough funds and the inability of most Canadians to be able to contribute significantly enough to the RSP in order to be able to, again, retire in dignity, that combined with the CPP and the old age. That left the pension plans. And, Mr. Speaker, as we've heard, I'm sure, repeatedly this afternoon, and I'm sure as this debate goes on, you'll hear a number of other times, there are just too many Canadians who do not have access to private pension plans. So we're at a stage in our history where we need major reform. And if you set that in particular, Mr. Speaker, by comparison, our relationship in terms of our status in this area with other countries, just go across the border into the United States. Their Social Security provides roughly, in Canadian dollars, roughly $30,000 a year. Our CPP, if you get the full amount and you get the full OAS, provides maybe $18,000, $19,000. So that's the context in which we're functioning. And again, vast majority of Canadians not covered by private pension plans, no ability to make that up, have to rely on RSP. So what does the government do? Rather than looking at, and I'll come back to this in a moment, other alternatives, what they do is they say, well, we'll continue with this mostly failed plan of RSPs, but turn it into a pooled RSP. And Mr. Speaker, and this isn't just us talking. I mean, even conservative think tanks like the Fraser Institute have basically said this isn't going to work. The reason it won't work is you can go down a list. Let's start with contributions. Pretend, Mr. Speaker, as I have by talking to, I should say, Mr. Speaker, I've had a committee
functioning in my riding for about 3 years. It'll be 3 years in May they've been functioning, looking at the need for pension reforms. Some come from unions, some come from the private sector. But they've been doing an analysis of what is needed by way of reform. And they've looked at this and they've said, this is not going to move any significant additional dollars or people into that category of being able to retire with dignity in terms of your economic status, economic ability to pay your basic costs of living. And the reason for that, again, Mr. Speaker, is people, if they have the ability to contribute now, are contributing to the RSP. 31% contribute, somewhere between, depending on really the economic conditions in the country at the time, contribute somewhere between 3 and 7% of that 31% contribute the full amount. You know, the doctor, the lawyer, doing well financially will contribute the full amount. Even most of them don't, you know, within the professions. So the question, it begs the question, why, if they are not able to do that with their own RSPs, which they control, why would they put it into this pooled one, where they're going to have to pay very, very substantial fees? This bill does nothing, and I repeat, does absolutely nothing to control the amount that the people accepting this money, whether anywhere in the financial sector, how much they can charge in fees. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's important at this point to juxtapose the reality of what we've seen in a number of these types of investments, stock market, bonds, whatever, where you have a financial advisor controlling those funds for you. We see that the ratios of the fees are 5 to 6 times what are the fees and the administration costs that we have for the Canada Pension Plan. That's the reality in Canada today, 5 to 6 times. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, this one is so unattractive that the cost will probably be even higher because it is so unattractive for a major financial agency, a bank, an insurance company to get into this market. The administrative costs are going to be extremely high because of the low participation rate. So we're going to see these huge fees, and this bill does nothing to address that issue. The other point that you look at, and again, when you're that small investor with maybe some ability to put money aside in an RSP, again begs the question, why would you do that after what we just saw happen in 2008? And you can go back into the high-tech bubble in the late 1990s and any number of times that I've watched this happen. Why would you trust your money going into this pool where there's very, very few regulations on it when we see what happened, you know, with the housing bubble bursting in the U.S. and all of what we found out as to how funds were handled in that regard? Why would you even consider, if you got these funds, putting it into a pooled RSP as opposed to you maintaining control over it and you deciding how best this money could work for you? So for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, it is simply not going to be of any use whatsoever. What this is all about, what C-25 is all about, is about a smokescreen. This government wants to say to the Canadian people, try and convince the Canadian people that that reform that we so badly need in our pension system, all of our pension system, whatever source there is of that, all of it is being handled by this one issue. And it's not, Mr. Speaker. It's not at all. And it's not going to work. But let's look at those alternatives for a minute. Mr. Speaker, the expansion of the CPP is clearly one of the routes to go. I heard my colleague from the Conservatives, the last speaker, up talking about the stability of the CPP and its ability to deliver, but that it's not available for the private sector, the small merchant, the rest of it. Mr. Speaker, that's one of the reforms that's necessary. We could do that. There are very clear proposals that have come from a number of groups over the last 2-3 years of how to reform the CPP to attract those people, to give them access to the CPP. It's an expansion of it. The administrators have said it's possible to be done. That's only one example of what could be done. I see my time is just about up. Mr. Speaker, there are other reforms that need to be made, both with regards to CPP, for instance, a priority under the bankruptcy legislation that needs to be given to pension funds. The OAS needs to be, quite frankly, increased, as opposed to what we're hearing is that they're going to take away benefits by increasing the age. And, Mr. Speaker, the GIS needs to be addressed as well. So, Mr. Speaker, there's plans out there that are obviously better than what this is. This is, again, a smokescreen, one that this bill should be defeated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to questions, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sudbury Consumer Protection, l'Honourable Député de Châteauguay.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Windsor West on Canada-U.S. relations. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kildonan-St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member from Windsor-Tecumseh on his speech and the concerns he raises, but I have a lot of respect, Mr. Speaker, for the member opposite, because I think he's an extremely intelligent person in many respects, but you know, there's some considerations that I would ask the member to take a very close look at. In this country now, we are going to have more senior citizens than we have young people within approximately 3 years. That's what the demographics are showing. So the number of Canadians over the age of 65, Mr. Speaker, will increase from 4.7 million to 9.3 million over the next 20 years. Now, in listening to the parliamentary secretary and the speakers who've got up on this side of the House, let's be clear. There will be no changes to the benefits seniors currently receive, and any changes that are made will have substantial notice and adjustment period. Now, as I listen to the member's speech, we have, with the aging demographic, we also have, you know, less workers working toward those taxes. Now, isn't it quite important, Mr. Speaker, and I ask my member, isn't it quite important to ensure that OAS continues, but to look at the whole program to ensure that we have these very important programs sustained here in Canada, not for 5, 10, or 15 years, but for the next 60 years?
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in terms of this whole argument about, and thank you for member from Kildonan for her question, because it gives me the opportunity to raise the issue of the sustainability of the OAS. Nothing's changed with regards to the sustainability of the OAS from where it first started to where it is now. This has always been carried by current funds. It's always been that way. We've never had a reserve fund for the OAS, never in the history of the OAS. So nothing's changed. What has changed with regards to the revenues that are coming in is this government has consistently said we're going to give preference in the economy to certain groups. And so we're going to give large corporations these major tax breaks. And we're taking that huge amount of money, billions and billions of dollars. We're up to over $100 billion we've taken out so far, and it's going to almost double before those tax breaks are finished. And so, Mr. Speaker, if you take that out of the accounting column, on one side your expenses are continuing, the OAS expenses are continuing, you're lowering your revenues on the other side. That's where the sustainability problems come. But it's got nothing to do with OAS. It's got everything to do with policy decisions by this government with regards to tax breaks for the big corporations.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member could provide me some information in terms of the NDP's policy. Whether it's the OAS or the GICs or CPP, all of these are wonderful government pension programs. We understand in terms of where the Conservatives are coming from on this, which creates a great deal of concern, not only for Liberals, I suspect also for the New Democrats and the vast majority of Canadians. Having said that, where I'm a bit confused is in terms of to what degree do the NDP as a political entity believe that an individual should be encouraged or government should be providing any sort of incentive for individuals to participate in pension programs that go beyond those government programs, which in good part were formed from Liberal governments from the past.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Well, actually, Mr. Speaker, most of the pension system that we have in this country came out of the CCF and the NDP proposals over the last about 80 years when we first started, and we were eventually picked up by other political parties and implemented. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the basic question, what he's asking is, should people plan for their retirement? Should they contribute to their retirement? Well, obviously, the answer to that from any side of this House is we're all going to agree is yes. We all should be doing that. The question is, for those who are more vulnerable, I think of those with disabilities, limited incomes, maybe a series of times when they were unemployed, there obviously has to be a plan in place for government to be playing a role there to assist them. So again, they can, because they've contributed to this society throughout that period of time, they can retire in dignity. It's always a question of the details and to what degree. How much should government be doing? How much should the private sector be doing? How much should the individual be doing? This plan, C-25, does not address that in any realistically plausible way of being successful.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to get a chance to rise in the House today to debate one of the most important issues of our times, pensions. It's just unfortunate that the Prime Minister and I fundamentally disagree about what those pensions ought to look like. In fact, judging by recent polls of seniors, there aren't many Canadians who believe that the Prime Minister is on the right track when it comes to income security of Canadian retirees. No wonder he waited until he was on the other side of the Atlantic to announce in Davos, Switzerland, of all places, that he would be cutting big chunks out of Canada's old age security system. So much for accountability to Canadians. But thankfully, Canadian pensioners are much more savvy than the Prime Minister gives them credit for. They aren't frail and disengaged. On the contrary, when it comes to their income security, they're ready to fight for what is right. After all, they've worked hard all their lives, they've played by the rules, but now, everywhere they turn, every bill they open, they're paying more and getting less. It is a well-known fact that increases in the cost of living hit seniors disproportionately harder than any other segment of the population. When StatsCan determines the annual cost of living upon which adjustments are based, its basket of goods includes electronics like iPods, plasma TVs, and computers, all goods which are coming down in price and reducing the cost of living figures. But those are also goods which seniors aren't buying. The items they're spending money on are essentials like heat, hydro, food, and shelter, all of which are outpacing their incomes. It's no wonder that the vast majority of Canadians are deeply worried about not having enough money to live on after retirement. They are worried about the solvency of their private pensions and the adequacy of both CPP and public income supports. So let's talk about each of those for a bit. Record job losses, the decline of entire industries, and the collapse of large employers are throwing hundreds of thousands of hardworking Canadians out of work. And far too many bankrupt employers are leaving underfunded pension plans in their wake. Through no fault of their own, workers are now finding that despite their years of making pension contributions, they can no longer count on a secure workplace pension. But workplace pensions are just part of the problem, because only 1/3 of Canadian workers have a workplace pension. Similarly, only 1/3 of Canadians contribute to an RRSP, and those who do just watched billions in precious savings vaporize in the stock market crash of this last recession. The current system is leaving too many people without the retirement savings they need. There's too much at risk and not enough security. Let's face it, for more than a generation, wages have failed to keep pace with the cost of living, and most Canadians haven't been able to save what they need. So the urgent question before us today is, what is the best way to help today's workers save enough money for tomorrow? The answer to that is clearly not to be found in the Prime Minister's speech in Davos. In the past, Canadians came together during crises to create solutions, to minimize risk by sharing it. That's what we did when we created public health care. And yes, that's what we did when we created public pensions. But not under this Prime Minister. Instead of looking to opportunities to strengthen our pension system, he said that the demographic pressures from our aging population, quote, constitute a threat to the social programs and services that Canadians cherish, End of quote. And instead of securing our pension system to ensure sustainable prosperity for seniors, he announced that he would limit spending on pension programs. While no one is quite clear on what exactly he meant, there's a widespread belief that the Conservatives will raise the minimum age, now 65, to 75, at which people become eligible for full old age security payments. I'm sorry, I meant to say 67. I'm sorry, 65 to 67. Now, what is clear from the same speech, however, is that we can afford to make sure Canadian seniors live in the dignity to which they are entitled. As the Prime Minister correctly pointed out in Switzerland, Canada is no Greece. Government debt levels as a percentage of gross domestic product are low. The federal deficit is being reduced ahead of schedule. There is no fiscal crisis in this country. Funding OAS takes the equivalent of 2.4% of the GDP. It's among the lowest among OECD countries. Italy, by contrast, spends 14% of GDP on public pensions. True, by 2031, as the wave of baby boomers reaches retirement age peaks, the OAS's share of GDP will increase to 3.14%, an increase of 0.73% of GDP from today's level. But, as UBC economics professor Kevin Milligan points out, an increase of 0.73% cannot be ignored, but neither is it disastrous. And when the baby boomer bulge starts to recede, as it will from about 2020 on, spending on the elderly will start to decelerate on its own. Clearly, this attack on the OAS is nothing more than an ideological assault on public pensions. So what do we get instead? Pooled registered pension plans, the enabling legislation for which is before us in this House today. Ostensibly designed to address the fact that modest and middle-income households are at risk of undersaving for retirement, the Conservatives want to work with the provinces to create an option of pooled workplace pensions administered by financial institutions. In other words, the Conservatives are encouraging families to gamble even more of their retirement savings on failing stock markets. It is a voluntary, defined contribution plan that is run by wealthy financial institutions investing in tumbling markets. That uncertainty and volatility leaves families without any guarantees that their savings will be there for them when they retire. As one critic of the bill so aptly put it, we must conclude that this is an agreement to do nothing, except perhaps a handout to the financial services industry at the expense of the average Canadian. Let's face it, we don't need to reinvent the wheel when it comes to pension security. We don't need Bill C-25. The best way to help today's workers save enough money for tomorrow is through an improved Canada pension plan. Over the next several years, we must lay the foundation to double CPP benefits for the future. The CPP has been proven time and again to be safe, secure and efficient retirement savings plan. As the Prime Minister himself noted, the CPP is, quote, fully funded and actuarially sound. It is portable from job to job and across provinces, it keeps up with inflation, and 93% of Canadians are already members. Because the CPP operates independently from government, there is no cost to taxpayers. In fact, there is the potential for governments to save money over time. Higher and more secure pension savings mean seniors will be less likely to rely on income supports like the Guaranteed Income Supplement or provincial and local social supports for medicine, housing and food. The cost to workers and employers is manageable. Over 7 years, CPP premiums would only have to rise by 0.4% each year of pensionable earnings. We all need to save more for retirement, and putting that little bit extra into the CPP makes more sense than investing in risky RRSPs, pooled or otherwise. It's safer, easier, in fact it's effortless, and it earns more. Mr. Speaker, it's time for the government to come clean. The Conservatives found $9 billion for prisons. They found $30 billion for fighter jets. They found $6 billion for more corporate tax cuts. But they say they cannot find the money to protect the pensions of Canadian seniors. Clearly, this isn't about money. It's about choices. And I choose to invest in people. I choose to stand up for Canadian seniors and for retirements with dignity and respect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you. And I would agree, Mr. Speaker, that this is about protecting seniors. This is about dignity and respect. Because clearly, our side of the House has made it quite clear there will be no changes to the benefits that seniors currently receive. And any changes that will be made will be very substantial notice and the adjustment period in a way that doesn't reflect retirees or those close to retirement. In actual fact, our government has shown a great deal of responsibility into projecting into the future. And to do that, you have to ensure that these very special programs like CPP and OAS remain strong in our country. With the aging demographic and with the change in our demographic in the country, we have to make sure that seniors' needs are met. So what it's about is doing things in a balanced way that would ensure the future. I would ask the member opposite, in some of the comments in her speech today, how does she intend to have this balance being maintained in this country if we don't look at these pension plans and do the right thing?
Good question.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, the answer is fairly simple. The right thing to do is to invest in seniors instead of investing in mega prisons that we don't need, instead of investing in fighter jets that don't work. This is about choices. And the member says, you know, we're not going to impact people who are currently seniors. Oh, really? I don't think we've seen any of that before this House. We haven't received any guarantees, except what some of the members were saying this afternoon. We haven't seen any specifics. But even if that were true, people who are going to be impacted are the very workers who today are losing their jobs in plants from coast to coast to coast. Those workers are losing their workplace pensions because this government didn't do its due diligence with respect to the Investment Canada Act. Companies like Stelco, when they were bought out by U.S. Steel, those workers there are now worried about their pensions. Workers at Valley are worried about their pensions. I invite the member to go to London. Talk to folks who are working at Caterpillar. They are now worried about their pensions. If they can't count on their workplace pensions, now this government is saying to them, guess what? You can't count on your OAS either, because we may be taking that away from you as well. And if you do the math, Mr. Speaker, that's taking $12,000 away from those people who are counting on their public pensions to support them in their retirement. I don't know how the member can stand in this House and say that she supports retirements with dignity and respect when they're taking money away from hardworking Canadians and not allowing them to get the retirement that they've earned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable deputy.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two questions for my colleague. In response to her excellent speech, first, we heard from many people that this C-25 would be adapted to local realities and that things could be done differently than under the CPP, Canada Pension Plan. There are many programs at present that are voluntary programs, and there's a lot of motivation, financial, fiscal, and others, including RRSPs, the tax-free savings account, among other things. This could be done for all Canadians, but we know that there are only 30% of Canadians who contribute to RRSPs. So despite the tax advantages, there are 70% that don't contribute. For the TFSA, tax-free savings account, some 40% contribute. So very few Canadians earning less than $100,000 a year find a reason to contribute. So given that these voluntary programs and the regime set out in C-25, which is also voluntary, does the member think it will correct anything with regard to the current situation, the fact that many Canadians don't have a pension plan at work?
For Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the member for an excellent question. By its very definition, if you have a voluntary program, obviously it's not going to develop the same kind of sustainability, the same kind of pool of pension funds that an excellent plan like the CPP has developed over time. That's one of the reasons why we're supporting the CPP as the best alternative of a public pension system to support retiring workers. It's interesting. I mean, the member's absolutely right. We have the TFSA. We have RRSPs. There are already private savings, retirement savings vehicles in place. We don't need pooled pension plans on top of that. The reason there's only 30% take-up, Mr. Speaker, is that people don't have money to put into these investment vehicles. I mean, anybody in this House who's been following the news knows that we've been experiencing plant closure after plant closure. Decent paying jobs are lost in this country. They're replaced by minimum wage jobs. People on minimum wage don't have money to put into TFSAs, RRSPs, and they certainly don't care whether we're going to create a pooled retirement pension plan. They do not have the money to invest.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Chilliwack, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to speak in favour of Bill C-25, the Pooled Registered Pensions Plan Act, and I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound. Mr. Speaker, ensuring that hardworking Canadians can retire with dignity has been a top priority of this government since our election in 2006. I'm proud to say that we've taken a number of initiatives to help Canadian seniors. In 2009, we introduced a number of changes to the framework for federally regulated registered pension plans. Improvements included ensuring that an employer fully funds benefits if the pension plan is terminated and providing sponsors of defined benefit pension plans more funding flexibility. Also in 2009, Canada's governments completed their mandated triennial review of the CPP, which modernized the plan to better reflect how Canadians currently live, work, and retire. Mr. Speaker, our government is delivering for seniors. Just recently, the 2011 budget announced a new GIS top-up benefit for Canada's most vulnerable seniors. Seniors with little or no income are receiving additional annual benefits of up to $600 for single seniors and $840 for couples, benefiting 680,000 seniors across Canada. We introduced the tax-free savings account, a flexible, registered, general-purpose savings vehicle that allows Canadians to earn tax-free investment to more easily meet their lifetime saving needs, including retirement savings. Mr. Speaker, we also provided $2.3 billion in additional annual targeted tax relief to seniors and pensioners through measures such as pension income splitting, increases in the age credit amount, and a doubling of the maximum amount of income eligible for the pension income credit. There's much good news to report on the state of Canada's seniors. Among OECD countries, Canada has one of the lowest poverty rates among seniors, 4.4%, compared to the OECD average of 13.3%. The disposable income of Canadians over 65 is 90% of the average disposable income of other Canadians. The problem we have today is that 60% of Canadians don't have a workplace pension plan. Addressing this issue has taken my colleague, the Minister of State for Finance, to communities across this country, where he's been consulting with Canadians, meeting with our provincial and territorial counterparts, and discussing key considerations with small and medium-sized businesses. As a result of these consultations, Canada's finance ministers agreed on a framework for the introduction of an innovative new private sector retirement saving vehicle, the Pooled Registered Pension Plan, or PRPP. This marks a significant step forward in advancing our retirement income agenda. It is the result of careful consideration and deliberation with provinces and territories, key stakeholders and experts, and Canadians themselves. Mr. Speaker, allow me to be clear. The move to create pooled registered pension plans was unanimous among provinces and territories. The Finance Minister of my home province, British Columbia, the Honourable Kevin Falcon, said, quote, British Columbia is of the view that pooled registered pension plans could be part of reforms to make saving for retirement easier, more affordable, and more secure for Canadians. Quebec's Minister of Finance, the Honourable Raymond Bachand, said the Government of Quebec welcomes the federal government's decision to quickly make changes to tax legislation to accommodate PRPPs. This announcement will allow us to fulfill our commitment made in 2011-12 budget to put in place new voluntary retirement savings plans. Mr. Speaker, what the province of Quebec does not support is higher CPP contributions from employees, employers, and the self-employed, as some members of the opposition have advocated. In fact, the minimum two-thirds agreement among provinces to expand the CPP could not be reached because at a time of global economic uncertainty, such a plan would have put at risk thousands of jobs. Let me tell you who else supports our plan, Mr. Speaker, and that is small and medium-sized businesses. A Ledger marketing poll conducted for the Canadian Life and Health Insurance Association found a majority of 800 small and medium-sized companies polled were supportive of the PRPP. Frank Swedlove, president of the Canadian Life and Health Insurance Association, said, "These savvy employers know a good thing when they see it. Universal access will ensure that all Canadian workers have an opportunity to save at the workplace." Mr. Speaker, there are many benefits to our pooled registered pension plan. First, our straightforward plan is accessible. It is an administratively low-cost retirement option for employers to offer their employees. This will allow individuals who currently may not participate in a pension plan, such as the self-employed or employees of companies that do not offer a pension plan, to make use of this new type of pension plan. Second, there's flexibility for both employee and employer. Companies can choose whether or not to participate in the plan, and early indications are that many will. Mr. Speaker, employers can choose to match their employee contributions either fully or partially. Employees can also choose to opt out. At the time of retirement, employees will have the same options available to defined contribution pension plan members. These include the purchase of a life annuity, transfer to an RRSP, or registered retirement income fund. Employees will also have the option to receive payments similar to RIF benefits from the employee's PRPP account. Third, there is portability. Employees will be able to transfer their savings between PRPPs if they move from one job to another. Most workers will have several careers and work for a multiple number of employers. As they move from job to job, workers can continue to build for their retirement in confidence. Mr. Speaker, our plan will fill a gap on the voluntary side of our retirement income system by providing millions of Canadians with access to a low-cost pension arrangement for the very first time. The introduction of PRPPs marks a particularly significant advancement in supporting the retirement needs of small businesses and their employees who until now have not had access to the same private pension options. PRPPs will also complement and support the Government of Canada's overarching objective of creating and sustaining jobs, leveraging business investment, and securing our economic recovery in sustainable private sector-driven growth. Some of the retirement income system proposals that we looked at in those consultations I talked about would have significantly raised costs for employers and employees. Introducing them would have been unacceptable during a very tentative economic recovery. PRPPs, on the other hand, will be efficiently managed, privately administered pension arrangements that will provide greater choice to employers and individuals, thereby promoting pension coverage and retirement savings. Mr. Speaker, through numerous cross-country consultations, our government has talked to many Canadians and heard many challenging personal stories. Canadians have made it clear that this is an issue too important to get wrong. That's why we have devoted considerable effort on the retirement security issue in order to get it right. Our plan has found unanimous support among provinces and territories. It has wide support among small and medium-sized businesses. It will help secure the retirement incomes of millions of Canadians who don't have a private pension plan. Mr. Speaker, I call on members opposite to join with our government and do the right thing for working Canadians and support the passage of Bill C-25. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in listening to the member, what comes to my mind is that many argue that there is a hidden agenda with the Conservative Party. And it's when that reform element starts to pop its head. You recall the Prime Minister used to believe that we should privatize CPP, or the idea of moving in that direction. Now, I listened to what the member was saying, and you kind of get that hint that this is what he's kind of like referring to. He's saying, CPP, it doesn't necessarily have that same sort of support amongst the provinces, that it's too much of a challenge to be able to increase CPP or to gain that momentum. And that's where one would expect to see leadership from a government, from a Prime Minister that says, you know what, I'm committed to this program. I'm committed to government, whether it's CPP or the Guaranteed Income Supplement or otherwise, Mr. Speaker. And my question to the member is, where is this government commitment to continue to support those programs into the future? Why does this government seem to want to waffle and tend to favor some of those old reform ideas back in the late 90s?
The honourable member for Chilliwack, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I see that the Liberal Party still has not given up on the hidden agenda canard that moved them from this side of the House to official opposition down to the end, the third party. They continue to promote this idea that there's somehow a hidden agenda. Mr. Speaker, nothing can be further from the truth. What we have said is that we are standing to support seniors. And what happens when we do that, Mr. Speaker? What happens when we bring forward initiatives to support our seniors? The Liberal Party votes against them, Mr. Speaker. When we brought in income splitting, the Liberal Party voted against it. When we brought in a new GIS benefit in the last budget, the Liberal Party voted against that too. Whenever we bring in measures that support Canada's seniors, the Liberal Party of Canada can be continued they will continue to advocate against that, Mr. Speaker. They're on the wrong track. We'll continue to move ahead with reasonable, voluntary PRPPs that have the support of small businesses and Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the reason it's being called a hidden agenda is because the Prime Minister forgot to tell Canadians during the election about his big plans on pensions and how he was going to start changing the OAS. He went to Davos, Switzerland to do that, and I think Canadians feel pretty mad at him for doing that. But I do want to ask the member just a very straightforward question. As the the Minister of State for Finance said this morning, there's already $600 billion of room under the RSP plan. So with that much room that obviously hasn't been taken up by people who can, in the first place, afford to contribute, why would the government set up a crazy scheme in the private market that basically isn't going to benefit the people who need it the most? Why would they set it up in that way? And would he agree that it's really just window dressing because nobody is going to take it up?
Honourable member for Chilliwack, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on the take-up on the program, I'll take the word of Dan Kelly, the Vice President of CFIB, who said a new voluntary, low-cost and administratively simple retirement savings mechanism will allow more employers, employees, and the self-employed to participate in a pension plan. Mr. Speaker, the provinces obviously agree that this is a positive plan because they signed on to it. They're moving to introduce legislation as well to allow this sort of program to be implemented across all of the provinces. There was no agreement to go down the road of the NDP plan, which would have put employees at risk, would have raised taxes through payroll hikes, Mr. Speaker. That's not the road we're going down. We're going down the road of a plan that has the agreement of the provinces, has the agreement of the small and medium-sized business sector. It's the right thing to do, and I'd encourage them to vote in favour of it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia. Short question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my fellow colleague, if I could ask him, through his consultations that he had in his constituency and across the province of British Columbia, did he talk to business owners, as I am, asking them what would be the impact of the increase on CPP to them as well, and if you could expound on that?
The honourable member for Chilliwack, Fraser Canyon.
Well, certainly, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the hardworking member from Kootenay, Columbia, for that good question. And as Conservatives have gone across the country consulting with Canadians on our economic action plan, we've heard many say, like the honourable member has heard, that an increase in CPP is just not the right time for that. It's too risky to raise those payroll taxes at this time. And we see that, again, quoting the CFIB, they said that for every 1 percentage point increase in CPP premiums beyond the current 9.9% rate, it would cost 220,000 person-years of employment and force wages down roughly 2.5% in the long run. Mr. Speaker, that's not a plan that we can support.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd certainly like to welcome you and all my colleagues back to this House after our Christmas break. And a pleasure today to be able to speak to our pooled retirement pension plan. Mr. Speaker, this global financial crisis and Canada's aging population have highlighted the important issue of retirement income security. Our government realizes that Canadian seniors deserve not only our respect but also our support to allow them to enjoy their later years after a lifetime of contributing to our society. They've worked hard to build a better country for future generations, and our government's record shows that we are committed to the financial well-being of Canadian seniors, especially those with low incomes. While the introduction of pool registered pension plans, or PRPPs, will not help today's seniors, PRPPs are a key component in providing future financial security for Canadians. Our goal is to provide Canadians with another tool to help them prepare for their retirement in an easy and cost-effective way. Mr. Speaker, from a young age, we've all been told of the importance of saving for the future, particularly for retirement. PRPPs offer another savings tool to Canadians to help them meet those retirement goals. 60% of Canadians do not have a workplace pension plan. I'm one of those. I was self-employed farmer, and my land accumulated, like many others, was my pension plan. And many employers out there do not want the legal or administrative burden of offering a pension plan to their employees. I believe today's PRPP legislation will play a critical role in improving the range of retirement savings options available to Canadians. This low-cost retirement savings opportunity is ideal for Canadians who do not currently have access to an employer-offered pension plan. PRPPs will make well-regulated, low-cost, private sector pension plans accessible to millions of Canadians who, up to now, have not had access to such plans. This is great news for many Canadians who are employees of small and medium-sized businesses and self-employed workers. They will now have access to a private pension plan for the very first time. PRPPs are designed to remove many of the traditional barriers that have kept some employers from offering pension plans to their employees in the past. PRPPs will be administered by a regulated financial institution, thereby decreasing the cost, complexity, and resource demands for small employers. PRPPs are a lower cost option due to their scale and design. These plans will result in large pooled funds that will enable plan members to benefit from the lower investment management costs associated with such funds. With PRPPs, participation will be encouraged by automatic enrollment of employees into a PRPP, where an employer offers one. Automatic enrollment will encourage regular savings into PRPPs by making participation the default choice of employees who do not actively make a decision to opt out. This is a positive attribute of PRPPs. Employees can have their PRPP contributions automatically taken off their paycheck. It makes saving for the future easier. In addition, PRPPs will allow members to create an appropriate portfolio that is in line with their investment objectives and risk preferences. The PRPP administrator will also provide members with the educational tools and other resources needed to help the member make an informed decision regarding their PRPP investment. This will be a key improvement to Canada's retirement income system. PRPPs will also complement and support our government's #1 priority, strengthening Canada's economy. That means creating jobs and economic growth. Some of the retirement income system proposals we looked at in our consultations would have significantly raised costs for both employers and employees. That would have been unacceptable at a time of very tentative economic recovery. Canada's finance ministers opted to prioritize the PRPP framework over other options because it was considered the most effective and targeted way to address the prime areas for improvement identified in our working group's research, particularly modest and middle-income individuals who do not have access to employer-sponsored pension plans. PRPPs address this gap in the retirement system in a number of ways. Provides a new, accessible, straightforward, and administratively low-cost retirement option for employers to offer their employees, allowing individuals who currently may not participate in a pension plan, such as the self-employed and employees of companies that do not offer a pension plan to make use of this new option. It enables more people to benefit from the lower investment management costs that result from membership in a large pooled pension plan. It allows for the portability of benefits that will facilitate an easy transfer between plans and ensuring that funds are invested in the best interest of plan members. Those points, Mr. Speaker, are all important areas where a retirement income system can and should be improved. That is why federal, provincial, and territorial governments are working to implement PRPPs as soon as possible. Canada's retirement income system has already been recognized around the world as a model that succeeds in reducing poverty among Canadian seniors and in providing high levels of replacement income to retired workers. But we should never rest on our laurels, Mr. Speaker. Anything can and always will be able to be improved, and that's why PRPPs are at the top of that list right now. And our government will make the right policy decisions to ensure that it stays that way. In recent years, we've made it even stronger with a wide range of measures to support those elements of the system with a proven record of success. This includes providing over $2 billion in additional annual targeted tax relief to seniors and pensioners through measures such as pension income splitting, increases in the age credit amount, and a doubling of the maximum amount of income eligible for the pension income credit. Reforming the framework governing federally regulated pensions to better protect pensioners. Working with the provinces to modernize the CPP, making it more flexible for those transitioning out of the workforce to better reflect the way Canadians currently live, work, and retire. And most recently, in our latest budget, announcing a top-up to the Guaranteed Income Supplement, or GIC, benefit for Canada's most vulnerable seniors. Now, with the introduction of PRPPs, we will address the remaining gaps in the system by providing an attractive additional pension option to individuals and employers. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the addition of the PRPPs is clearly a step in the right direction to strengthening a retirement income system that is already delivered for Canadians. It offers Canadians another tool to help them meet their retirement goals. I'm sure that there's many individuals out there, including my parents, that could have taken advantage of something like this, Mr. Speaker. And while I said earlier that today's retirees won't be able to benefit from this, future ones will, and we certainly look forward to that. So I urge, Mr. Speaker, all members in the House to support the government in this major step forward in securing Canadians' retirement income needs. Thank you very much. I look forward to questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I have a question from my distinguished colleague. He's talking so well about this new plan, but at the same time, the Prime Minister of Canada has announced in Davos that there were going to be cutbacks in the old age security program. There were going to be cutbacks because we wouldn't be able to pay pensions. If this is so wonderful, how does he explain the fact that in no case they change the actuarial studies in their conclusion? In theory, this performs very well, this system, and if that's the case, people won't have to look to the public pension and the old age security system, but that's not the case. So this also explains the failure of the system that you're recognizing at the outset here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the way for his question, but I would urge that the member go and read the actual, what the Prime Minister said and all that, instead of reading what gets sent out of his whip's office or his leader's office. The Prime Minister has made it quite clear that changes in this need to be made. There will be no reduction in retirement income because of this. But as I reiterated during my speech, Mr. Speaker, we have a great system, but it's never perfect, and we should never sit back and rest on our laurels. All programs, all legislation and this is no different than any of them, should always be tweaked and what have you. This is something new, and I think that with all the consultation that's between the territories, the provinces, the federal government, and from the private sector, individuals, this is long overdue, and I'm very proud to be up here and be able to support it today. I think it's going to be great for seniors.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members will know in terms of what my feelings are in regards to how the government's handling the CPP file and our government pension programs, which is to say not very well at all, and very disrespectful towards those programs, which has caused a great deal of concern in the minds of many seniors today, and those that are looking at hitting that wonderful age of 65. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, my question is in regards to this type of support that the government has for Bill C-25. When you talk about how Canadians will benefit with this particular bill, I'm sure the member will acknowledge that Canadians as a whole will only benefit with this bill if, in fact, you have provinces that are on side that are going to bring in the necessary legislation in order to complement Bill C-25. If that doesn't happen, there is going to be many Canadians, hundreds of thousands of Canadians, that wouldn't even be able to benefit by what the government is proposing. Can the member provide this House, or the government provide this House, any indication as to what provinces have already agreed to bring in the legislation that would complement Bill C-25?
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for his question. And no, I can't enlighten them today, Mr. Speaker, on which provinces have committed or not. But my understanding is there's been full-fledged consultation between all the provinces and territories. And, you know, this legislation, first day of Parliament back, Mr. Speaker, and we've got it here. And I would like to think that forward-looking provinces and territories will be looking at the benefit of this for their people in a way to save for retirement and their role in it. And I look forward to many, if not all of them, contributing in this. This is, I think, a good news story for anybody that's wanting to save for retirement and long-term going to help our seniors.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate. The member for Martin-Fortin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to begin with a quote from Mr. Holland, who was a candidate for the Socialist Party in France. And he stated that his true adversary had no name, no face, no party. And he would never be a candidate. And yet he was the one governing. He was talking about the financial sector. And that is true here. When one looks at what the Conservative government is doing, that's exactly what's happening. The government has decided that the economic future of Canadian pensioners has to be assured by the financial sector. So what's being done is that we're pleasing the financial sector rather than retirees. My colleague opposite, Minister Paradis, perhaps should not always rise to speak, but today he did. And he said that the PRPP will provide for an innovative retirement savings administered by the private sector that will not be costly and will be accessible and will meet their goals. But everything is wrong with this statement. This isn't innovative. It's already been done for 12 years in Australia. So for 12 years, Australians have been gaining enough experience in this area, quantified experience, in order to be able, in fact, to note only that it has been a failure and it hasn't met its goals. Now, the minister also said administered by the private sector and that it won't be costly and it will be accessible. It's going to be so private that, in fact, there are no limits that are set by regulation. There are no regulations accompanying these measures. So no limits have been set on the administrative costs of this. And he says that it will meet the goals. But the problem is that if future pensioners may know how much they're going to be contributing, but they'll never know what they're going to receive until they actually retire. Is that what is meant by achieving goals? That doesn't sound like a very good goal to me. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister went to Davos, and right there, before his friends from the financial sector, away from Canadians, he told Canadians that their pensions were no longer guaranteed. He spoke quite easily about how citizens perceive their wealth, their services, and their pensions, that apparently they actually no longer have a right to. He said that developed countries are paying for standards and benefits that they can no longer afford. But the problem is that, not that we can't afford this, the problem is that the wealth has been taken over by a financial sector that is so speculative that they've lost fortunes. During the last crisis, the main cause of our problems was the fact that there was a greedy financial sector. And they seem to be turning a blind eye to this. There seem to be memory blanks. We're forgetting about all the money that was gobbled up by the financial sector that still isn't delivering any sort of goods for us. Mr. Speaker, what grew the fastest here was not the dividends on the part of the banks, it was the bonuses being paid out. And that says a lot about who is making money and who is losing out. Usually it's not the pensioners who win with this government. This very same government that states that it has performed so well actually looks like some of the worst. It looks like a country, a government like Italy, Greece. So this government actually rather has been comparing itself to governments like the Italian government and the Greek government. A small group who have actually followed bad policies. It doesn't dare compare itself to other governments that have performed well, like German and French governments. I think that perhaps this government should compare itself to the very best of governments. Thousands of manufacturing jobs have been lost here. That's nothing to be proud of. Jobs that paid $25 an hour have been replaced by $10 an hour jobs. And that's not how you make a country better off. And that is shameful, Mr. Speaker. For a few days, there's been a myth going around, according to which it's fiscally responsible to just throw the dice with Canadians' pensions by playing them on the market. Well, you can do what you want with other people's money, is what's being said. It doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter what will happen. Because PPs will always give you a guaranteed income. But it doesn't matter, does it? How much that money is going to make? How much it's going to cost? As long as the financial sector makes money. But that's not the principle underlying pension plans, Mr. Speaker. Pension plans are supposed to keep seniors out of poverty. And that's not what you're doing. You're not doing it. When you compare this to other savings vehicles, this one will have no impact on the future needs. Future needs in terms of guaranteed income supplement. You say that these other programs are too costly. But, you know, if you had a good system to propose, if you had a good system, then people wouldn't have to ask for additional support because they would have the means themselves to live on a good pension. But that hasn't happened. And this shows that your math is all wrong. that your pension plan, proposed pension plans, only serves one purpose: to give the financial sector the right to govern this country. There is a pooled pension plan in Australia already. And it's interesting to look at this, because they've had this system for more than 10 years. So after 10 years, I think you can take a look at what you've done and come to some conclusions. Now, it's mandatory there. One can opt out, but it is mandatory. So employers register their staff. And there was an analysis done of this. And I think that's important from a financial perspective, to look at the results of this sort of regime. So there were studies that were undertaken by the Australian government, and that showed that actually people don't really save much, because the administrative costs are so high and return is so low that individuals are more interested in putting their money in bank accounts with a low interest rate, because they lose less money. If they keep it in the private sector, they actually lose money. And that's unacceptable. So individuals are being asked to finance a plan. And if you look at what happened in Australia, these individuals actually get out less than they put in. And now I have to say that the finance sector in Australia has charged some pretty high administrative costs. I mean, everything happened there. But it is a major problem. But there is an alternative here, and it's not costly. And it has already proven itself, and that's the Canada Pension Plan. There is no system that is more efficient than that. No one has questioned this, has challenged this. No one has challenged how well it works and how fair it is and how it's funded. So, Mr. Speaker, you have to look at it over time. And what's happening is that over 10 years, there will be an increase. There's an increase that happens over the years of contributions. But the government is against this. What it wants to do is deprive Canadians of a future pension, rather than deprive its friends in the financial sector of future dollars. So Mr. Hohen was saying that his adversary was the financial sector. Well, here we have the financial sector represented by a political party that unfortunately makes up the government right now. But just remember, it's not the financial sector that elected you. Canadians elected you. And you promised that you would represent them. But this is not representation. We have the financial means in Canada without upsetting in any way our economy, without harming economic growth, without really harming businesses. And we don't want to harm businesses. We need to create jobs. I mean, you only have to look at the number of the unemployed going up. We want to provide an alternative. We want the unemployed to be replaced by workers. So, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, we're going to fight for this. We're going to seriously fight for this, because all your plan is full of is wind. We need results. We need true goals. It is up to you to provide outcomes, to provide results with a pension plan. And all you're saying is that we'll take your money, and if you're lucky, you might get something back when you retire, and that's unacceptable. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why I call upon all Canadians to fight against this, that will give them nothing, and that there should be support for a public pension plan. That will give results in the future. It has worked in the past and it will in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. Of course, I probably disagreed with everything he said, and it was quite poignant to point out that he was quoting a socialist politician from France to get his information from. But let's talk about reality of today, and let's talk about head-in-the-sand politics of the NDP. If you look at what the Minister of State for Finance has done the last couple of years, he's gone around to Canadians, and he has talked to them, but more importantly, he's listened to them and asked them what do they want. And what we've heard is they want choice. They want improvements for the retirement income. And if the NDP was paying attention, to make changes that they would want to the CPP, it requires 2/3 of the provinces. And frankly, at this day and age, there is no current consensus. So what would they want us to do? Do they want us to wait and rest on our laurels? No, we're not. We're providing options to Canadians. And my question to him is this: why is he against options for Canadians? And what would he do? Would the NDP force the provinces and force businesses to go along with a plan that they clearly have told the Government of Canada that they don't want? What would he actually do if he was in that situation?
L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Well, I don't know. We may be entering into the same debate as earlier on. Many people came before the Finance Committee to it was stated that many witnesses came before this committee to support this, but I was there. And those who advocated that system were representatives from the financial sector. But there are people lining up at the food banks. And there are people who need a pension, who need a check to pay their grocery bill, to pay their rent, to pay for their clothing. Those people systematically came to see me. And they said, we need a better CPP. We need more done with the CPP. So are you listening to Canadians or are you listening to the finance sector? We are listening to Canadians. We are listening to people who want something, who want to be able to look forward to something in their economic future. Questions and comments?
For Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I want to make reference to, and we've acknowledged the importance of the OAC and the GIC's CPP. Having said that, and I think there's a lot of agreement with the NDP, quite possibly, in regards to the support of that. But having said that, if provinces across Canada, and we don't know, I've asked a member to provide a list of those provinces that are going to be enacting the provincial legislation that would enable this legislation to actually be effective. Otherwise, it's going to be very limited in terms of who would actually benefit from the program. But if the province of Quebec, as an example, was to indicate that they would like this legislation to go to the committee, or other provinces, ideally a half dozen or so provinces, wanted to see this bill go to committee, would the New Democratic Party support it going to committee?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. And please address the speaker's chair when you speak. Well, what you're proposing is poverty. You're saying that because there's no consensus, we'll just take the money that's supposed to go to the CPP and we'll give it to the financial sector. So how does that guarantee a pension for retired Canadians? I'm sorry, but you must address the speaker when you speak. The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. So the Liberal Party of Canada, as is its fashion, its custom, is saying one thing on the one hand and doing something else. That's not you. We need to ensure that Canadians have access to a pension, and I don't think this party can be counted on. It's a political party that really just wants to keep up good appearances, make nice speeches. But when you look behind the speeches, when you look behind appearances, there's not much else. It's an old party that's not coming up with anything. It's only coming up with these speeches that get us nowhere. Questions and comments, the honourable member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Marc-Aurèle-Fortin for rising and speaking today and for his passion in advocating for pensioners and his passion for pension funds. So I'd like to ask him a question about the proposals that have been put forward by the NDP, including one that would protect pensions when a company goes bankrupt. If he could perhaps just expand on the proposals that have been brought forward by the NDP to reform or improve pensions as they stand. The Honourable Member for Marcorel-Fortin. Yes, this is a problem, actually, that shows how important it is to intervene in pension funds. There are too many, unfortunately, companies that have gone bankrupt and that went bankrupt when they were actually posting a deficit in their pension contributions. And so that means that employees suffered. I think Nortel's number was something like 45%. So pension checks just disappeared. So in order to deal with that situation, the NDP is suggesting two things in that kind of situation. That first of all, that deficit, that be focused on mainly. In other words, that it is those who are owed a pension that are paid first. So the money has to go to the pension fund first. And if that does not suffice, then there should be any of those losses should be deducted from the future income of that company. And these are principles actually that have worked elsewhere. The deficit can be taken out of any future income of companies that are in that situation, and that helps reduce poverty for those who are owed the money.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member. Question?
A question, the Honourable Member for Rimouski, Majette-Muscotal et Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. What really impresses me is this, and what I don't understand is this from the government side. We have C-25 on pooled pension plans. There is a gap in what people have saved. 70% of Canadians do not invest in RRSPs. There are only 40% who invest in other vehicles. So we have voluntary systems already. And Canadians actually don't use those savings vehicles. So what is the government doing? Rather than looking at why Canadians don't have the disposable income to save, what they're doing is coming forward with another system that once again is voluntary. If people don't necessarily have that money, or if they need to spend it now, given their low income, then that's an inadequate savings vehicle. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the government's strategy to deal with this. The Honourable Member for Marcorel-Fortin. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Currently, the problem with RRSPs and other savings vehicles, including this pooled one, and I'm calling it a pooled plan, but not a pension plan, because a pension plan protects people against poverty. Mr. Speaker, what this is, in fact, is providing a way to shelter money from taxes. But who can afford to do that? Who can afford to do that when the average income for Canadians is about $37,000? So all this is a tax shelter for the wealthy. That's why there are people who say, well, people only spend 15% in the States of their income, but in Canada?
Debate. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak to this very important topic today, and I will be sharing my time with the member from Oshawa. Through numerous cross-country consultations, our government has talked to many Canadians and heard too many challenging personal stories, not to realize that this is an issue that's too important to get wrong. This government, our government, has devoted considerable effort on the retirement security issue in order to get it right. Indeed, we have been engaged in a very serious discussion with Canadians on pension and retirement income security issues over the past few years. Our record of support for seniors remains strong, Mr. Speaker, and has been since our very first budget. Let's look at the facts. In June 2006, we increased the age credit amount by $1,000, and then we increased it another $1,000 in 2009. This year alone, the age credit will provide up to $1,008 in federal tax relief for eligible seniors. That's significant. Other significant tax relief measures provided since 2006 for seniors and pensioners include doubling the maximum amount of income eligible for the pension income credit from $1,000 to $2,000 in 2006, and the introduction of pension income splitting in 2007, and the increase in the age limit for maturing pensions and RSPs from 69 to 71 in 2007. I would also like to mention, Mr. Speaker, the tax-free savings account that provides a general-purpose savings vehicle that helps all Canadians, including seniors, to meet their ongoing savings needs on a tax-preferred basis. Of note, the TFSA investment income and withdrawals do not affect eligibility for federal income-tested benefits or credits, such as old age security, the guaranteed income supplement, or the goods and services tax credit. So these are things that our government has done that are substantial benefits to the seniors across our country. It's a tax relief that's benefiting seniors right now as we speak. And seniors and all Canadians can be confident that it will benefit them well into the future as our government implements the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan and the return of balanced budgets. Mr. Speaker, the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan announces new measures to improve the financial security of our most vulnerable seniors and ensure that seniors can benefit from and contribute to the quality of life in their communities through active living and participation in social activities and access to a new low-cost pension option. The plan provides an additional $10 million over 2 years to enhance the New Horizons for Seniors program. This additional funding is enabling more seniors to participate in social activities, pursue an active life, and contribute to their community. The program provides funding for projects to expand awareness of elder abuse or promote volunteering, monitoring, and social participation of seniors, and this is very important. Going forward, Mr. Speaker, a key component of ensuring financial security for all Canadians and for seniors will be the introduction of the Pool Registered Pension Plan, or PRPP. As agreed at the December 2010 Finance Ministers meeting in Alberta, the Government of Canada is working closely with its provincial and territorial counterparts to move forward with legislative and regulatory changes necessary to create the PRPP. The bill before us today, the PRPP Act, represents the federal portion of the PRPP framework and is a major step forward in implementing PRPPs. Once the provinces put in place their PRPP legislation, the legislative and regulatory framework for PRPPs will be operational, thereby allowing PRPP administrators to develop and offer plans to Canadians and to their employers. These plans will help Canadians, including the self-employed, meet their retirement objectives by providing access to a new, low-cost, accessible pension option. Federal, provincial, and territorial officials are working together to implement PRPPs as soon as possible. The provinces and territories are essential partners in a strong retirement system. They play a majority role in the regulation of private defined benefit pension plans. These are also joint stewards of the Canada Pension Plan. All of them are joint stewards of the Canada Pension Plan, along with our federal government. This is an important point to remember. We are not in this alone. It's a point that sadly seems to have eluded some on the opposition benches, judging by the hastily concocted proposals they have put forward today. For example, the opposition conveniently forgets that changes to the CPP require the approval of at least 2/3 of the Canadian provinces, representing at least 2/3 of the country's population. On this side of the House, we work together alongside the provinces and territories with an eye on the long term. Mr. Speaker, seniors have worked hard to build a better country for future generations. Our record shows that our government is committed to the financial well-being of all Canadian seniors. Mr. Speakers, our seniors have made this country what it is today, and with the introduction of the PRPP, Canadians can look forward to an even stronger retirement system. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Mort. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the fairly brief speech given by the member across the way, and I would like her to give a few more details. That is, what is the added value of the system that is proposed in C25 as compared to the retirement savings plans that are already in place, and to which Canadians don't seem to want to participate in these. So how does this plan differ? Why is our Canadians all of a sudden going to come on board with this plan, whereas savings retirement plans that already exist don't seem to find favor with Canadians?
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Well, thank you very much for that very astute question. I'd be very pleased to answer that. This particular program is the first of its kind in Canada. It benefits small businesses. It benefits people who do not have retirement plans right now. And there are many, many Canadians who do not. So if you happen to own a business, if you happen to work for a business, if you happen to have a home business, and as you know, in this country, there's a myriad of home businesses run by women. A lot of women put forward their home businesses. They take care of their families. This allows them to ensure their retirement plan in the future.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her fine speech on the pooled pension plan that we're recommending. And she's done a lot of work protecting young people who've come to this country against their will in terms of human smuggling, and I want to thank her for all the work that she's done in that area. We have talked a fair amount about this plan being important to seniors, and ones that are getting close. But what I think is more important is that the pooled plan, if a young person joins a firm that is part of a pooled plan, they have to opt out of it. They automatically get a pension plan, which is not the case with an RRSP. You have to choose to do it yourself. This way, they got people thinking, why is it important for young people to think about the futures and their pension programs that they may have? If my colleague would like to comment on that.
For Kildonan St. Paul.
What is so important about this plan is it's good for everyone. It's good for the employers because there are businesses who cannot afford the pension plans presently individually. They need the pooled pension plan to be able to offer that pension plan to their employees. And with the young people, they're looking to their future. They know in a few short years, time will go by, and they need to be able to support themselves so they can live independently. Thank you for that question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We should be very much aware that this program does not apply for everyone. In order for it to apply for everyone, you have to have the different provinces on side. What I like about the debate on Bill C-25 is that it really puts into perspective the difference between the Conservatives/reformers compared to the Liberals. The Liberals believe in the CPP. We believe in the GIC. We believe in the OACS. Mr. Speaker, the government, on the other hand, chooses not to support those programs in favor of just talking about the PRPP as the answer to all the issues related to pensions, which we disagree with, Mr. Speaker. It is not the answer to all the situations. My question to the member is, she talked about the need to have 3/4 of the provinces on side in order to change the CPP, which would have demonstrated a need for a strong leadership from the Prime Minister, which we didn't see. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, the question is how many of the provinces today are in support of Bill C-25 that, if in fact it goes to committee and passes, would actually bring in their own provincial legislation? Does the government have a number on that?
Honourable member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
Well, I thank the member for that question, because what is so strong about looking at the fair, balanced approach to pension plans in Canada and to ensure that OAS and CPP continue to thrive and grow and meet the needs of seniors is the collaboration that our government has done. Throughout this whole process, the finance ministers have worked together. In fact, when the finance ministers were working together to assess the CPP program to ensure that it is sustainable, and they did conclude that it is sustainable for the next 75 years, that's what led to the PRPP initiative. All the finance ministers in all the provinces together agreed that it was time to put the framework together. So our federal government has taken the lead in this framework and has presented this bill today. And we're continue to work with all the provinces in this very collaborative project.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing before you here tonight to speak about an extremely important issue. It's an issue that affects not only the people in my home riding of Oshawa, but Canadians from coast to coast to coast. It's an issue that we dare not put off and cannot put off any longer. Last May, Mr. Speaker, Canadians gave our Conservative government a strong mandate to continue its strong and stable policy of guiding Canada through this fragile economic recovery. Canada is leading the charge and is the envy of the world in terms of our economic and fiscal policy. One of the major reasons Canada is hailed as an economic leader is due to this government's forward-thinking and long-term approach to the economic challenges of the future. Nowhere is this more evident than the issue of retirement security for our seniors and for future generations of seniors. That is why I'm speaking tonight, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say that I strongly disagree with the members across the way's implications that this government is somehow failing seniors. To put it bluntly, Mr. Speaker, they are plain wrong. The Conservative government has done more to put money back into the pockets of seniors than any other government in Canadian history. In 2006, we increased the age credit amount by $1,000, and we increased it another $1,000 in 2009. For the 2011 tax year, the age credit will provide up to $981 in tax relief for eligible seniors. Other significant tax relief provided since 2006 for seniors and pensioners includes doubling the maximum amount of income eligibility for pension income credit from $1,000 to $2,000, introducing pension income splitting, and increasing the age limit for maturing pensions and RSPs from 69 to 71. While our government is extremely proud of these measures, we are still faced with an even more pressing challenge of ensuring retirement security for seniors and future generations of seniors. What we will not do is do what the opposition plans to do, to put their heads in the sand and ignore the issue until a crisis is thrust upon us. We will not play on the emotions and fears of seniors and pensioners for political gain, as the NDP did with Bill C-501. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the NDP's sole focus on expanding CPP as a means of strengthening retirement security is preventing them from making real positive changes and improvements today. I do agree with the opposition that the CPP is important. Federal, provincial, and territorial ministers of finances have discussed a CPP expansion. However, the changes that the NDP would want not only threaten our economic recovery, it also requires support of two-thirds of the provinces, and there is no current consensus or agreement amongst the provinces at this time. So where does that leave us? Do we just wait until the provinces come to a consensus? Mr. Speaker, waiting is not an option. I'm proud to say that over the past 2 years, our government's commitment to a stronger retirement income system has taken my colleague, the Minister of State for Finance, to communities across the country. He has been consulting with Canadians, meeting with his provincial and territorial counterparts, discussing key considerations with small and medium-sized business, and receiving valuable input from some of the most respected experts in the retirement income field. In response to these extensive consultations, the Minister has come up with a viable and a sustainable plan to help people prepare for their future retirement. I'd like to thank the Minister of State for Finance for helping the government unveil its pooled registered pension plan, or what we're calling PRPPs. I'm proud to say that the PRPPs will mark a significant step forward in advancing our retirement income agenda. PRPPs are a low-cost and accessible option that will help more Canadians meet their retirement goals. The introduction of PRPPs marks a particularly significant advancement in supporting the retirement needs of small business and their employees, who have until now had not have access to a large-scale, low-cost pension option. Mr. Speaker, as a chiropractor who used to be a small business owner, I can attest to the benefits that PRPPs will provide to the self-employed and their employees. PRPPs will improve the range of retirement saving options to Canadians by, 1, providing a new, accessible, straightforward, and administratively low-cost retirement option for employers to offer their employees. 2, allowing individuals who currently may not participate in a pension plan, such as the self-employed and employees of companies that do not offer a pension plan, to make use of this new type of pension plan. 3, enable more people to benefit from the lower investment management costs that result from membership in a large pooled pension plan. 4, allowing for accumulated benefits to move with people from job to job. And 5, ensuring that funds are invested in the best interest of plan members. Some of the retirement income system proposals that were presented in our consultations would have significantly raised costs for employers and employees. Introducing them, Mr. Speaker, would have been unacceptable during a very tentative economic and fragile recovery. PRPPs, on the other hand, will be efficiently managed, privately administered pension arrangements that will provide greater choice for employers and individuals, thereby promoting pension coverage and retirement savings. The Government of Canada recently introduced legislation to put in place the federal requirements supporting the framework for PRPPs. In addition, the Minister of State for Finance met with the provinces to encourage and assist them in making the same necessary changes from their side. Unlike the NDP's ideas, PRPPs have the support of all of the provinces. Furthermore, PRPPs will also complement and support the Government of Canada's overarching objective of creating and sustaining jobs, leveraging business investments, and securing our economic recovery and sustainable private sector-driven growth. Mr. Speaker, again, unlike the NDP, support for this program is also coming from small business community as well. Dan Kelly, Vice President, Canadian Federation of Independent Business, stated in a press release that we believe, and I quote, "We believe that if properly implemented by provinces, PRPPs will have the potential to expand the retirement savings options for thousands of Canadian small businesses and their employees." Mr. Speaker, Chris, a small business owner from my own riding of Oshawa, told me, and I quote, that the pooled retirement pension plan is of critical import given the great upcoming increase of retired persons and their need for balanced retirement income. As a small business owner since 1995, I consider the pooled pension plan a commendable, voluntary, and low-cost means to effectively address a major gap in retirement income disparity. Not only are PRPPs receiving the support from the provinces and the business community, Mr. Speaker, it's also receiving support from the academics as well. Robert Posen, a senior lecturer at Harvard Business School and senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, stated in the October 23, 2011 edition of the Financial Times, "Like many developed nations, Canada continues to refine its retirement system. As part of that effort, the provincial governments will soon authorize a new savings vehicle, pooled registered pension plans, PRPPs. With the right policy decisions, PRPPs will go a long way towards increasing retirement security for millions of Canadians. In short, PRPPs have the potential to increase significantly retirement savings in Canada." And Mr. Speaker, that's what it's all about. Institution PRPPs is a tangible and excellent step for enhancing income and retirement security for seniors. The broad support from the provinces, small business owners and academics, and this government's initiative is something that the opposition has yet to build. Mr. Speaker, working together with the provinces and small businesses, I'm confident we can get these important new retirement vehicles up and running for Canadians in a timely manner. And I ask the honourable members of the opposition that they would join us in helping seniors instead of voting against everything that we bring forward for seniors and people on pensions. Mr. Speaker, our record of support for seniors and strengthening retirement security for seniors remains strong and has been so since day one. Any claims to the contrary by members of the opposition simply cannot stand up when looking at the facts. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Oh, I see the Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our government continues to focus on the economy and the long-term economic security of Canadians, and the Pooled Registered Pension Plan Act that we are now debating does just that by making it easier for millions of Canadians who are self-employed or work for small businesses to save for retirement. As the Canadian Federation of Independent Business says, this can't come soon enough from our perspective. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to advise that an agreement has not been reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-25, an act relating to pooled registered pension plans and making related amendments to other acts. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78 sub 3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. As a courtesy to the House, it is my intention to propose that 2 further days of debate be allotted in addition to today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And isn't that just typical? Here we are on the first day back from being away in the House, and already the government House Leader has to rush in. We've had 1 day of debate on this bill, a very important bill about the future of our pension system. They got to rush in here, close down the debate, close down the democratic voice of this House. I think it's disgusting. And I can tell you that members on this side of the House are here ready to debate legislation on its merits. So to hear this kind of antic from the government House Leader has just become the pattern we've come to expect with a Conservative government. I would like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary to the Health Minister, though. We've heard that this pooled pension plan is good for everybody. Well, the fact is that many people won't even be able to afford to go into this plan. I'd like to ask him why it is that the banks end up making a whole ton of money on this plan. There's no limit on the administration fees or costs. Why did they leave that? At least they could have put in some limits on the fees that would be charged so people don't get ripped off.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
I want to thank my colleague for her question, and if she did listen to my speech and the speeches of other government members, she'd realize that one of the reasons we're bringing this in is exactly that reason, to lower the costs for Canadians, because in comparison to RSPs, by having a pooled pension plan, it's going to distribute the costs across a wider sector, enabling lower administrative costs. And this is what it's all about. What on this side of the House we want to do, Mr. Speaker, is act now, today, to see what we can do to allow seniors to keep more money in their own pockets. Ever since 2006, every single initiative that we brought forward to help seniors, to help pensioners, the NDP has stood in this House and voted against that. And what kind of ideas are they coming up with? The leaderless NDP, what are they coming up with today? They're coming up with exactly 0 ideas that could be implemented. They want to look at changing the CPP, which we've heard over and over again requires 2/3 of the provinces. There's no consensus to do this. What we're doing on this side of the House, we're acting today, we're acting for seniors, and we're supporting seniors. Let's see them get on board with that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll really try and stay calm after this most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. We just started a debate on something that's really important. And you know what? We on this side of the House are trying to work with the government. Pension issues are important. We've got a pension crisis looming in this country, and we've been talking about pension reform and our supplementary CPP, and the NDP have their own proposal, but we've been talking about moving an issue forward. And to turn around and decide that they're going to put closure on debate because maybe we're talking too much about all the other pension frustrations is very, very frustrating. It really there's no democracy in this country left. Now back to the thing I'm supposed to be talking about, because I do try to focus on what the question of the day is. You talk about wanting to move forward and you're so convinced. We have many, many articles. This is one, and I'm happy to table it, dated May 30th, 2011. Australian pension study finds that high fees and costs of private sector pension plans seriously limit investment return for pensioners. And it goes on as a very extensive study that was done. Australia did it 12 years ago. They've now cancelling it because they're finding it to be a huge failure. The pensioners are the losers, and financial institutions and insurance companies are the big winners, i.e. the management fees. The government knew that this was a problem beforehand and still went forward. Are you so desperate to bring something forward that you'll go with something that we know is flawed rather than try and listen and maybe work with the other parties here on coming forth with some real good changes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. But what would be extremely flawed is to do absolutely nothing and bring forward nothing. And that's exactly what the Liberal Party had done for 13 years. And that's why they're sitting at the very end of the House of Commons. What we've been doing, Mr. Speaker, is actually going across, and I want to commend the Minister of State for Finance, because he's not only gone out and talked to the communities, he's listened. And he's listened to academics, he's listened to the business community, he's listened to Canadians, and he wants to work with the provinces, whereas the NDP and the Liberals, in pure socialist fashion, would just like to jam something down the province's throat without allowing debate, without allowing them to put forward their ideas. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to challenge the opposition to stand up here in the House and support our government. Instead of voting against all the initiatives that we've put forward since 2006, work with us, because we're on the side of pensioners and seniors, and they just can't come up with any new ideas.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Entirely from personal memory, but I can tell the Canadian people this. The Conservative Party voted against the introduction of the old age pension in 1927. The Conservative Party was opposed. The Conservative Party was opposed to the original Canada Pension Plan. The leader of the Conservative Party, in his then job as the president of the National Citizens Coalition, was opposed to the improvements in the Canada Pension Plan, which led to its sustainability, for which he took credit at Davos in his speech last week, which requires a kind of an act of contortion which you couldn't even find in a circus, Mr. Speaker. And now the Conservative Party turns around and says, we're the ones who are going to protect the Canadian pension system. Yeah, right. Mr. Speaker, you cannot trust these wolves to protect the Canadian pension system. It is going to require the determination of this House, Mr. Speaker, to really understand where we're going and how we have to go forward in order for us to get to where we need to get to. Now, I know the subject of the conversation today is with respect to the pooled pension plan, and I'll be coming to that in a moment. But I think, first of all, Mr. Speaker, we need to understand the context in which we are all working and living. The Canadian pension system over time has evolved with the thought that fundamentally Canadians would be able to save at their workplace, and that they would also receive a Canada Pension Plan and, if necessary, old age pension and a guaranteed income supplement as a way of sustaining them through old age. I might add, Mr. Speaker, that the guaranteed income supplement was also something that was brought in by the Liberal Party when it was in government. So we have to understand that the dramatic changes that have taken place in the Canadian economy and in the Canadian workforce and in the makeup of the Canadian workforce has meant that private company pension plans can no longer be relied upon to provide security for most workers, that the Canada Pension Plan, as improved as it is still not a sufficient source of support for people as they get older, that the old age pension is a very necessary part of retirement for people who are over the age of 65, and that the guaranteed income supplement is an essential part for those low-income Canadians who have no other source of income in their years of retirement. Now, Mr. Speaker, what we have to understand, therefore, is the way in which the Prime Minister has attempted to frame this debate, and the way in which the Conservatives, even in their speeches today, have attempted to frame this debate. Le Parti conservateur,
Conservative Party specializes in attack politics and in type of politics that tries to create confusion. They say that we have a sustainability crisis in the system, that we have a crisis because in 2030 we will have more seniors than we do at the moment, and that the cost of the system could, and I say could, go from 2-something% to 3-something%. Well, my word, that isn't exactly a crisis, Mr. Speaker. And when we talk about the fact, when we look at who receives these pensions, nobody on the other side of the House and nobody on this side of the House will probably be affected by these changes. Even those who heard the remarks in Switzerland, in the Swiss Alps, in Davos, will not be affected by the Prime Minister and even Prime Minister's remarks and these decisions, and even the Prime Minister himself will not be affected. It will be those who earn less than $30,000. They are the ones who will be affected. And that is what I find very troubling. When we look at this, is there really a problem for the public, for those that are working and moving toward retirement? Well, there is a problem, yes, but it isn't really one of sustainability here. It isn't just public finances, but all family finances that are having problems.
Canadians are borrowing in order to sustain themselves, where we know that people who are older are even borrowing in order to sustain themselves through their mortgages and so on. And we find a government which now comes in having campaigned in the last election, having promised. And Mr. Speaker, I don't want to embarrass you personally, but I suspect you were one of those people who were on a platform and who were talking to your fellow voters. And I'm sure if you were quoting from the Conservative Party election platform, you were saying the Conservative Party will not touch transfers to health care, will not touch transfers to education, and it will not touch transfers to seniors. That's what the Conservative Party promised in the last election. That's what the Prime Minister promised. And so imagine our surprise when we see on the front page of the Globe and Mail. Obviously wasn't a complete surprise to the Globe and Mail. These things don't appear with any spontaneity. Saying Harper's grand plan.
That's right.
Well, the grand plan, Mr. Speaker, quoting from the Globe and Mail, the grand plan of the Prime Minister is a plan that was never discussed with the people of Canada in the last election. It was not presented to the Canadian people in the last election. It was a grand plan that was worthy of his alpine perch, but it was not worthy of a discussion on the factory floor and on the doorsteps and porches of the people of Canada. That's what we have. That's the problem that we have. And if the Prime Minister thinks for a moment that he's going to be able to make this kind of evasive activity, avoiding the question of what is central to the issue of the people of this country, he is sadly mistaken.
That's right.
He goes around, the member from Oshawa just used the same words again. The Conservative Party has received blah, 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 a mandate to da-da-da-da-da-da. Well, I can tell, Mr. Speaker, I can tell the members of the Conservative Party, the Liberal Party has received its own mandate. And that mandate is very clear. That mandate is to hold this government to account. That mandate is to say to the people of Canada. That mandate is to say to the people of Canada. That's right. To say to the people of Canada to call a spade a spade. When the Prime Minister of Canada does not disclose to the Canadian people what his real plan is, when he has to go to Switzerland to disclose what his real plan is, let me tell you something, we are going to be disclosing that fact to the people of Canada very clearly. So the government's proposal with respect to the pooled pension issue is an attempt to deal with a serious issue that's facing the country. I say it's an attempt. And we have to understand exactly what that serious issue is. Mr. Speaker, about 60% of Canadian workers, 11 million out of nearly 19 million, have no pension plan, other than the Canada Pension Plan, other than the OAS. 30% of workers have no RRSP savings, and they have no company pension. 30% of workers. At
the same time, we have to acknowledge that only 6 million Canadians have contributed to current pension savings plans. So there is really a problem. But the question is whether the government's solution is adequate. That is the question. And we are saying no, it is not the case, because it does not meet the real needs of the public and does not deal with the real situation. We have to acknowledge that most workers do not have a private pension plan. Most people have not been contributing to a registered savings plan.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to what has been proposed. What has been proposed is the kind of lowest common denominator that the government says it was able to get consensus on with the provinces. And what it essentially means is that we're now going to give to the next small tranche, and we'll see how big it is, we'll see how major it is, we'll see what the take-up rate is. But what we're going to see, Mr. Speaker, is a very small group of people who are going to now be covered by what's called the pooled pension plans, which will be run by the private sector. And what we also know, Mr. Speaker, is that the fees that are charged by the private sector in Canada to people who decide to save with the private sector are among the highest fees in the OECD. And why are they so high? Because there is not, A, effective regulation, and B, there's not effective competition. Right. And that is why the Liberal Party, and my colleague from York West has been leading this fight very effectively, has proposed that we should grant to the Canada Pension Plan the opportunity to compete with the private plans for the voluntary approach that's being followed by the government. If we do not have the competition from the public sector to compete with the private sector for these savings, we will continue to see fees being charged that are completely out of line because of the structure of the Canadian financial industry. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious problem. I know the minister with whom I've talked about this issue says he thinks the problem is solved. He thinks it can be rectified. He doesn't think it's going to be a big deal. I can only say to the minister, I think our experience speaks long and loud to that. The experience in Australia speaks long and loud to that. Yeah. And we have to recognize that there's this in what is being proposed by the government today. There is still a serious problem and a serious inadequacy in dealing with the general challenge facing the people of Canada. Exactly. So I was asked today on the CBC, Mr. Speaker, do you agree with the Prime Minister that there's a crisis of sustainability in our system? And I said, well, I suppose if you asked the question, you could say, is there a crisis of sustainability with respect to public broadcasting? If you listen to the way the Conservatives frame the argument, everything the government has ever done is under a crisis of sustainability, whether it's health care, pensions, education, you name it. The answer is get rid of it, shut her down, hand it over to the private sector, let some guy run it, but don't let the government take an interest. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think we have to understand there is a crisis of social justice in this country. There is a crisis of what's fair and what's right in this country. There's a growing gap between rich and poor in this country, as there is around the world. In fact, this was even the theme of the Davos conference. The theme of the Davos conference was the contradiction between a system which produces prosperity and the fact that it is not producing prosperity for everyone, and that prosperity is not being shared. So yes, there's a crisis, Our Prime Minister's answer to that crisis was make the rich richer and make the poor poorer. They have no problem. They have no problem. They have no problem saying we will split incomes for middle-class families. They have no problem doing that. They have no problem granting a significant advantage to people by doing that income splitting. But they have a serious problem with respect to the social justice of the people who are making less than $30,000 or $40,000 a year. That's the problem that they have, Mr. Speaker. And that's where we have to say, yes, everyone wants prosperity, but we want prosperity to be shared. And we want the prosperity to be sustainable. But we want that sustainability not to be applied and supplied on a selective basis. We don't want people to say that somebody who comes in after being on provincial welfare and waiting for her pension and her application for guaranteed income supplement is going to be told, sorry, you have to wait for another year. That's going to cost her $10,000, $12,000, $15,000, $20,000 a year, Mr. Speaker. That's the difference for that person. Only that person in the Conservative world will be invisible. We won't worry about her. Her problem is one of sustainability. There is a crisis, Mr. Speaker, of credibility here. And let me close on this note. When the Prime Minister of Canada stands up during an election debate and says, I promise you, looking right into that camera, I will not cut transfers to the provinces for health care. I will not cut transfers for education, and I will not cut transfers for individuals, meaning seniors. When he says that in an election, and he says something else in Switzerland and something else in the law that's coming in March or April, we have a serious problem, Mr. Speaker, and the Liberal Party will be fighting that all the way.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleagues for welcoming me to my feet. The leader of the third party was talking about a crisis in credibility, and I would like to remind the House that the crisis in credibility coming from that seat is very interesting, being that he was Premier of the Socialist New Democratic Party in Ontario, where he had rain days, he did all kinds of things. He had no credibility as the leader of the Premier of the province. Now he is saying that this government should ignore what the provinces have to say, what the premiers have to say about the pension plans, which they have with CPP and with this plan they're involved with. Should we ignore...
Order. 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 I'm sure the... Order. 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 I'm sure the honourable member for Burlington had wanted to finish his question. The difficulty is that there are a number of honourable members that I'm sure would have wanted to hear the question, and I'm sure the honourable member for Toronto Centre would want to as well, but there's too much noise in the House. I would ask the honourable member for Burlington to finish his question, and then we'll go to the member for Toronto Centre for his response.
Mr. Speaker, and I won't have to yell now because they're quieter over there now. The point is that during his speech he talked about credibility. We treat with respect the premiers of the provinces. They have the right. They have the right, Mr. Speaker, to talk about, to decide for their provinces what they want to do in terms of the pension plan, CPP, this pool plan they're in support of. Does he want us to ignore the rights and the responsibility of the premiers, which he was once a premier of the New Democrats in Ontario? Would he have tolerated the federal government, when he was premier, ignoring his wishes?
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Let the record state that I was the Premier of Ontario.
No.
The member failed to mention that while I was Premier, the Toronto Blue Jays won the World Series not just once. Well, he's asking me, am I taking credit for the Blue Jays? He's giving me blame for everything else, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for... Order. 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 I appreciate the honourable member's enthusiasm this afternoon, but we do need order in the House. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, although I have to say that with all the heckling, I'm not sure if the leader of the Liberal Party actually wants to hear a question because there's so much noise going on. So maybe they do, maybe they don't, I'm not sure. But I do want to say that I think this issue around pensions has been a crisis that has been developing for a number of years as we've seen more and more seniors fall below the poverty line. And I know certainly those of us who were around in the days when there was a Liberal majority government, a Liberal minority government, certainly with the new Conservative government, we've been really raising this issue of needing to increase the OAS and the GIS and to, in fact, bring about changes to the Canada Pension Plan. So I'm glad to hear the Liberal leader speak about his opposition to the government's proposal. But I'd like to ask him if he would agree with me that the proposals that we have to basically focus on the Canada Pension Plan as a sound system that is fully funded and that does reach across the country and does reach Canadians is the proper way to go in terms of sound public policy. We have a proposal to increase the Canada Pension Plan, and I wonder if he would agree that that is the proper way to go.
Honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to try to score too many points, but just one thing is that the last time we actually went through a difficult process, negotiations with the provinces, and increased substantially the contributions of individuals, it was opposed by the New Democratic Party at the time. So we're strongly we have no problem with saying we need to continue to talk to the provinces about improvements in the Canada Pension Plan. There is a very legitimate argument that's been made that says, well, the provinces haven't agreed to the changes in the CPP, and we can't ignore what the provinces are saying and doing. But my difficulty at the moment, Mr. Speaker, is that we have to see this problem in a much broader context than it is currently being discussed. And that context is one in which there are so many seniors, so many workers today who are not covered by any plan and who are not covered by RRSPs and who are not sufficiently covered, which is why we say if the government's going to go ahead with this pooled plan, which has the support of the provinces, at the very least what we should be doing at the moment, not that it's the solution to everything, is not only increasing the GIS and improving the situation for people who are on old age pension, we also have to allow the Canada Pension Plan to compete effectively with the pooled plans in order to keep the rates down on what the people will be charging to administer the pooled plans.
Exactly. Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we should be putting serious questions. I don't think anyone should be trying to score cheap points. The point is here, there are many workers and many seniors who are very worried because they don't have a pension plan or because they don't know what's going to happen in 20 or 25 years. So I would like the member to explain this perfect crisis that the government is creating and what kind of debate we should be having that would reassure those people who are concerned. The honourable member for Toronto Centre. Well, obviously, it's a well-known strategy on the part of the neoconservatives, not only in Canada, but all around the world. They can point out a crisis, they create a crisis, point to a crisis, and people say, oh dear, there's a crisis, we better find a solution quickly. But we need to have a serious debate. We can't obviously control events up to 2050, but what we have to do is talk about what we should be doing now and the problems we should be facing now. We have a problem now, and that is that the companies are no longer capable of providing secure pension funds to their employees, and employees are afraid. People are leaving their jobs, changing jobs often, so we have to find other solutions.
And if the government is not at a point where it's willing to improve the CPP, then what we do need is true competition amongst plans that are being proposed. Questions and comments?
Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party for his speech. Unlike the Leader of the Liberal Party, I was very pleased when I first heard of the Prime Minister's remarks in Davos. I saw headlines of Prime Minister's retirement plans, and I was excited because I thought it meant he was retiring. As one of those many Canadians who actually has no pension at all, I've been self-employed all my life, and I've done a little bit now and then when I can afford it for RSPs. I know how hard it is to ask employees to voluntarily set aside money for retirement. I think the voluntary nature of this pooled plan and the fact that it will be managed by the private sector speak against its benefits. And I'd ask the honourable member if he thinks we can expand CPP right now to deal with those people who don't have pensions.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Well, I hope we can. The fact is the CPP is a joint plan. It's run jointly by the federal government and the provinces. And I certainly hope, and I agree with the honourable member, that we have to recognize that the economy of the past, an economy where people went into the workforce after high school or university and thought that was their job for life, and they often felt they had secure pensions. 30 years ago, who would have thought that Nortel would be gone, or that companies that we relied on or thought would be there would be gone or wouldn't be there? I see my colleague from Sudbury looking at me. You remember when I first started working in Ontario in the 1970s, there were 18,000 hourly employees at Inco. 18,000. There were 15,000 at the Hilton Works in Hamilton. Those days are gone. And so we have to recognize the need for change. And I think in that case it is the public sector that needs, with a flexible plan, to step up. Until we get the provinces on side, I think the best we can do in the circumstances is at least to have some sort of competition for the private plan that's being proposed, and recognize that we still have a long way to go to get to a better situation for our current workers and for our future retirees.
Time for a very short question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to thank the Honourable Member across the way. And I do have a tremendous respect for the work that he engages in. And I would ask him to answer this question. The pooled registered pension plan is something that has been agreed upon by all of the provinces and all of the territories. And so this legislation here in this House would allow for the provinces and territories to continue to make that plan better. And so I ask him, is he going to allow his party to vote in favour, along with the provinces and territories, for this PRPP?
Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's again, I appreciate the question from the honourable member, and I'm glad that she's one of the members opposite who has respect for what I've been doing over my political life. As I hear from some others, I'm not quite sure that respect is broadly shared on the other side. But I appreciate the comment, and I appreciate it. We will be deciding as a caucus what our response is to the legislation as time goes forward. But I can say to the honourable member very clearly today, we do not think this is the great, big, bold step in which it has been described by her party, and we certainly don't think it's going to provide a resolution to the current challenge facing this generation of workers and the next generation of senior citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great privilege to be here today to speak on C25, the PRPP, the Public Registered Pension Plan, our Pooled Registered Pension Plan. It's great to be here talking about it. But before I start, I want to say thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say thank you to Minister Menzies, the Minister from Fort Macleod, the work that he's done on this, the work that he's worked in close cooperation with the premiers or the ministers of finance in the different provinces. You know, it's no easy task when you're actually told that you've got to look at the retirement packages that Canadian citizens will face or have when they go into the future, and what they can have to spend or what they will have to spend in their glory years or their retirement years. And you want to make sure that you're able to provide that. You want to make sure that they have the tools to provide that too. And I think PRPP actually does a good job in doing this, and I think all parties, if they actually put away the rhetoric and the verbal diarrhea that we've just heard and actually look at what's in the legislation and actually look in this bill C25, they would see that this is actually not a bad way to move forward, and it's a reasonable and prudent way considering the environment that we're working in here today. C25 is a pension plan that small individuals can actually take on. It's a pension plan that small companies can offer their employees. You know, Mr. Speaker, this last weekend I was at a chamber function in Nipawin. And in Nipawin, it was kind of interesting. They had a guest speaker. His name was Eric Anderson. And Eric Anderson, he's a very good speaker in talking about the resource sector in Saskatchewan and what's going on. He talks about all the opportunities that are coming forward. But he also talks about the labor shortage. And he actually talked about the labor shortage in Saskatchewan is going to face as they see the potash expansion, as they see the expansion in the uranium and the gold sector, in the oil and gas sector, and then the re-emerging forestry sector that's emerging at this point in time, Speaker. But, you know, in that growth and in that prosperity that Saskatchewan's facing, and I have to thank Brad Wall and his Saskatchewan government for doing such a great job in allowing that growth to happen, because under the NDP government that would never happen. In fact, we've seen people leaving this province under the NDP government, but under the SAS Party government, we've actually seen people come back, and we're actually looking at trying to draw in people from all over Canada and around the world to actually work in the great province of Saskatchewan. But one of the issues that's coming up is because we're so short of labor, that the smaller companies are trying to figure out how they're going to be able to retain employees. How do they compete against the big multinational companies? How do they compete against government organizations? How do they take that mechanic that they've seen through to journeyman status and then keep them in their organization? I know when I worked for Flexico and Case New Holland, talking to our ag dealers, that was a common problem, is how do I get that mechanic after I've spent all this time and effort getting them trained up to understand our equipment and keep them in my dealership? That was a big problem, Mr. Speaker. So PRPP is one tool that allows the employer to do that. I think it's a great tool. You know, small businesses don't have the ability to take on a big pension plan. They don't have the resources. They don't have the fiduciary capacity. They don't have the administration. They can't afford it. If you only have 4 or 5 employees or 1 or 2 employees, you can't hire a person to administer a pension plan. You have to be at a certain size in order to get economies to scale. Well, that's the beauty of this plan, Mr. Speaker. It allows a pension to be developed. It allows the pooling of the resources to get to economies of scale. Another nice thing about this program, Mr. Speaker, is it actually allows a third party to come in and administer the plan. So the employer doesn't have the burden of hiring somebody to administer a pension plan. He actually allows the third party to coordinate and work through this pension plan with that employee. Now, the other nice thing about this pension plan, and it's an advantage over existing pension plans, if you decide to change jobs, if you decide to take on a different employee or employer, the plan follows you. It goes with you. So me as an employee, a mechanic, if I decide that I want to take a job at a different dealership because the dealership I'm in is no longer in business or for any other reasons, he can take it with him. It's his money. He can go there. It follows him wherever he goes. That's a great plan. It allows retention of employees. It allows that employer to say, you know what, I've got a pension plan here for you that you can contribute to. It allows the employee, so if the freedom, if he decides to change jobs, he can take on and change jobs, and that pension plan follows with him. Great idea. Now, this plan is the federal portion of it. Of course, the cooperation of the provinces is needed in order to see this plan move forward and be implemented throughout Canada. And I'm sure we'll have that cooperation, considering the amount of work Mr. Menzies, or the Minister from McLeod, put into the work on this plan. You know, he went around and consulted with the Ministers of Finances of the provinces over and over and over again. He talked to businesses groups. He's talked to employees and employers. He talked to them about options that they could look at to, again, provide that stability for people during that retirement days. This is a good result. You know, one of the arguments was, well, we should just raise CPP. Let's just raise CPP. Let's pay more CPP. Well, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business said one thing about raising CPP is you kill jobs. Now, in parts of Canada, killing jobs would be very serious. Now, in my area, we actually have a shortage of labor. We're sitting at about 5%, 4% unemployment rate. We need everybody we can get. But some areas it's not that lucky. So we do not want to kill jobs. We want to see jobs continue to grow. We still want to see jobs and people employed in different regions of the country. So you don't want to kill jobs. So I know the opposition members don't want to kill jobs. So I think the opposition members can understand when you talk to third parties and you talk to professors and expertise in the industry, you don't want to raise CPP. That's not the option in this day and age that is correct. So if you don't have that option, what else do you have? Well, the employers are saying, well, I can't afford to give you a pension. I can't afford the administration costs. I can't afford to hire somebody to administer a pension. I'm not big enough. I don't have enough economies of scale to pay for it. So this is where PRPP came out, and it's a good idea. It's a good cross balance. It allows that employee to have that benefit. It allows the employer to offer that benefit. If he so chooses, he can even financially contribute to it. Again, that's up to the employer and the employee and their relationship and their benefit package. But it gives them that flexibility to move forward. It actually allows that employee to have a little bit more tools in his basket on what he can use for retirement ages. So he can have an RSP, he can have a pension, he can have a PRPP if he is with a company that offers a PRPP. He's got a lot of options to him. And I think that's just being prudent. It's also encouraging them to save. I think saving for retirement is something that all of us have been told we should be doing. And we all know the younger you start, the better you'll be when you come to retirement age. So I think we should always keep encouraging members, especially young members of society, to be saving more and more as we move forward. Again, PRPP, you look at the intent of it. If I look at how it's going to work, when I see how it's going to benefit the employees, I just think this is just a step forward, and it's a very positive step and a move forward. Now, Mr. Speaker, one thing that we've heard today is a lot of confusion. And it's really too bad, because this bill actually should have intelligent debate. It should be debated on the merits of the bill itself, not on a wild range of speculation and hip hurrah over other things. Let's talk about PRPP. Let's refocus on actually what this legislation is about. Let's look at the situation as if you're in that employee's shoes. If you're sitting there right now and you are looking for retirement, let's say you're in the middle 40s, and you're saying, what benefits, what tools do I have available to me? Well, I got RRSPs, so I'll maximize that or do the best on that. But we know a lot of Canadians aren't doing that. I got CPP. I'm paying into that. We know CPP is going to be there. We have GIS, and this government actually raised the GIS, so we know that's going to be there. We have OAS, Old Age Security. We know that that's in the works. We understand there's some challenges with OAS, but again, we'll discuss that in a future date. But that's not this bill. This bill is PRPP, Pooled Registered Pension Plan. That's what we're discussing here today. So let's look at PRPP, and I'd encourage other members to put away all the fluff and all the what's the static noise or noise. Let's focus on PRPP. That's what we're here to do. Let's make sure that we get a proper piece of legislation that moves forward, that actually works for that employee or employer. If we focus on that, if we look at that and say, let's put politics aside and let's just focus on that employer and employee, you'll actually look at this bill in a different light. When you look at saying, okay, when he turns 60 or 65, or when he decides to retire, or she decides to retire, what will she have for benefits? And PRPP is in that basket. 15 years from now or 20 years from now, they'll be thanking you for voting in favor of this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a great piece of legislation. I again want to thank the member from McLeod, the Minister of State for Finance. I also like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary and all her hard work in this file. I know she's worked very hard in the background of this, and all the members of the Finance Committee on both sides of the party of the line. So they've worked hard on this in different consultations too. So I think I'll wrap my speech up there, Mr. Speaker. I just encourage members to, again, focus on PRPP, focus on C25. Let's get this legislation through. And once we get it through, then we can get on to other business too. And you can take and be reassured that your constituents will thank you for doing it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Several years ago, a private company that I used to work for allowed certain employees to withdraw their pension fund and invest it into the stock market or invest it wherever they wanted to. A lot like what the Conservative government want to do today with this PRPP, invest your money in the stock market. What happened to this, and it was a substantial amount, several hundred thousands of dollars, and what happened to this, this employee is, of course, the stock market goes up and it goes down. So in his case, the stock market went down, and he lost all of his investment. Today, at the age of 63 or 64, this former employee with a big pension is not working. Not because he wants to, because he has to. So my questions to the Conservative or to the member from Prince Albert is, why do the Conservatives/reformists enjoy watching seniors live in poverty?
language is not working necessarily for moving forward this piece of legislation. You know, it's actually very interesting that he talks about it, because in the PRPP you can have third-party providers, and they can be a variety of different agencies. It could be a bank, it could be a credit union. But you know, when you sit down with that provider, you're going to have the option of looking at what types of investments you want to put your PRPP in. And I think depending on your age, you may be looking at different risk levels as you invest. So, for example, if you're a little younger, you're willing to stand a little bit lost and ride through the markets in a longer term, you may want to take on more risk. If you're getting closer to retirement and you say, you know what, that's my nest egg, I don't want to submit it to a lot of risk, they may put it in a portfolio that actually will have very little risk. That portfolio may not be even stock market related. It might be government bonds. It might be other things. You know, the market does what the market does. It goes up, it goes down. We all know that. We've all seen it. And we tell our kids that. It goes up and it goes down. To try to predict the market is a very dangerous game. So I think you need to work with a good, proper third-party person who's experts in this field to help you manage that risk so that you can actually get that value out of your money when you go to retire. Thank you, Mr.
Question and commentaire.
Questions and comments?
For Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Not yet. I want to ask him a question. He talked about the, first of all, congratulate him on the speech, but I want to say that he talked about confusion, he talked about rhetoric and fluff. He talked about the plan specifically to the official opposition, which was about raising EI premiums, and went on at length about being the job killer that it is. Yet, earlier this month, premiums did just that. They went up. So I was wondering why he let that happen under his watch, if he truly feels that they're job killers.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
I guess the Honourable Member was listening. I was actually talking about CPP and what would happen if we would have raised CPP. It would actually kill jobs. And that's why we didn't want to see that. Again, when you look at what was in my speech and what I said, I was very clear. If you talk to groups like Canadian Federation of Independent Business, they talked about raising CPP. They actually said it would reduce jobs. So that's why we didn't go that route.
We have time for one short question and response. The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you're not referring to my height. I want to thank you, the member, for the comments he made and clarifying exactly what this is about. I would like to know from someone from Saskatchewan, what's the importance of portability in this pension plan, that you're able to move from one job to another? Is that important to the people of Saskatchewan?
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, that's a great question. Actually, it's nice to have a question in regards to the bill. I really have to commend the member for sticking to the topic, which is the C25 PRPP. You know, in Saskatchewan, the importance is very huge. We do see employees change jobs from one to another, especially the younger you are. So if you have a job when you're, let's say, 25, you start out a PRPP, you can keep moving that. That versatility is with you as you change jobs, and maybe you change career paths. But the PRPP is yours. It's yours until you go to retire. And that's the beauty of this piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert will have 5 minutes remaining for questions and comments when the House next resumes debate on this question. Now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to be back in the House after our Christmas recess and be able to address and speak with my colleagues. But just last week, Mr. Speaker, in Davos, the Prime Minister was singing the praises of Canada's system of banking regulation. Ironically, this comes at the same time as the government is all too happy to watch an important cornerstone of Canada's regulatory regime weaken due to the failure of the government to force banks to utilize the dispute resolution mechanism of the Ombudsman for Banking Services and Investments. In October last year, TD followed RBC's lead in opting out of the OBSI dispute resolution mechanism and instead moved to using a private law firm handpicked by the bank to resolve complaints that could not be fixed by the in-house resolution system. The government spins this decision to let banks leave OBSI and deal with disputes through private firms as allowing choice in the marketplace. But choice for who, Mr. Speaker? It is clear it is not investors, consumers, or small businesses. These groups are stuck with the dispute resolution mechanism chosen for them by the banks. In fact, it's impossible to find members of those communities who support the government's position. The Canadian Foundation for Advancement of Investors sent an open letter to the Minister of Finance calling on the government to make the use of OBSI for dispute resolution mandatory, saying that, and I quote, "One single dispute resolution service provider is necessary in order to avoid fragmentation, inconsistencies, serious potential conflicts of interest, complaint, confusion, and enable the detection of systemic or widespread issues." The Consumer Council of Canada says that the withdrawal of TD and RBC from the banking side of OBSI, as I quote, "threatens the health of the system of dispute resolution and redress that has distinguished Canada during the current period of global economic disorder." Mr. Speaker, so instead of protecting their customers, the choice that this government is championing is for the banks. And when the banks are confronted with a choice between a comprehensive dispute resolution mechanism or a Bay Street law firm who are more interested in keeping the bank's business than in protecting consumers and small businesses, who do you think they will choose, Mr. Speaker? In October of last year, the same month as TD was allowed to walk away from OBSI, Canada signed a G20 accord on handling banking complaints which stated, "Resource to an independent redress process should be available to address complaints that are not efficiently resolved via the financial services providers and authorized agents' internal dispute resolution mechanisms." Mr. Speaker, how can the current process be independent if the banks get to choose who hears customers' complaints? Regulation should not be administered by Bay Street law firms on an issue which is as fundamental as the proper functioning of the economy and the banking sector. Consumers and small businesses will never be able to believe that their complaints will be properly addressed if the banks are stacking the odds in their own favor. In summary, Mr. Speaker, it is time for the government to match their words on banking regulation with action. The global economic recovery will rely on consumers and small businesses having confidence in the economy and the banking sector more generally. And in order to ensure confidence in the banking sector, small businesses and consumers must have access to single, independent dispute resolution service like OBSI. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I have mentioned previously here in this House, our Conservative government has shown a clear commitment to protecting Canadian consumers, particularly when it comes to financial and banking sectors. And we understand that Canadian families use financial products and services every single day, be it using a credit card when they're shopping, cashing a check, making a deposit at a bank, or paying off their mortgages. We believe Canadians deserve a system that is safe, that is secure, and that is fair. And that's why since 2006, we've enacted numerous measures to support consumers of financial products, measures that unfortunately the NDP actually opposed and voted against. This list includes measures like protecting consumers with new credit card rules, bringing in a code of conduct for the credit and debit card industry to help small businesses respond to unfair practices, banning negative option billing for financial products, and shortening the check holding period. Furthermore, we have made mortgage insurance more transparent, understandable, and affordable. We've also created a task force on financial literacy to help consumers make the right financial choices. And we've done much, much more, Mr. Speaker. In Budget 2011, the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan, we built on that record with more consumer-friendly measures. Let me cite them. Banning unsolicited credit card checks, moving to protect consumers of prepaid cards, and beginning to implement the task force on financial literacy's recommendations. Again, the NDP voted against every single one of those measures. In fact, with respect to the issue of the NDP member from Sudbury and what he's asking about today, he voted against a very important solution. Specifically, he voted against the Sustaining Canada's Economic Recovery Act. Now, currently, the Bank Act requires all banks to have dedicated procedures and personnel in place to address consumer concerns and complaints. In addition, it also requires that banks belong to a third-party dispute resolution body. However, there is a wide variation in terms of the procedures that are used, a concern shared by many consumers and our Conservative government. And to better protect Canadian consumers, the Sustaining Canada's Economic Recovery Act will force banks to belong to government-approved independent third-party bodies, which the member of the NDP failed to recognize. It will also establish uniform regulatory standards for internal complaint procedures and give the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada the authority to monitor and enforce compliance. These are things perhaps the member of the NDP missed when he voted against such an important measure. This will ensure that consumers receive consistent treatment and the highest level of protection. And despite the NDP opposition, we have passed that landmark legislation and are working to finalize regulations. Perhaps that explanation will allow the member to think more prudently when voting again on topics that might secure some protection for our Canadian consumers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with all that, I would like to also welcome my colleague back in our usual debates in the evening on this topic. What she was talking about, Mr. Speaker, was a long list of things that they've done, but all of those things, Mr. Speaker, have been proving ineffective time and time again. And what we have here, Mr. Speaker, with OBSI is an organization that's been put in place and has been around for a decade or so. It's already been in existence. And what this government needs to do is ensure that this independent organization, away from the banks, has the necessary regulation in place so we don't see further banks walking away, so we can protect our small businesses and our consumers when they have a dispute with the big banks. Right now, what this government is doing is favoring the big banks by allowing them to choose Bay Street law firms over independent organizations that actually protect consumers and small businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I also want to take a moment to say hello to my colleague across the way. Unfortunately, he's a lot further away this time. He used to sit closer to me so that we could actually hear one another very well. Nevertheless, while the NDP likes to talk about protecting consumers, the NDP record is very clear. They have voted against every single measure to protect consumers that has been introduced by our Conservative government. They have also, unfortunately, attacked consumers and families by opposing and voting against every single tax cut to help consumers, like the GST reduction that helps Canadians every day when they make purchases for themselves and their families. In fact, the NDP wants to take more and more money out of the wallets of Canadian consumers. And even worse, one front-runner from the NDP leadership, Brian Topp, is touring Canada right now, demanding that Canadian families pay more tax by saying, and I quote, "The only time we ever hear our current political leaders utter the word tax, it's immediately followed with cut. That has to change." And I would hope that this higher spending, higher taxing will stop. That kind of thing is going to destroy our Canadian families and destroy our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just a reminder to all honourable members that during adjournment proceedings, members are welcome to take any seat of their choice, as it turns out. The honourable member for l'honorable député de Châteauguay.
Honourable member for Châteauguay Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On September 22nd, the government published a new agreement for RCMP communications that said that any police officer would have to consult and obtain approval from the Department of Public Safety if it was a non-operational matter, and that for major operational events, all communications would have to be shared with the department. This makes no sense, Mr. Speaker, because we can't separate things in that way. Communications are an integral part of RCMP operations, and the government should not get involved in those things. When I asked my question on November 21st, that is, whether the minister would respect the independence of the RCMP, the answer that the parliamentary secretary gave us was rather condescending to me and to Canadians. The problem is that the Conservative government wants to politicize the RCMP and have it follow political directives, and this is a serious problem. The RCMP is our peace, it maintains the peace and upholds the law in our democracy, and when it has to also carry out political directives, then the rule of law is in danger. We know about the latest scandals involving the RCMP, and therefore the RCMP has to protect its independence. We know that various commanders have expressed their concern. This government approach contradicts the need for autonomy on the part of the RCMP, and instead of dealing with the problem, the government wants to control the communications that the RCMP would use. And that should not be done. The government should not take this kind of action because we know that where women are concerned in the RCMP, the Commissioner needs to have full latitude to make sure that the RCMP acts transparently and accountably, because we know that the RCMP has sometimes been accused of hiding things. If the RCMP has to obtain prior approval from the Department of Public Safety, this was compromised, this independence. The Liberals had a policy that indicated that the RCMP had to indicate what communications were being used, and that there would have to be consultation if parliamentary matters were involved. The government needs to clarify this approach that it is taking, and my question is whether the minister will respect the RCMP's independence and eliminate this policy.
Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to begin by saying how much our government respects and honors the RCMP and the work that they do, as do all Canadians. And we're very proud of the work that the RCMP do. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there are few symbols that are more recognizable and intrinsic to Canadian identity than the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. The main role of the RCMP is to enforce Canadian law and keep our streets and communities safe. However, like any other agency of government, they report to Parliament through a Minister of the Crown, namely the Minister of Public Safety. The public safety portfolio is comprised of 5 agencies in total. The other four are the Canadian Border Services Agency, CSIS, Correctional Services Canada, and the Parole Board of Canada. This portfolio structure allows the department to achieve better integration among federal organizations dealing with national security, emergency management, law enforcement, corrections, crime prevention, and borders. As is common practice with any such portfolio structure, Public Safety Canada works hand in hand with the portfolio agencies, as well as other government departments, to ensure that communications are well coordinated, effectively and efficiently managed, and responsive to the diverse information needs of our public. Indeed, all large organizations, government or private sector, need to have strong communication policies in place in order to ensure the seamless flow of communication in a timely and an accurate manner, as is the case between Public Safety Canada and the RCMP. Mr. Speaker, our government takes issue with the attempts by the NDP member from Chateauguay-Saint-Constant to imply that we are introducing some sort of strict or unusual communication policy in an effort to, quote, muzzle the RCMP. That's far from the truth. Far from this being a document that was brought down with a hammer and set in stone, the communications protocol was fully endorsed by the RCMP senior management and clearly sets out in writing the opportunity for ongoing collaboration, monitoring, and evaluation. It was put in place to ensure consistent communications for major events, announcements, and speaking engagements.
I would suggest that most large organizations and government departments have protocols in place that ensure consistent and timely messaging, as well as an effective strategic communication plan. It's particularly important, Mr. Speaker, for an agency like the RCMP, which often deals with very sensitive and urgent matters of national interest. This protocol also recognizes that there might be times when the urgency of an event may require a divergence from communications protocol. Again, most organizations have a crisis communications plan in place for just such instances. In conclusion, this protocol was signed in a mutual agreement between Public Safety Canada and the RCMP. It allows for ongoing dialogue and adjustments as necessary, and it will serve to support the vital work the RCMP plays in helping us fulfill our commitment to Canadians to build safe, resilient communities. Our government is proud to say that we stand behind our national police force, and we will continue to support ongoing efforts to strengthen and modernize this invaluable institution. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, since the Conservatives came to power, transparency and accountability are really not their priorities. Whether we're talking about fiscal policy or departmental directives and policies, Conservatives are less and less accountable. They have policies that are supposed to be in keeping with the need to answer parliamentary questions, but the real effect is that the policies are opaque, and what they're trying to do here with the RCMP is to muzzle communications and meetings with parliamentarians. When the Conservatives were in opposition, and especially when we had the sponsorship scandal, the member for Crowfoot said that it was important for the RCMP to be independent. But what has happened? Is this independence not justifiable any longer? Why is this government wanting to muzzle the RCMP to the detriment of responsible government?
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are extremely proud of the RCMP and the forces across our country, the police forces across Canada. That's why they gave Conservatives a strong mandate last May, because we are the only party who consistently invest in frontline police officers. We've taken decisive actions to support the work of the RCMP and to ensure that they have the tools they need to do their jobs. The communications protocol between Public Safety Canada and the RCMP is exactly that, an important tool for communicating with Canadians. Effective information sharing between Public Safety Canada and the RCMP ensures that both are well placed to get important information to all Canadians. Let me be clear, there is no interference between the government and the RCMP on operational or investigative matters. This would be inappropriate. And the accusations of the opposition somehow implying that are completely inappropriate and wrong. However, the protocol that we have in place allows the RCMP to communicate in the most effective way possible. We remain committed to supporting the RCMP and to helping keep Canadians safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back to the chamber. I think it's important to start with this debate to acknowledge the changing relationship that Canada and the United States has had on its border in the last number of years, and that's why I rose in the House of Commons to ask the Minister about a 29-point plan that was being put in place with the United States in a lot of secrecy. In fact, there was very little consultation to businesses and other organization groups. You could go online and make a submission, and only 1,000 people actually visited the actual website, and very few actually contributed to that discussion. It was done also in a vacuum, so you couldn't have a debate on also exchange of information that you would normally have at committees that actually bring the issue much more complex and much more evolved to the table and much more open and accountable for Canadian citizens. And the problem that we've had with the United States and this government over the last number of years has been the approach that they've taken into Washington. Mr. Speaker, we've had a changing relationship since 9/11, and there's been a lot of contestation about the safety and security of the northern border. And unfortunately, this government has made a very strategic error in the relationship with the U.S. when we were challenged about the veracity of the border in terms of being able to protect it from not only just smugglers, but crime and potential terrorism and other things like that. This government agreed that it was a problem. There was no evidence to that degree, especially given the types of things that have been happening on our border on a regular basis. When Hillary Clinton charged that the terrorists from 9/11 came from Canada, we did not have an official objection to that. We contested her there, but we did not have the Prime Minister or call in the ambassador. So we had other people like Lieberman from the United States, another high-profile politician, Napolitano, the Director of Homeland Security. And what was happening, Mr. Speaker, over the last number of years, there has been a concerted effort by southern states, and I've been in Washington and been to governors' conferences and a whole series of different meetings, that was saying the northern border is also a big threat, and it's more than the southern border, despite the southern border with Mexico, where you have thousands of people that flood into the United States and back and forth every single day. Despite the fact that they have some of their areas and regions controlled by drug lords and they have no police, this government accepted the argument, and the consequence has been the thickening of the border. In fact, they've done things, Mr. Speaker, that are very puzzling, and they celebrated them. For example, on the Great Lakes, we have had no military ships on the Great Lakes since the War of 1812. It was a signed treaty. Yes, there's patrols, there's Coast Guard, there's police vessels, there's a series of things. This government celebrated the ripping up of a treaty of one of the busiest causeways in terms of traffic for shipping and also pleasure craft, and they allowed the U.S. to introduce gunboats that fire 1,200 bullets a minute. 1,200 bullets a minute. And this government celebrated the ending of a very positive treaty. And we don't even know what's necessary for 1,200 bullets a minute. And what's the consequence has been, Mr. Speaker, has been the thickening of the border, the loss of business trade, and they're expected into the billions, and they celebrate those types of things. And when I conclude, Mr. Speaker, what's really interesting about this whole issue, too, the United States attempted at one point to put 40 gunboat training sessions or staging areas on the Great Lakes. This government didn't even make a submission on time against that. With lead casings and bullets would go in there, and it would affect our trade once again, and they didn't even make the submission to the U.S. government. And that's why our border is thickening. That's why we're losing jobs.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very interesting about gunboats and situations at the Great Lakes the opposite member is talking about. Looks like U.S. is ready to invade Canada or something like that at that border here. But I'm very happy to hear from him. Of course, he represents Windsor, which is right next to the border. And I'm very happy to hear that he's been to USA many times. He keeps going there and he keeps hearing from the governors, as he said, and this thing. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, he stands up for Canada and says, if they're saying that everything is coming from Canada, I hope he stands up and defends Canada, Mr. Speaker. I hope he stands up and he, instead of talking about this nonsense of gunboats and bullets and everything else, Mr. Speaker, he should stand up and say to the Americans that we value our friendship. He comes from a region, Mr. Speaker, where business, he should stand at the Windsor crossing and he should see how many trucks are going up and down and the business. And he should be proud of the fact that so much the business is being done between our two countries, that has been prosperous for our two countries. Of course, we recognize that the NDP will kill jobs. At one minute they talk about creating jobs, next minute he talks about thickening of the border. I mean, say, Mr. Speaker, this document, this argument, this agreement that was signed between Prime Minister and President Obama was exactly to do what he's complaining about, Mr. Speaker. That is to make our borders open so that we can have the concern on the security, as well as, Mr. Speaker, to make competitiveness so that jobs could go happen, Mr. Speaker, so the trade could continue without unnecessary delay, Mr. Speaker. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we are two separate countries. I will need to tell him that. This is Canada, that's USA, Mr. Speaker. USA has every right for their own security to do whatever they want to do, as we have, Mr. Speaker, every right to do what we want to do in Canada. The only way we will solve this problem, Mr. Speaker, is to sit down, talk to each other, and come to an agreement, Mr. Speaker, that respects, which I want to tell the member, respects both countries' sovereignty, Mr. Speaker, including the sovereignty of USA, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, this agreement that we are signing, Mr. Speaker, I want to ensure this member and every Canadian over here will protect Canadian interests, Mr. Speaker, Canadian privacy laws, Mr. Speaker. And by the way, he's talking about that we did not do any consultation. I hope he, Mr. Speaker, the guy, the member who's at the border. For him, the trade is very important for him. He took the time to send in a submission as well, Mr. Speaker. I hope he's done that so that, instead of saying that this was a private under secrecy, there was nothing secrecy about it, Mr. Speaker. And I can assure every Canadian we will protect the privacy as according to Canadian laws, Mr. Speaker, but we will be working together with each other to ensure that the border, Mr. Speaker, the cross-border over there are no delays. It is for jobs, 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 what this government promised to do during the election campaign. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, 40% of daily trade with the United States happens on my border, my riding. I know it very well. And this member does not even understand the implications of some of the policies they're putting in. The privacy loss and the complications for entry and exit of this country are going to be devastating, and the extra stuff with regards to security for threats that don't exist are going to thicken the border again. When this government came to power, we had a manufacturing trade deficit at $18 billion. It now stands at $80 billion. $80 billion deficit of manufacturing trade. They are costing us jobs by signing these agreements because they agree with the U.S. for the notion that Canada is a danger and a threat, and the issues on the border have to be addressed by thickening it, by more security, more equipment, more types of intrusions, and that's the exact opposite thing that's happening that we needed to have happen. We need to make sure that the free flow of goods and services will take place, Mr. Speaker, and by signing deals like this in secrecy, without the consultation, ongoing process, has only thickened the border. And the evidence is the fact of our trade deficit ballooning under their watch.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just amazed. Did he say something like that Canada is a danger to USA? Mr. Speaker, I don't know what he's talking about, but I can ask all Canadians, including anyone who goes down to USA, who visits regularly USA, no U.S. citizen ever said there is any threat from Canada, Mr. Speaker. But, matter of fact, everybody has talked about, including myself where I've been to the Congress, that they value Canada's contribution to security for the border. I need to remind the member very much, Mr. Speaker, we share this continent. We have the longest undefined border, Mr. Speaker. Not also that, but our trade, he rightly pointed out, 40%, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you one thing, Mr. Speaker, anything that the NDP is going to do is going to kill jobs, jobs, jobs. That is the national policy. This government policy is to create jobs, jobs, and jobs. Mr. Speaker, therefore, we will support this. I hope they see sense and support this agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been put and passed. The House therefore adjourns until tomorrow, Tuesday, January 31st at